Ready to be live on YouTube?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever gone live on YouTube.
Alright, in theory. Theory? How do I know?
Mercury retrograde.
Yeah, early people get to see all the behind the scenes stuff while I figure things out. It says we're live, so where would we be live? Pull it up on the phone. I don't know what it looks like on I have no idea.
What happened?
I mean, it says we're live on YouTube. I don't know where to find it.
Oh yeah, if you send me the link, I can put it on my Instagram.
I'm trying to find it. I don't know where it is.
Oh wait, it just sent me a thing.
Did it? Oh, I
Yeah.
see it now. Oh, we're live on YouTube.
Yeah, I can only see you though.
Well, I can see you when you talk. It shows whoever's talking.
Oh, okay, I'm talking. Oh yeah!
Cool.
How do I send it? Oh, I got it.
We are live on the YouTube. Alright, I'll leave my phone up over here on the side so we can see the YouTube chat. That is one downside. So if you're using, for anybody who loves this behind the scenes stuff, if you're using Zoom versus something like StreamYard, it doesn't aggregate the chats. So you have to have a secondary device or open it up on another monitor or something along those lines so that you can see what's happening in the chat. StreamYard will actually pull all of the chats from anywhere that you're broadcasting back into one spot. So you're just hanging out in StreamYard and it's going out into like Zoom and YouTube and wherever else. So, yay!
Hellfire is a cool t-shirt. Take a seat on my
I'm going to
sofa.
start the song over. This will probably be the last run through the song and we'll be looking to get started soon. Alright. Notebook, go. Steve and I take notes. You just never know. Good things happen.
Yay!
I'm excited. I like it. I get my protein in. I have energy today.
I just finished my shake and I took my vitamins. They're gonna kick in 30 minutes and I'm gonna be laser focused. Tractor beam.
Yeah, mine are starting to kick in, so I'm feeling it. We're good.
I went for a non-caffeinated diet soda. I've had enough caffeine, I think. We'll save everyone.
Yeah, well, you're an early bird.
Yes. Yes.
I didn't go to bed until about 2 a.m., so I am just now beginning my day.
I mean, you just can't hear the song and not love it.
It does have a really good vibe. I like watching them dance too. I found a version
Yeah,
that has them
that is all over my FYP is people dancing to the song. And TikTok shows me people that have like 200 followers dancing to the song because they know how much I like the song. And I like every single one of them. If you learn this dance and you film yourself on TikTok and it comes across my FYP, I'm gonna like it.
I'm really
Perfect.
excited. Yeah, right at 11 o'clock. All right, we'll
Right
give it
on
like a
time.
couple more minutes to pop in. So we had 40 people sign up, so we'll give everybody a couple more minutes.
40 people signed up. We're very excited. This gives you an opportunity to get settled in, get comfy, get your emotional support beverages, all that sort of stuff.
Your favorite note-taking supplies, snackages. Oh, I should probably post in the Slack that it's starting. That would be smart.
Hellfire is a cool t-shirt. Take a seat on my sofa. Baby, we got bills to pay. That won't make you happy. You ain't no celebrity, honey. You ain't no celebrity, honey. You ain't no celebrity.
But you're fixing to be.
You ain't no celebrity. You ain't no celebrity, honey. Go blow your brains out.
Will we hear anything if somebody watches it on YouTube?
I don't think so. We can see the chat.
I just put something in the chat.
There we go. I put it in the Slack. Play the music one more time. We'll get started here in about whenever this ends, about 3 minutes.
Give it up for Sister Realness.
I bet I only need like 2 more minutes with the choreography and I would have it down.
I've never gotten any. I don't think I've ever done any choreography things. I just dance weird.
You know, I was a certified Zumba instructor there for a minute.
Really? I like Zumba. I like the music.
I never really taught a class, but I was pretty second in command for a couple people. I love a good dance.
Yeah, we'll make it bigger. Hi, Jade. Hey, Gwen. Hey, Angie. I know digital transformation consulting is yours.
Make
We
time
are
to change
live
that.
on YouTube too, so
Can you see me? Because I can't see me.
I can't
no,
see
I
it.
can't see you. I can hear you.
Interesting.
Mercury retrograde. We can expect complications with tech and communication. So that means anytime you're streaming anything on a technological, there you are, you can expect a little bit of a struggle.
Yeah, even I had a couple glitches getting going. I had to like share and reshare a few times.
This is actually going to be one of the easiest Mercury retrogrades because it is in Virgo season, and Virgo's ruled by Mercury, so it's not super wackadoodle out of alignment. And we have like 7 planets retrograde, so Mercury might be the least of our concerns.
This is gonna get stuck in my head. My like brain DJ is gonna be going.
Oh yeah. Hello, welcome.
We'll be getting started in just a couple minutes. Grab drinks, grab note-taking devices, get comfy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the stars seem to be weirdly accurate a lot, don't they, Jade?
Nice.
I'm not a woo person, so I always kind of get a little bit chuffed when it's like, really? Like, why are the stars messing with me again? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I'm not a woo person either. Spiritual, but not a woo
when
person.
it's right, though. Like,
right.
Like, what's happening? Why did
It's like, well, she was right this time. Okay, she was right again. Maybe there's something to it, but then I'm like, nah.
Those are my 2 favorite words. You're right. 2 favorite words.
So much. All right, guys.
Ready?
Y'all ready? I'm excited. I like this. Getting rid of shiny objects is like gotta be one of my favorite things to do. I was ruled by shiny objects for way too freaking long, so I love when we can make them go away. All right, everybody seeing my screen okay? We good? Yep. Okay. All right, good. All right, a little tiny bit of housekeeping. You should already have emails with a link to your dashboard. Your dashboard is this fancy little Google document, and it gives you links to all of the things. I will be adding the slide links in here later today because I forgot to do that now, but it kind of walks you through everything, got all the Zoom links for the Q&A, all that. So make sure you know where that's at. I will update it with the slides. I will update it with the recordings, all of that good jazz. So you will have recordings. You don't have to sit here and write down absolutely everything we say. All good. For the people that are watching us live streaming on YouTube, I will go drop the link to that document that you just saw in the chat here in a little bit. If you have any background noise, please stay muted. We're neurospices. We get distracted easily. So if a dog starts barking, we'll lose our entire place and forget everything we were talking about and have to start over again. So do us that little bit of favor. If you hear something awesome, drop hashtag nugget in the chat and we will collect a lot of those nuggets for a cheat sheet. If you have questions as well, please feel free to drop them in there. That way you can focus. So don't feel like you're going to interrupt or, whatever. This is a neurospicy safe space. You can drop whatever you want so that you can get it out of your brain and focus. All right. And then make sure you take care of yourself, right? Because I won't be doing my job right if I don't say that. We've got Melanie here and she is all about making sure that you take care of you. Make sure that you're hydrating. If you want to keep your camera off, keep your camera off. If you want to have your camera on, turn your camera on. Do whatever feels good for you. If you want to be comfy under a blanket, go for it. All right. Anything I missed, Melanie?
No, just get ready to have a great time. We're going to do our absolute best to keep this on time and on track, but we are seasoned professionals. So if we do have any dalliances off subject, I am a professional on getting the train back on the track. So we'll have a great time. This is going to be unlike anything you've ever been to before. We're so excited.
Yeah, we're actually challenging ourselves a little bit and Melanie's amazing capabilities of keeping the train on the track by trying to end early today. So y'all know we've blocked out 7 hours for this with lots of breaks, but we are going to attempt to be done 2 hours early. So we'll see if it works. We'll give it a go. All right. The other thing, being fully transparent, we are doing this workshop because we are kicking off the next cohort in the Neurospasty Academy, and we are selfishly looking for the next 20 students. That'll be our next best case studies using the methods you're going to learn today and lots more. So at the end of the workshop, if you think that's something you want, we'll invite you to apply. If not, you're still going to learn lots of really cool stuff today. So now that you know the pitch, you're not going to be trying to look for it through the whole presentation, and we can just dig in and get good stuff done. Sound good, everybody?
Yeah.
Yari ambitious. Yeah, 2 hours early. Okay, so the first thing I want to introduce you to is the shine clone. Okay. Yeah, feel free to listen in. Good. That works. So the shine clone is a vicious cycle that so many of us fall into, right? We see a problem or we see an opportunity, we go do some research, we find this shiny thing that's supposed to solve it all, right? You're gonna scroll on social media, you're gonna see an ad pop up, you're gonna download a thing, you're gonna buy a course, you're gonna go to a mastermind, you're gonna hear about some new tactic that you haven't heard about before that'll fix everything. Like if I go do a challenge or a workshop or a whatever it is, then you're going to hustle around to try and do everything you were already doing, plus this new thing that interrupted you. And surprise, surprise, that's going to get overwhelming, right? You're going to struggle with it. You're going to get distracted, maybe not even finish it, or you're going to finish it and it's not going to do the thing that you wanted it to do. And you're going to get disappointed. And then you spot a new problem that you created thanks to that shiny, and you start all over again. Does that sound familiar? Has anybody done that before? Me, never. I've never done that. No, literally all the time. All right, so what we want to be able to do, yeah, so familiar. What if there was a simple framework you could follow over and over again so that you never got lost in the shine clone again? If we could put up some barriers so that you are laser focused on where you want to go and you're not going to get lost every single time, would that be great? Would that be good? Yeah, yes. All right, cool. Hi, Laura. All right, so why do shine clones happen, right? We can't get rid of something if we don't know what it is. If we don't know what we're up against, how are we supposed to troubleshoot and solve for it and make it go away? It happens because you're way over here, but you want to be over here, right? You're where you're at right now. You have somewhere you want to get to, and you are not exactly sure how to get there. So you're chasing all these shiny objects. You have some goal you're trying to achieve. And every time something pops up that says it's going to help you solve that problem or help you get that goal, you try it to see if it'll work. And you keep falling over and over and over and over for new shiny objects, which means you keep on trying a whole bunch of stuff and none of that stuff is really getting you there. None of it is really helping you get where you want to go. And here's the thing, most of us aren't even really sure where there is. We wouldn't know it if we were already there, because there is a moving goalpost. Okay, so that's one of the first big aha moments I want everybody to take away from today. Most of the time, we don't set very clear goals. And then if we do, we don't check in on those goals on a regular basis. And we don't know where there is. Like, how many of you are where you thought you would be 5 years ago when you were looking at where you would be now, right? You're sitting back in like 2018 going, what's 2023 going to be like? Are you anywhere near what you would have anticipated for right now? Probably not. You might be doing drastically better, drastically worse, mostly the same when you thought you would be better. It doesn't matter, but you probably don't really have that nailed down. And then you're not really ready to give up on it, because we have this dream, especially as entrepreneurs, where we have control over our own life. Everybody defines success a little bit differently. Sometimes success looks like having lots of money. Sometimes it looks like having a big house. Sometimes it looks like lots of travel. Sometimes it looks like having that little farm out in the woods where you have your chickens and nobody's bothering you. Success looks like a lot of things, but the one common thread is that success is choice. Success is small choices every day. What do you eat? What do you do? Where do you go? Who do you spend time with? It's big choices. Like if you got sick, can you go get the best doctor? Do you have to just go for whoever will take insurance? You can have insurance. Like, you know, are you able to make choices over what you do for you and the people in your life? That's what success is. Okay. And most of us have really big ambitions. That's why we're entrepreneurs. Jay, goals scare you. I think the biggest problem with goals is we don't track against them, right? We don't really know how to set them, especially when they're really far out. Most of us neurospices have issues with time blindness. We don't really fully comprehend, like everything is either 5 minutes or 5 hours and there is no in between.
Yep.
Right. So,
and you said moving goalposts. And what's so important about the moving goalposts is when you're making 5K a month and dreaming of making 20K a month, if you haven't set your goals, written them out somewhere to be able to track them, by the time you're making 20K, it doesn't feel that great because that everything has moved and shifted with it. You know, when you're making 5K a month, these are your bills. When you're making 20K a month, these are your bills. So it's important to have some idea of which direction you want to go.
Yeah. I mean, that is so true, because it's like, how many times, like, most of us are probably making more than we made when we were like teenagers, for example, right? Or when we were very young adults. We're probably making more now than we did then, but our freedom to choose really hasn't changed that much. That's because everything else in your life picks up to take over that slack. Unless you went from 5K to 20K a month, literally overnight or within like a week, all of your other stuff is going to move with it, which is why we have to look at a couple other numbers. And I'll talk about some of that here in a minute, but we have to look at not just money in. When we're not making enough money, we get so laser focused on money in that we don't pay attention to the other things like profit margins, like how much we're actually paying ourselves out of our business revenue, what our expenses are, doing things like going back in quarterly and checking your expenses to see if you're paying for software you're not even using anymore, or seats to software that you're not even using anymore, or you're overpaying for tiers of software when you're not utilizing the features of that tier and you can go down. Little things along those lines. Yeah, I agree with that 100%, Jade. Like when you set a goal, it's easy to underestimate how much time it needs. Absolutely. One of the cool things that I started doing was I don't attach a time to a bigger goal. Like if I'm wanting to increase my revenue from here to here, I don't give it a timeline. I assign timelines to the steps I'm going to take in order to help make that goal happen. So I say, here's the big thing I'm trying to do. Here's 3 things I'm going to do to try and make that happen. I'm going to do this one first, and I think I'll have it done within a month. And it's first. 2 will happen after 1, 3 will happen after 2. And prioritizing versus being hard and fast on those dates. Yeah, financials are, I think, just about everybody's nemesis, especially if you're a creator type entrepreneur. There's a couple of different types of entrepreneurs. Some of us are like, I'm a highly creative entrepreneur. Financials are a nightmare for me. I don't like doing them. I need another person to walk through them with me and help hold me accountable, which is good because you can get people to do that for you. So it works. The biggest thing I want you to understand is like, if you've struggled with all this so far, if shiny objects are derailing you on a constant basis and you're struggling to set those goals, struggling to track your finances, struggling to do all of these things, you are not alone. The frameworks we're going to be teaching you today took 3 powerful, intelligent women a long time to create. Me, Melanie, and our other partner who's not here today, spent a lot of time creating these. And none of us got where we're at on our own either. I've been at this for like 16 years. I think, Melanie, you've been at it for what, 3 or 4 now? I don't even remember how long Victoria's been at it. It's been a minute, but it took a lot of us a long time. Yes,
there's a third partner. You'll meet her soon. Don't worry. You'll meet her soon.
She's on vacation right now. I'll explain how she fits in here in a second. See, we've got her over here on this side, so you'll see her here in a minute. Jade is actually one of our students at the Neurospasticity Academy, along with Yari and Gwen, and so they kind of know a little bit more of the behind the scenes stuff. Okay, so Melanie, I'll let you lead this one today as we teach you these frameworks. We're banishing your villain.
Today, hello everybody. If you don't know me, I am the official mindset and success coach here at the Neurospasticity Academy. So you know those annoying people that will correct your grammar. I am the one that will correct your terminology for talking shit about yourself. Okay, so especially Jade, you talking about you're scared to look at your financials. We'll talk about that later. We'll get it into a better state of mind, get you into a better way to look at that. But today we are going to banish the villains in your story. Okay. All the crap that you've been told about how to be successful. If you ever hear me say you need to hustle and grind to be successful, just know that I'm being held against my will. And that is my secret signal to come and save me. All right. I will never tell you to hustle. We will never tell you to grind. We'll never tell you all that other crap that these bro marketers and other people will tell you are the secrets to success, because it's just not true. Failure is not an option. That's actually a mindset, right? I went into business because I said, I'm not having anybody tell me what to do anymore. This just ain't gonna work for me. Not happening, right? Absolutely not. Work-life balance is a myth. Really, balance is boring to obtain. Think about how you get a scale to balance out. You have to be meticulous. We don't have time for that. We're thinking about harmony. Okay, we're not thinking about balance, we're thinking about harmony, because certain parts of your life are going to need more attention. Certain parts of your business are going to need more attention. And as long as you feel good about how you're spreading your time, we're good to go. Stay in your lane. I have so many passions. Which lane do you want me to choose? We're not going to tell you that you have to pick just one, because it's ridiculous to expect. You just need to try harder. Man, if I don't put my fist through a wall, the next time I hear somebody say you just need to try harder, then we'd all be doing real well, because I know every single one of us has heard that since the moment we can remember. You just need to try harder. You're so smart. You just need to apply yourself. If it's boring, and there's no amount of trying that's going to work, right? And You have to focus on one thing at a time. Can you imagine if we could just fully focus on one thing at a time, the amount of stuff we could get done? No. What I'm going to tell you is that we are going to be able to rein in your focus and harness that hyper focus, right? But we have to do it in a safe and effective way. And there are many factors to take into account before we can even get you there. So today what we're going to explain to you is some stuff that is going to give you some real aha moments. We're going to go deep. We're going to cut deep and we're going to hit hard, but these are all things that you need to know, and you're going to feel a lot better by the end of it today. Okay. So remember, anytime you hear something that is a revelation, drop a little hashtag nugget in the comments, and we will make sure that we point that part out in the recordings and everything. Okay. So if there's no questions, let's go.
Well, and drop any other villains or myths or things. Like I love the one that Jennifer just put in there. This is how insert cookie cutter strategy here. I was successful. Yeah. Oh, those are Melanie can tell you. Those are the things that I love to just go at and pick the hell apart. I will poke holes in everything they're doing because that's not, that's not the whole story. Like, oh, I ran this 5-day challenge. I made $140,000. Okay, cool. Why? And I have went out of my way to go interview people and to go ask people. I wanted to know why, how, because somebody else goes and does the exact same thing and makes $0 and spent 80 hours putting the thing together.
Wasn't there one guy who had like 50,000 people on his email list? No wonder you had a successful launch, buddy. You don't say. Yeah. It's a numbers game. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, the guy, like I interviewed him, so like it's out there on YouTube or somewhere where Chris made $140,000 on a 5-day challenge, but he had spent years, him and his partner, building this membership community in a super tight, focused niche, and he talked to his community, found a problem that they were having, and created a challenge around solving that problem. Go figure why he was able to do that, right? And they had physical products they had come up with that they were dropping in the mail. Like they had a card deck and all kinds of stuff. So when you're like selling your VIP tickets and making $140,000 and you're literally mailing people products that you have created as a coach, like, oh, come on. Yeah, it sounds impressive, but oh yeah, see, I'm already on like a little tiny soapbox about that. That one gets under my skin big because like the strategy itself isn't successful. It's the underlying business that makes it successful. The business model, what you've done to build it and grow it to a certain point, where your mindset is, you're going into it. Like if you're doing 50 million thousand things and you found the shiny tactic that's supposed to be amazing and you go do it when you don't even have enough time to sleep and feed yourself properly, is it likely to be successful? No, of course not. Right? See, a soapbox. That's a good one. Okay, I'm gonna move on. All right, so today we're going to be covering all these frameworks you've been missing out on, the things that are making it really hard, right? They're designed for your brain. We're covering this in a way that is neurospicy friendly. People have time to eat in the day. I literally had a breakfast bar and I'm drinking a protein shake right now. So I am feeding my human, maybe not in like the best possible way I could today, but I got.
And we will take breaks today to demand that you go feed your human as well. So don't you worry.
Yeah. We'll remind you so you don't have to remember to go get water and go, bathroom breaks and all that good jazz. So, but we are going to banish the shinies and our goal is choice. So remember that whatever, I don't care what your financial goals are. I don't care what your time goals are. And the idea is that you have choices. If you don't want to clean a toilet ever again, you get to the point where you can hire someone to come do that for you. If you don't want to fold and wash your own laundry, there are people who will do that for you. If you don't want to go to the grocery store, there are people who would do that for you. You can hire people to do all the things you don't want to do, but you have to have the money and the time and all that to even find those people, hire those people, manage those people. So we got to get you to that point. Okay. All right. So let's get ready to escape the shine clone and reclaim control over your life. All right. Now you heard us talk about earlier, it's not about focusing on one thing. You actually can't focus on one thing because you need 3 things to operate in harmony if you're going to be able to grow and scale your business. Those 3 things are you, your business, and your clients. And this is why it took 3 of us to put this together. It wasn't something that we could do on our own. Like I had my bit where I was really good at helping people figure out how to, build a business up around serving clients, right? Because they're the ones who are going to put the money into your business. So if you're not serving them the right way, you're not going to have the funds to do what you need to do. But then if you're burning out your human and you don't have somebody helping you with your mindset, doesn't matter if you have the best design business plan in the world, you can't execute on it consistently and sustainably. It's not going to happen. And then if you ever want to break free from your business and have some choice to be able to go take a month off and your business actually grow while you're gone, because that's a goal, right? It's one you want to be able to achieve. You need a team, which is where Victoria comes in, which is why most people haven't really met her too much yet. Everybody's getting to that point. They've got to get these other two pieces down first, which is why me and Melanie are here. When you get these other two pieces down, then you're ready to start building a team up around you. You have that really strong foundation, and you can start bringing in other people and letting them take that burden off. And that's where Victoria comes in with her flow plan. So these three things, if you're just focusing on you, and you're just focusing on your clients, and you're not paying attention to keeping your business happy and healthy, like your business is a standalone little entity with its own little bank account, its own little needs, its own little demands. If you're not paying attention to it, you're not going to be scalable. You're not going to be able to get that burden off of you. Right? Likewise, if you're just focusing on your business and you're focusing on your clients and you're not focusing on yourself, it's not sustainable. You're going to burn out. You're going to be overwhelmed. You're going to be constantly chasing shiny objects. You're going to be chasing chaos, which is one of the things that was a huge aha moment for me when Melanie said it the first time, that we actually can become addicted to chaos. And when we get things running smoothly, we try and fill them in with more things that are chaotic instead of just enjoying things being easier. And then if you're focusing on you and you're focusing on your business, if you're not paying attention to your clients, you're not going to be successful. They're the ones who fuel this whole system. They're going to give you money in exchange for transformation. And if you don't provide that transformation the way you said you would, they're going to stop giving you money, which means you're going to constantly have to be fighting for more and more clients. Your reputation is going to get damaged. You're just not going to be able to hit that success. Right? Yeah, hashtag nugget addicted to chaos. Yeah. First time
we get addicted to the cortisol, right? So we get addicted to cortisol, and there's a saying that made me fully understand why it was so necessary to do things like regulate my nervous system. And the saying is, you don't teach someone to swim when they're drowning. So we have to get you to a place where the water is calm and you are strong and you are capable of really learning how to swim. Right. So that's how we like to put it in perspective. If all you've ever known was your house being on fire, and that's normal to have a fire in the kitchen while you're sitting in the living room, that's what you're going to expect from life. And then when you find peace, if you're not expecting it, it's going to feel boring and you're not going to like it.
Yeah, which really happens a lot in your business world and stuff. It's one of the main reasons we go chase shiny objects a lot of times too, is because if things are going well, and there's this one little part that's like, we have to go find something new. We have to go launch something new. We have to go create a new problem. And a lot of times our business is a big part of our life. So we end up spending more time there. We're not filling in the gap with fun stuff, with stuff outside of business, which is what we really want you to be able to do. Yeah, damaged reputation can really happen. I can tell you it is possible to overcome it. Yes. I had that happen. I mean, I said, I've been in business for 16 years. I have imploded my entire business multiple times, because I wasn't happy with it for one reason or another. I was really addicted to chaos. I had to, I wasn't happy with our clients, or I wasn't happy with how I was feeling, or I wasn't happy with how the business was doing. And I mean, I have literally burned it to the ground multiple times over. We fired, I think, 30 odd clients over the span of a couple months one time. Just fired them. Just said, here, I can't work with you anymore, and just let them go. So you can recover from having your reputation be damaged because you're not able to fulfill on what you promised to the clients. And we're going to be teaching you that today. You're going to learn how to start doing some today. Sometimes I think I'm growing my knowledge on something, but no. Yeah, now that is a big one. I love that you brought that up, April, because we do go into research mode, and that can be in reaction to a series of failures. So if you chased a couple of shinies and you either haven't fully implemented them, or you implemented them and they didn't work the way you saw it, you kind of get a little afraid that if you do it again, you're going to get the same negative outcome, but you have to do something. So it's really easy to get stuck in a research loop. Like it was really powerful for me the first time I came to Melanie. I said, Melanie, I don't need to know anything new to get where I want to go.
I believe I was the one that told you that. I believe my actual sentence was, you don't have to get any more certifications to charge more money in your business. You know a lot of information that is very helpful. We just have to get it to the right people. But it was her big revelation. Her first big revelation was understanding that she knew enough. She didn't have to learn anymore. Her imposter syndrome is that she doesn't know enough. My imposter syndrome is that I'm not far along enough. So it shows up all in weird ways for all of us.
Yeah. And yeah, you don't have to have more certifications to charge more in your business. You want me to share with you the biggest secret to being able to charge more in your business? Charging more.
That's all.
That's it. That's literally it. You just keep increasing the price until people quit buying it.
Yeah.
It's really that simple. Like I just have to like dramatic pause because literally that's it.
Yeah.
It is
I've had clients say to me
what
before,
people will pay for things.
well, what about my current clients? And I said, nobody is on your website memorizing your prices. Okay. Nobody. And if you're not a publicly traded company, what the fuck? What do we care? What are we talking about here? Right. So, but that has a lot to do with mindset. And again, we're going to dive into that today too.
Yeah. Well, and that's a good point too. Like, what about my current clients? Have y'all ever heard of this little thing called cost of living increase? Even if you've had a client for 2 or 3 years, you do increase your prices over time. You should be reevaluating, reassessing your prices every single year and deciding if you need to approach any of your clients with the price increase. Most of the time, the answer is going to be yes. Old clients come back to tarnish your name because they didn't receive the, yes, that can happen. If they didn't receive the product or service they were expecting. There are a lot of strategies that you can do to kind of de-escalate it in the beginning, but some people are just assholes.
Yeah, some people are just mad. It's okay. It's not your fault.
And the biggest thing that you can do there is, have y'all ever seen these like expert customer service representatives? Like they just handle people without getting phased. Anything they put out publicly, you respond to, don't ignore it, but channel that energy that this does not faze me. I hear you. I'm sorry you had that experience, right? Because what happens is those negative comments can actually boost your business because other people are going to rally to your defense. They're going to see this person being unreasonable and be like, dude, they're being nice. They're trying to handle it well. And you're being an ass, right? Like let them be the ass, not you, right? So many things that you can do there. Yeah, and you can also, so another little trick too that you can do when you're trying to raise your price while I'm thinking about this one is you can include something that adds more value for an existing client, but doesn't really cost you any more money, right? Or any more time. It can be little extra features or something along those lines that you can just bundle in.
Yeah.
So there's lots of cool things you can do there, but I love this. So many great comments. This is exciting. Okay. All right, let's dive in. So this is the system that we're going to be going through. The way we're going to do this is we are going to run through what everything is. So if you've been to our past workshops, it's a little bit of a shakeup from our previous formula. We're going to explain what all of these pillars are. And then we're going to come back, we'll take a break, and then we're going to come back and you're going to actually create your action plan. So you can just absorb the whole system and get it into you right now. And then we'll come back and do the action plan after the break. So hold on to your hats. Let's run. All right. These two pillars are paired together because positioning yourself as a leader is really central to everything that we're going to be teaching you. It means you're an expert at what you do for the people you do it for. It means you're passionate, which fixes some of those issues where you're not delivering on the promises that you're making to clients, probably because you're not clear on what those promises are. This starts to fix that. I am an expert at doing this for these people. I'm really passionate about it. I'm going to be the best one at doing it. And people are going to trust me. They're going to follow me and they're going to look to me for guidance. Okay. And then Melanie's side.
Having a leadership mindset takes action and you have to nurture it continuously. It's not just going to magically appear. And it is something that we do have to be mindful and intentional about, right? But a leadership mindset means that you believe in your worth, #nugget, that you know you can create an impact. You don't fear and hold yourself back from taking action. You're not worried about what people think about you. And you are on track and focused on becoming the person that you aspire to be. Okay.
And nobody else gives you this title.
Nobody else gives you the title of a leader. Nobody else gives you the title of an expert. You have to do that first. And then other people go, oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is a really powerful thing. Like I think Melanie said that to me one day too. And I was like, dude, I love it. Yeah, because I mean, that's really what it is. You just say, this is who I am and this is what I do and this is who I do it for. And I'm really good at it. And then done. Period.
Yeah.
Period. That's it.
Yep.
Okay. The reason why this is so powerful and what it's all about is because you become a specialist and you say, this is what I do and this is who I do it for and this is how I go about doing it. You become somebody they can trust. And when you become someone they can trust, that's going to shorten and simplify your sales cycle. I don't think anybody here likes doing sales. Most neurodivergent people do not, right? Sales really sucks. I don't want to have to convince someone to buy my thing. I just want them to want to buy my thing. And then I can say yes, right? Like, cool, you're in. You get really good at delivering the results for people too, because you're focused on it. When you say, I help this person do this thing, you activate your natural problem solving capabilities. You get really good at helping someone do that thing. And when you can do that over and over again, it's going to get better. It's going to get easier for other people to refer customers to you because they understand what you do, right? How many people have you ever, like, you're hearing them talk and you're like, I don't even know what you do. I have no idea what your business is, right? How am I supposed to refer people to you if I don't understand who the people are that you want, right? Same thing happens with if you want to be a speaker, if you're expecting to go do more public speaking, there are event managers who are looking at you trying to figure out what you do and trying to figure out if they should bring you in. And if you can't even say what you do, how are they supposed to know? Which means you get a lot better at explaining it too. And you get better at creating products and services that actually get a better result. Because if you're hell-bent on, I help this person achieve this goal, you're going to start creating products and services that are going to help them do that. As you do that, you're going to be able to stack those services. And I'll talk about that a little bit more here in a minute, which is going to keep people in your world longer. It's going to get them paying more, and it's going to get it where you're not having to constantly be in sales mode. You're making more off the same people. You're intentionally creating word of mouth. You're doing a lot of really smart things. And then Melanie.
The playbook. This is how we're going to really, this is why it's so important to nurture your leadership mindset, right? You can start controlling your direction and creating proactive routines versus reactive routines. A proactive routine is created because of your energy levels that fluctuate, because of the size of your goals and how quickly you'd like to achieve them, but they are sustainable. A reactive routine is when you realize that everything is falling apart around you and that you need to develop a whole perfect routine. So you spend a day creating a new, detailed, very strict routine where you're going to wake up at 5 a.m. every day and you're going to exercise for 2 hours and you're going to have your protein shake and you're not going to drink Diet Dr. Pepper all day and you're going to have all your water and you're never going to forget to eat, you're never going to forget to pee, and everything's going to be perfect and fine and your business is going to take off and you're going to make hundreds of thousands of dollars a month and everything's going to be great. You do that routine for a day or two, life takes over, gets in the way, and then you go right back to everything's falling apart. I need to create a whole new routine. I know everybody feels called out in this part. I'm sorry, Angie. So we are thinking proactively instead of reactively, right? It's also so that you can take action without agonizing over the decision. Okay, at one point, the iteration of my business was that I help overthinkers. Okay, so we grow, we evolve, but somehow I'm still working with the people that overthink and overanalyze and then agonize over the decision. Okay, so if you have a lot of Libra placements, this is very expected. Don't worry, we can get through it together. You just need different strategies. Gwen, I love you. But Gwen, you're getting so much better at it. I love it. So direct. Christina and I were talking about you the other day. So if you think about it, does a CEO agonize over a decision? Or do people go to the CEO and say, okay, this, and this, and then they say, okay, well, that then, and that, right? You got to be able to make a decision. You got to be able to trust your gut and your judgment. And because you want to be authentic without fear of what other people think. Here's the thing. Here's the motherfucking thing. I was walking out of a coffee shop the other day and a lady ran across the street screaming ma'am at me and said, I came from across the street to tell you how beautiful you are. And I said, thank you so much. Have a fantastic day. Not even 5 minutes later, as I'm driving down the road to pick up my kid from the bus stop, a man in a yellow Jeep flipped me off for passing by him while he was pulling out of a driveway. Okay. Same day, 5 minutes apart, nothing changed. Right. So you have no control over how people are going to perceive you. And it's none of your business what somebody's opinion of you is. It's not going to change anything, right? They're not paying your bills or providing your orgasms. It doesn't matter. They're not the one that we consult with, right? And if you're spending all your time masking and all your energy masking mentally and physically, you have no time and energy left for yourself or your business or your clients. It's just, we only have this much energy in a day and this much time in a day. And if we're dedicating a big portion of that to worrying about what Tom, Dick, and Harry think about us, I can't help you. Right? If I find more time and energy, I'm going to hoard it and never show anybody else. But again, it's not it, right? You also need to be able to trust that you can take risks that result in a success without that overthinking and analyzing, right? There's a saying that I'm probably going to butcher, but entrepreneurs sacrifice and work hard for a period of time that most people aren't willing to, and take risks that most people aren't willing to, so that we can live in a way that most people will never experience, right? And entrepreneurs are not necessarily paid for their hours worked, but they're paid for their risks taken, okay?
Yeah.
Not everybody can do this. Not everybody can live this life. But we're also the ones, there's a lot of people that can get told what to do. I don't know about you, but that ain't me. That is not me. That's why I started my business in the first place. So I want you to also remember that you're inspiring people you don't even know. You're inspiring people that are diligently watching you and you don't even know, simply by being yourself and putting yourself out there and doing what it is you do. You're really good at something. You figured it out. You started a business. Yeah, you may doubt yourself from time to time, but you're really good at what you do, and everybody deserves to know that. And because people are going to be depending on you, your clients, your team, your community, your family, yourself, right? People rely on you. We know that. And because you really need to start making your impact wherever it is you want, right? Christina has this fantastic ability to help you understand exactly who you are going after, exactly who you benefit the most. And we are going to, again, go over all of that today. I'm so excited. Are there any questions? Okay, let's keep going.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people forget that as entrepreneurs, we get compensated for the risk we take, not the hours we put in. Most people, when you start your business, you are effectively a freelancer. Now, you might be calling yourself a CEO, you might be calling yourself a founder, you might actually have a business name versus just going out and applying for jobs willy-nilly as yourself, but you're functioning as a freelancer. Our goal is to get you functioning as an entrepreneur. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit more here in a minute. Okay. The next two things that we put together are focusing on helping one customer on one journey, because this is about more than choosing a niche. Okay. It's about making an effort to serve instead of sell. A lot of times when we launch a business, we think about like, oh, I can like build websites, or I can write content, or I can help people with marketing, or I can coach people, or what. That is about you. It's not about them. And if you're going to build a very successful business, you have to think about them. How do you show up and serve the people that are going to fund this lifestyle that you want? They're going to fund your staff. They're going to fund everything so that you have choices. You're there to support their journey. You're their Sherpa, not their destination. And you have to know where they're going if you're going to do that correctly, which means you're going to have to trust yourself on a few things, which is what Melanie helps with.
Hold on, I'm writing that down. You're their Sherpa, not their destination. Thank you. Destination. Carry the one. Okay. So when you're in touch with your intuition, right, we have to unlock your intuition with what I call mindful magic, right? Being aware of the steps that you're going to take every day, waking up in the morning and being like, this is the kind of day I'm going to have, right? Because if you just, I don't know about you, I got a bunch of different chronic illnesses, and some mornings I wake up stiff and cracking, and some mornings I wake up feeling pretty good, but I never really know which one's going to be which. And if you are not using your magic and your mindfulness and setting an intention, then what are we doing, right? We got to get out of autopilot. So when you're in touch with your intuition, you can move forward with a lot of confidence, okay? Nobody can shake you. Nobody can knock you off your track, because you know that you are being led by whatever forces that it is, and that you can trust your gut and trust your intuition. Because we have to be able to get where we're going faster, easier, and with a greater chance of success for ourselves, for our clients, for our business, for everything. And if you do not trust your intuition, then it's going to be a lot more difficult to get there.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I'm over here chatting with people on the side. Okay, sorry. I'll quit getting distracted. Okay. When we're talking about focusing on helping one customer on one journey, you're going to be there for them for years, right? So this is not what you're used to thinking of if you're familiar with like traditional buyer journeys or customer avatars. This is something nobody else teaches, nobody else talks about. I've looked, I cannot find anybody else talking about it. This is about being there for maybe a decade of somebody's life, right? You're not just going to swoop in, solve one problem, fly away. You might start there, but you're going to grow your business by being there longer. It's really good for them because you're there to support them for a much longer time frame. And it's really profitable for you because you're not having to put all this energy into marketing and sales if you can go get one person at one stage and then be able to stay with them for a decade. It's going to help you be able to stack your services and your products so that you're supporting them at multiple stages of their journey. It's going to help you identify profitable partnerships and stuff as well. Like there's other people that offer services to support your customer where you don't or don't want to support them. So this is about their journey, not what you sell, because we want to identify those opportunities. You might find something that's not even remotely related to what you do. Like I didn't teach people mindset. I would have never met Melanie if I wasn't looking for some of that kind of stuff. If I wasn't looking at, oh, my target audience could really use someone that can tune up their brain and get them where they can do the things I'm telling them to do. Right. But that's not a service I can offer. It's not a service I want to offer. It's not something I can help them with. So being able to partner with people that do things that maybe not even in your wheelhouse generally is really important. It also really helps you with the shiny objects because it puts some guardrails up. If you're really clear on, I help this person do this thing, and now you're like, but do they need this new shiny that I found? Is that going to help them do the thing? No. Okay, cool. Let's not do that. Right. Or, oh, it will help them. So now it's not a shiny object. It's actually something you need to implement. And you're not going to be guessing about what to sell. So many people stress out on what do I sell, or what marketing tactics do I put into place, or what do I do for this, or what do I do?
You just scroll on your Instagram and look at all the people that say, here's my free lead magnet for this one part of your business, la, la, la. You go, all right, well, I guess that's what I need. I guess that's what I need. I guess that's what I need. If you don't know who you're selling to, and if you don't know all of their ups and downs and their entire journey, you're just throwing stuff out there hoping, it's like throwing noodles at the wall and hoping they'll stick.
And somebody out there's got a success story where they threw a noodle and it stuck. But that's not, we don't want you guessing, right? You have limited time, limited energy, but the ability to make a massive impact. If we can focus that in a little bit and harness your natural problem solving, you'll hear me say natural problem solving abilities all the time. Because especially as neurodivergent entrepreneurs, we are very good problem solvers. We extrapolate massive amounts of data in short amount of times. Our brains like doing that for the most part. When you're not burned out, stressed out, and you can actually activate that, it's very powerful. So we're going to be using that and leveraging that skill to build your business. And then you can't do that without trusting your intuition.
You really can't do it without trusting your intuition, because your intuition, your spirit team, the universe, God, your gut, whatever it is that you identify with, you'll hear me talk about my spirit guides. You'll hear me talk about the universe. You'll hear me talk about psychic powers, all sorts of stuff. I'm super woo. The blue-haired one is woo adjacent. So we have something that fits every single person. Don't you worry. But whatever you believe is the basis of your power, right? You are inherently powerful. Everybody write it down. I want you to write down, I am a powerful woman, whatever it is you want to say. You know, I use bitch very lovingly, but one of my affirmations that I used way back in the day when I was still working at the Cheesecake Factory and building this business was a post-it note on my mirror in the bathroom that said, I'm a powerful bitch, right? Because here's the thing, get ready for a nugget. You've always had to be strong, but now it's time to be powerful. There's a difference in having to be strong and push yourself and make it and do all this on your own or with what little support you have. But once we can really hone in that power, everything changes. Then you have people running across the street to tell you how beautiful you are when you're just walking out of the cafe with an iced latte, right? So that's where we want you to get. So wherever you have to write that down, I am a powerful person. I am a powerful magic maker, whatever it is you want to say, right? And you have to know deep down that what you desire is aligned with you in some way, shape, or form or fashion. You are never, ever, ever going to dream or fantasize or have a goal that is out of reach for you, okay? Some goals may take longer to get. Some goals may take more inner work to align with, but nothing is out of reach. If you're thinking about it and it's something you desire, it's absolutely something you are capable of achieving, okay? And if you don't go after it, you get resentful, you get mad, you get overwhelmed, and you just stay scared, right? There's no reason for that. I tell you what, I used to hate a girl that I worked with at the Cheesecake Factory who had big, long, sparkly nails longer than mine. And she would sing happy birthday to her tables in her kind of off-key, really, really belty voice. And I did not like her. Everybody knew I didn't like her. I was so mad at her. And within 4 months of quitting the Cheesecake Factory and going full-time in my business, I have long, sparkly nails. I walk around making as much noise as I want to without caring about what people think about me. So there are little signs all around us too. If you really despise somebody for something, you probably secretly really, really want that. And this is your intuition trying to tell you that. Okay. So take note of what makes you mad, because things that make you mad could eventually make you really, really happy. And if you ignore your intuition, you'll just keep second guessing everything. And your inner critic is just going to keep hollering at you all the time. All the time, your inner critic is going to say, you suck. You're not making enough. You're not working enough. You don't have the right clients. You can't actually help people. Who do you think you are? The number one thing my inner critic and my imposter syndrome says to me is, who do you think you are? Right? So if we ignore the intuition, then Piper, the asshole in our brain, is going to start piping up and telling us you suck and you're not worthy of this. And that's simply not the case. Your intuition will help you in your business relationships and your familial relationships. Okay. You will always know when there's something going on with your business partner. You will always know when there's something going on with your kid. You will always know when there's something going on with your friend. You will always know when there's something going on with your client. Right? The good news is the stronger you get your intuition doesn't mean everybody else's intuition gets stronger. So a lot of us fear really connecting with what's going on with other people because we don't want them to know what's going on with us. I'm an ultra independent trauma response girl. If anybody else is, I'll just do it myself. Thank you very much, because I can't depend on anybody else. So just because you're able to tap into what's going on with other people doesn't mean they can tap into you. So you can eliminate that fear right now, right? And because Christina taught me this one, success leaves clues. And you are going to hear all the gurus talking about the same thing over and over and over again. They all talk about intuition, trusting your gut, a higher power, what guides them. Some people talk about God. Some people talk about spirit guides. Some people talk about the universe, but it's all the same thing, right? We're all talking about that driving force that is bigger than ourselves, that is steering us in the right direction at all times if we will simply let go of the motherfucking wheel every once in a while and go, right? The gut is so powerful. I'm currently teaching my daughter how to harness it. Yes, Angie. Yes. I don't have a daughter.
We're actually talking about that at the beginning of this call too, that like the solar system thing. Cause like me and Yari are both very like woo adjacent, woo, maybe a little like surprise sometimes, but Melanie will be like, yeah, the stars are doing this kind of crap today. So this is what you can expect. And we're like, yeah, stars, whatever. Okay, cool. And then by the end of the day, we're like, all right, she's right again. What the hell?
My two favorite words. Two favorite words. You're right.
Yep.
You are right.
All right. So the next two pieces of this are that you can sell nearly anything, but that doesn't mean you should, right? That's one of the biggest nuggets that will help you with your shiny object things. Just because you can sell it, build it, whatever, does not mean that you should. The goal is to design your services and products with intention and focus on helping someone get through their journey and be in better shape than they would be if they hadn't met you. Now, you'll hear me say products a lot because services are products. If we're doing it right, we are going to productize our services. We're going to pack it up in a way that somebody that's not us can deliver it, so that we can deliver it consistently, even when it's just us, and get the same outcome every time. I know there was some chat earlier about like wasn't able to deliver on what you promised the client. When we productize our services, we get better at delivering every single time. We're consistent with what we do. And this goes with what we just talked about, one customer, one journey. Because if I productize a service to help this one person do this one thing, and then I go sell it to somebody who's not that person, they're not going to get the same result, right? So these things kind of interlock and start to form these foundations that you can really build and scale on. So when I say products, I do also mean services, because we're productizing our services. So keep that in mind as we go on.
Yeah.
And
on the playbook side, you have to unlock productivity by hacking your time, okay? When we realize that we have to factor in our time, how much time you have available. I have a 13-year-old and an almost 15-year-old, 2 male dogs and a husband. Everybody's a man in this house except for me. I'm the one running the motherfucking show all day, every day, right? So I know between this time and this time, I have to drop a kid off the bus stop, so I can't be working on anything, right? Because I can't be texting and driving, because that's dangerous and it's against the law. So, and you only have this much energy every day, right? That really, time, if you can understand it with your time blindness, that's pretty fixed. But our energy, I know most people here have some form of chronic illness, whether you know it or not, because the comorbidity rate of a lot of chronic illnesses with neurodivergence, ADHD, and autism is flabbergasting, right? And you're talking to the girl, we were talking about research earlier. I want everybody to know that I have arranged my schedule so that every single day I can research at least 2 hours a day. And I'm not lying. Everybody here that sits with me at the Neurospicy Academy knows that I am researching a lot of the time, right? If I was a company or if I was part of a company, I would be research and development is what I would be, right? It just lights up my soul, makes me so happy. So when it comes to our energy and waking up every day and looking at a to-do list from the day before that has 20 items on it, and today you woke up and your back hurts and your tummy's not happy, perhaps you started your period, whatever it is, our energy is going to dictate what we're able to do, not vice versa. You don't say, oh, I have 20 things on my to-do list, but I feel like utter crap and I'm super duper tired and my body hurts. Let me do all 20. It's not possible. If it were possible, nobody would need me. Okay? Just so you know. So it's absolutely not possible. I've tried. Christina's tried. Yari's tried. Every single person that's at the Neurospicy Academy has tried to push back against their energy and their executive function. And here's the thing Christina taught me. If you are pushing yourself past your limits today, you're borrowing executive function from tomorrow. It's not unlimited. So if you're working till 9 p.m. tonight, when you normally stop working at 5 p.m., tomorrow morning, you're not waking up bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at 5 a.m. You're going to have to sleep in. You're going to have to take some rest, right? So you want to make sure that you're selling things that you can deliver on reliably. And look, everything works out exactly how it's supposed to. We've been talking about deliverables and what you're able to do. And you want to be able to deliver your offer and your services without burning yourself out, overworking, or missing deadlines. Right? Because you know, when you're missing a deadline, you're not sitting there being like, la, 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 I just don't want to do it. You're sitting there going, oh my God, I need to do this. I need to do this. I need to do this. You have to do this. And you're not doing it. Executive function has said, nope. And ADHD paralysis has said, hello, I'm here. And you're screaming at yourself in your brain to do the thing and you can't get yourself to do the thing. It's not fun. It's not a fun scenario. That's why we want to get you out of that scenario.
And there are some things that improve over time, like when you're meeting with clients and stuff along those lines, when you're more emotionally regulated and you've done some of this work that Melanie teaches you, you don't get as burned out on the flip side. So you can handle a little bit more. But like if you're somebody who gets super burned out by meeting with humans, like you just get exhausted, you need time to recover after them every single time. Like if meeting with 4 different people in a day drains you, you're gonna have to bake that in, right? You're not going to be able to scale your business selling one-on-one consulting services because you can't meet with that many people in a day without just constantly being drained and stressed out. That's why I love pairing these two together, because you really have to be aware of your energy levels and you have to be aware of how you can structure your services and stuff to go along with that. Like one of the biggest things we see, especially in coaches where they screw these two up, is group coaching programs. They plan those out thinking, oh, it'll be so cool. Instead of one-on-one, I can work with a small group of people and I'll be able to charge a little bit less so I can let more people in. And then I'll make more money because even though I'm charging everybody less, I have more people per hour. But it can utterly wipe you out meeting with 30 people at one time and then having to do the in-between work to chat with them all and stuff like that. Because you're not going to just show up once a week and have people pay you for that. You're going to have to support them in the in-between. You're going to have to create some stuff that they can do when you're not watching it. So you really have to understand the impact on your energy and design your products and services around it.
Like, for example, ask Christina and me how much work we're doing tomorrow. None. We're not going to do any work tomorrow. We're going to be texting each other and sending each other voice notes all day because we're going to have all sorts of moments of revelations and ideas and whatnot. Or we're going to have a notebook full of stuff to tell each other on Sunday when we get back together. But we ain't doing nothing tomorrow because we're going to be tired babies after this. We're going to be.
This is where we planned our week. Here's tomorrow. There is nothing here. When we planned everything we're doing, it is empty.
Yeah.
All right. When we're talking about stacking and productizing your services, it does a couple of things for you. It creates a standard on how you deliver what you do, right? So we say, this is how this outcome happens, whether it's a one-on-one service, an actual whatever it is, it creates a standard. When you create a standard, you also have a very clear promise that you can make to your customers, which means you can set that expectation up front. They know what's coming. That also makes the results more predictable because we set the result from the beginning and we problem solve to achieve the result. So the odds that we're going to hit it go from being like 40, 50% to like 80, 90, 100%, right? It's going to make it easier to start training your staff because you say, hey, over here at this company, we help this person do this thing. And in order to do that, we have these like 5 services that we provide. And that is it. We don't offer anything and everything under the moon. We offer these things. If you have a really complex business, you can still do this. Maybe you do something like digital marketing. Digital marketing can still be broken down into like base Lego sets, right? So even if we build custom packages for clients, we still build them off of the same kits, right? So we're just going to pull like 3 of this kit and 2 of this kit, and we can train staff to deliver that kit. Same thing with coaching. You may think your coaching talents are completely unique, but guess what? You have the ability to create unique IP. IP is intellectual property. What me and Melanie are teaching you right now is our intellectual property. It's a framework that we developed that helps people get an outcome, that helps people redesign their business to be scalable, sustainable, successful, eliminate shiny objects, work within their neurodivergence, right? That's unique IP. At some point, do you think we train someone else to teach this? Probably, right? Like we've taught it enough times to make it watch it, we can train it. There really is almost nothing that is completely untrainable. Like you can't teach someone else to do it. It's going to help you optimize your profitability in a few ways because you're delivering the same things consistently. You can track your cost on delivering it, and you can set your prices so that you account for the profit margins that you need to create. But you're also going to get more efficient because you're doing the same things over and over again. You're going to problem solve the areas that are taking too long, that are costing too much, that are not meeting your quality standards, etc. It's going to help you collect more case studies as well, because you said, hey, person, we're going to help you do this. And then you can track whether or not you actually did that, right? That turns into case studies. You can start tracking where it goes off the rails. You can start saying that, you know, okay, well, we went from here to here, and then somehow we ended up over here in left field, and it started here. Let's troubleshoot for that. Let's collect data for that. It's going to make your marketing and sales easier because you know what you're promising. You know you can deliver on it, so you're not going to feel like you're, imposter syndrome roaring up and you're selling something you can't deliver. It's going to help you with having those numbers. It's going to help you with collecting those case studies, having those testimonials. And when you combine all of that with what we just talked about with the multi-level avatar, with serving one person for years, you start stacking those services up and down. Can you guys see how much money you can make in such a short amount of time and how much impact you can have? It's crazy. I love it. But you have to have the time to do it.
And while I have not figured out the secret to having more than 24 hours in a day, I have figured out the secret to scheduling yourself to take advantage of your most energized, most productive, most focused times, and then allow for the rest on those times that your brain and body says, nap, please, snack, please, rest, please, right? So time hacking really allows you to start setting boundaries that maximize your output without the burnout, right? Who here knows that they are able to hyperfocus? I know about hyperfocus. I love a hyperfocus. Who here has messed up the rest of their schedule because they were accidentally hyperfocused? Whoops. What do you mean? You mean I got to an appointment an hour early because I was so paranoid about being late, and then I went to go get a coffee while I waited, and then I forgot about the appointment and I was late anyway? Never. That's never happened to me. I don't know what you're talking about. So we're really thinking about giving you a way to schedule new products, projects, new launches when you have time blindness. Time blindness is here to stay, baby. They have not figured out a different way to organize the brain so that we can understand the concept of time, because it's not even real. It's just what the neurotypicals and the holistics want us to believe, right? Because think about the last time you were on a really fantastic vacation. It went by like that. I know some neurospices that don't even like going on vacation anymore because they get so sad when it's over and they come home. That's me too. I'll close the bathroom door when we get done with a trip, and we're back home, and you're like, oh my God, it's all over. Did we even go? Was it even worth it? But then when you're stuck sitting here talking about doing the most boring thing in the world, it takes forever, because time is really how we're sensing it. So it also makes getting the results predictable, okay? We want predictability and reliability, but we don't want sameness and boring. Does that make sense? We want predictability and reliability, but we don't want the same and boring, because that's never going to work. We have an interest-based nervous system. It makes it easier to stay on task. Shiny objects, what? Getting derailed, what? Even when you don't like the task, right? So it's really going to get you to the point where you can knock out the boring shit and stop your brain screaming at you in ADHD paralysis about all the things that you have to do that you're avoiding, right? And it opens up the ability to spend more time on your hobbies without guilt. Okay. And I'm really going to rock your world right now. When you are feeling guilty about not working on your business, what you're actually experiencing is shame. Guilt is when you do something wrong and you know it. Shame is when you're shoulding yourself. Okay. I should do more. I should be working. I should be doing this. I should be doing that. That's shaming. Should lives in shame. Shame lives in should. There's no reason for it. Would you want your child to be feeling that way? Would you want your best friend to be feeling that way? Would you want your partner to be feeling that way? No. Should be a bad word. Absolutely. Agreed. That's what we'll put it in. It's a 5-letter word because I do like some of my 4-letter words. Now, it helps you optimize your profitability. Listen, baby, if you work with clients all over the world, I do. I work with clients all over the world. Then I know if I'm meeting with an Australian client at 7 a.m. or 7 p.m., because those are really the only overlapping times that we're both awake and deal with the bull. If I'm meeting with somebody at 7 a.m. or 7 p.m., that's going to change the opposite time of that day, right? So if I have to be up and talkable at 7 a.m., I'm going to be in bed at 8 that night. Okay? Not going on a nighttime walk. I'm not going to go out that night. I'm not going to do any of that because I had to get up really early and then be deal with a bull at 7 a.m. Same thing. If I have to be awake at 7 p.m. for a client call, I'm not going to be up talking to people at 7 a.m. That's going to be too many people. That's going to be too many communications. I'm not going to like it. I'm not going to be happy. Right? And this goes even into thinking about like what is going to overstimulate me. I'm sitting here looking at a ring light that I want to just forever. And I don't have my fake hair in because I knew we were going to be here for a long time today. And I didn't want to get overstimulated to the point where my children and husband would hate me tonight. Because overstimulated actually just means irritable. Just so you know. Just so you know. So it's also going to help you rest and recharge. When was the last time you laid down or you watched a show, whatever position that you watch shows in, and you just watched it and enjoyed it and did not feel any sort of shame or guilt for laying there and watching a show?
Especially in the middle of the day. You just
in the middle of the day.
Feel like freaking working, and you just middle of the day went and just did something for the fuck of it, just because it was fun.
Real Housewives, anyone?
Yep.
Real Housewives? Last time I did it, I was laying there watching Real Housewives, and then it gave me a content idea, and the video did real good. So
Hell's Kitchen binge.
Ooh, yeah. Gordon Ramsay can talk to me any kind of way. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what, honey, do you have your headphones on?
Focus conversation set off a whole thing. I know you've been talking, so you hadn't seen this whole chat. There is so many, like, people are afraid of their hyperfocus because they can't stop, because they lose track of time, because they're missing meals, forgetting about bathroom breaks, being antisocial towards their family because they're focused. I will tell you, a lot of this stuff that Melanie's telling you, it does help. Right? Because you start monitoring your energy, you start paying attention to how the work you're doing makes you feel. When you do that, you start being able to anticipate which task would benefit from your hyperfocus, which ones are going to create unintentional hyperfocus. And that can allow you to plan, right? Like, I knew I was going to be sitting here for most of today. So I came with 2 protein drinks, a coffee drink, and a ginormous water. I came prepared, right? I have my Google telling me certain times of the day so that I can take a break. I have whiteboards around me so that I can jot down where my thoughts are if I do get interrupted and I need to stop. I've set better communication with my family so that I can say, I'm in a hyper-focus thing. I need to finish this thought. Give me just a minute and then you'll have my undivided attention. Yep. Like Melanie heard me say that to my husband last night because he came in while I was in the middle of hyper-focusing on finishing this presentation. Right. So
what she actually said was, I can give you a kiss, but I can't talk to you yet.
Yeah.
So, and I had one of those too the other day. Christina, you had texted me at 10:50 and I was filming a podcast episode at 11. You texted me at 10:50 and said, this application we got for the Neurospicy Academy is incredible. And I went, I will look at it after my podcast because 10 minutes was going to throw me off my podcast game. If I went, all I can do while I'm waiting for a podcast in that 10-minute holding period is scroll TikTok and wait for the other person to show up in my studio on virtually, right? I knew I couldn't go looking at this application and get super stoked about it and then try and rein it back in and bring my focus back to the podcast. So I said, I will look at that when I'm done filming, right? So it's really important knowing what we're able to do and, again, keeping that train on the tracks.
Yeah, and our hyperfocus is a superpower. You shouldn't be afraid of it. You just have to learn how to harness it. And Melanie taught me something that really stuck with me. You don't set your standard at your most productive hyperfocus day. When you say, this is what I am capable of, that is a superpower we turn on and off, right? It's a superpower that costs us, because after a really good hyperfocus session, you usually need a break. So you're not like, you'll get more done in less time, but you're going to need recovery, which kind of evens you out a little bit more. So you have to keep those kind of things in mind, but your hyperfocus should be something that you enjoy, and it should be something that you don't fear. And it should be something that actually helps you get, stuff done that you need to get done, so you can get it out of your way, and then you can go watch some shows and enjoy it. So that giving yourself grace, really giving yourself, letting go of some of that guilt and giving yourself grace to just exist as a human, however you exist, is really powerful. It is crazy powerful. All right. The next part of the system is building a client acquisition plan, because once you know who you are, right? We've already talked about that. The leadership pillar is understanding who you are. That one customer, one journey pillar is all about knowing who you help. Stacking and productizing your services is all about knowing how you help them. So now that we've got these 3 really solid foundations in place, and all the mindset stuff Melanie's been teaching you so that you can do it, right? It's time to go find them. We have to actually go find the humans to buy the thing now, which is one of the more terrifying parts of running a business. And it's a mix of active and passive and short-term and long-term strategies. But every strategy that you execute needs to have the goal of creating a community of raving fans. And when I say community, you let all the tactical crap out of your head. I'm not necessarily talking about go start a Facebook group, go start or whatever. I'm talking about having people that want to follow you, that get excited when you drop new content because they like it. They like being in your world. They might not buy from you for years. They may stay on the periphery, binging your stuff for years. That's fine. That's cool. They may refer other people to you, and you may not even know that they exist. So you really want to think about this kind of like invisible community of raving fans cheering you on all the time. That's the goal that we want, right? That's what we're going for. And these active and passive strategies, the biggest thing I want you to understand there is active means I'm going to go do it, and I should have a relatively trackable, relatively easy to see fast return, which is good. But on the flip side, if I stop doing it, I stop getting a return. So like one of the things we talk about is like going and interviewing people and creating a podcast or a blog article, because those interviews, you can close those people into clients or referral partners. But if you stop doing those interviews, that goes away. Paid ads is an active strategy. If I'm actively running ads, I'm getting leads. If I turn the ads off, I stop getting the leads. Passive strategies are longer term. Referral partnerships, blog content, social content, videos. I might not be able to see an immediate impact on my business. I'm just going to kind of keep doing these things. And over time, I'm going to show up in more search results. I'm going to show up in more people's social feeds. I'm going to have more people sending people my way. It builds up, right? And you want all of that. And it's all going to take you outside your comfort zone. So you need Melanie.
Yeah. So you're going to hear me say the word self-care all the time. First and foremost, self-care is not a massage and a pedicure. Okay. Self-care is how you take care of your body, your mind, your soul, your spirit, so that other people know how to treat you. If you think about it like that, we'll take it a lot more seriously, right? You can't expect anybody to treat you very, very well if you're not treating yourself very, very well. It's an energy. It's something you're going to put off. It's a vibe, right? People are going to stop messing around with you if they know you don't mess around like that, right? Because all of these activities that we're pushing you into are going to push you out of your comfort zone. But we all know comfort zone is not where change happens, okay? So you'll need to be able to make sure that you know where your limits are. I always say you got to know your limits so that you can become limitless, right? It doesn't seem like it's going to make sense, but it makes sense, so that you can recover faster and continue to achieve consistency and repetition and regularity. We need predictability. We need sustainable consistency. And that means, like Christina said earlier, your 100% hyper focus is not the baseline, which is a mistake that most of us has made, is thinking that every day needs to be a super duper high energy, super duper productive day in order for us to be valuable. And it's not the case. We only have to tap into that every once in a while when we want to.
Moving into some of this kind of stuff, when you're talking about building your client acquisition plan, the biggest thing that it helps you do is stop doing random acts of marketing and sales. Right? Most of us practice random acts of marketing. We see somebody else do a video and we're like, oh, I could do one like that. Let me go do it real quick. Let me go like launch a new product or service and go sell it to people. Or, oh, I have a really good idea for maybe how I can go find people and sell to them. Let me go try that real quick. And it's very random. There is no strategy. There is no plan. There is nothing that we can track against to tell if it's successful. We put a video out. If it doesn't get a bunch of likes, we're like, oh, that video must have sucked balls. Likes is not the metric. People can be randomly paying attention, accidentally like something, right? Like that's not the metric. That's a vanity metric. We want to know what the outcome is we're trying to achieve. Are we trying to build more awareness? So we're looking at views. Are we trying to get more people to actually come over and visit our website page? We need to look at clicks. We need to look at that page traffic and see if it's going up based on what we're doing. Like, are we going to spend the next 2 weeks trying to get people to go to the workshop? Like, what are we going to do? Like, yeah, we didn't even start promoting this workshop till Tuesday. Okay. Like, but we knew what we were doing and we got 40 people to sign up, and look at this full room over here that we got going on, right? We spent 4 days promoting it, but because we were strategic about the goal and the outcome, and we know what happens after the workshop, and we've spent months iterating and improving it, it was strategic. And I think I even told you, Melanie, that I anticipated around 10 people to show up live.
Yeah.
What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Boom.
Right? Because we were strategic, because we've tracked it. Okay. You're not going to be guessing on what to market about. You're not going to be guessing on how to transition from education to sales, because that was the plan. You know, a lot of times we put out a lot of really good educational content, but we have no idea how we're going to turn that into a sell. All right, like, I'm just going to go talk about this kind of stuff because people need to know about it. Okay, cool. How does that lead into the thing you're going to ask them to buy? How is buying the next logical next step for them? Okay. You want to be able to look at long-term, short-term strategies. You want to be able to look at active and passive strategies, and you want to be able to mix the two, and you want to be able to repurpose the two. And when you step outside of, I'm going to go make a video, and you start looking up at that bigger plan, that's going to help you be able to mix and mingle. You're going to be like, oh, well, if I go interview people to create some blog articles, I could repurpose that out into a bunch of social posts, and I can also send some emails about it, and I could also make a quick video about it. Or if I'm going to go interview people for a podcast, or maybe I'm just going to go talk on video about 5 different topics, and I'm just going to chop that up, and now I'll have active stuff and passive stuff, right? Like, you can mix and mingle the two. And it's going to help you be more aligned with the right type of customers, because you're thinking in terms of what do they want, instead of like, oh, here's a really cool video that I could go replicate. You're like, my human needs to know these things if they're going to get to where they're trying to go. And even if they never buy from me, I want to educate them so that they know how. Right? You can't overshare information. You can share everything that you need to know. I can share all of this with you, and there's still going to be some of you that are like, I really want your help getting where I'm trying to go faster, easier, with a greater chance of success. And you'll hear me say those 3 things a lot too. So I'm going to go ahead and join the academy. Like, even though you've given me all of the things, I know I want more, right? Because some people are going to want that. They're going to want more help and support. They're going to want your help to get there faster, to make the journey easier, and to guarantee a higher chance of success at the other side, right? So it doesn't matter what you say, some people are still going to buy. And you want to be able to measure your success. You want to know what you're actually trying to do. Like, so many people are like, oh, okay, I'm doing all this stuff. Let me go figure out what metrics I can track. Okay, let's go about that the other way around. This is the metrics I want to move. What strategies will help me do it? Now, are those strategies doing what I wanted them to do? I thought this was going to move that number. Is it? All right. Reverse how you choose your metrics. Plan for outcomes.
April said, the older I get, the more I pay for my hyper-focus days. So many people know me as the person that can do it all, and are disappointed now as I struggle to maintain that level of activity. First and foremost, April, when we start, and this is just science and the science of energy, basically, when we start taking care of ourselves and operating at our capacity and honoring our energy levels, our vibration naturally changes and starts getting higher and higher, and we're sending out this different resonance to the universe, right? So think about it as like tuning a radio. So if you're sitting here at like 95.3 and we get you up to 103.1, those people that were down here at 95.3 that were used to you destroying yourself don't go up there with you. So you naturally, if we pull our attention away from disappointing these people that knew us as this high masker, people pleaser, self-destructor, essentially is what you were doing. And then you turn into this real powerful, limitless, and boundary filled person. They just can't come along on the ride. So they just become part of the past. And we don't even have to think about, did we disappoint them? How do we get rid of them? How do we cut them loose? They cut themselves loose.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about like how some people get addicted to stress, and addicted to stress is addicted to cortisol. And scientists have proved that cortisol hangs in the air. Have you ever walked into a room and you just instantly can tell something's off?
Yes.
And you're just like, oh, somebody's in a bad mood.
Somebody just had a fight.
Right.
Yeah.
Sometimes people, I think if you're operating, this is just my thoughts, if you're operating at a high level of stress to be there for people in that way, you're putting off that cortisol. So they may actually just enjoy wanting to be around you because they're getting that cortisol off of you. The other flip side of that is you're taking stress off of them. Of course they want to do that. Why would they not? That's what we're literally trying to do for ourselves, is to take that stress off of ourselves and give it to other people. But there are good ways and bad ways to do that. That's why we're not teaching you how to staff right now, because if you don't have this other stuff down, you're going to churn and burn your team. You'll take really good people that really care about you, really care about what you're doing, care about your mission, really want to see you succeed, and would have been your biggest cheerleader, and you will burn them out. I've done it. I've had so many people quit, or that I've had to fire because they weren't doing what I needed them to do, because I burned them out, because I wasn't where I needed to be. All right. So that kind of stuff is just, such a big topic, but you have to set those boundaries. You're going to operate so much better. I mean, like, I tell people now that I just move slower.
Mm-hmm.
I just move slower. And you know what, though? I'm getting more done.
Yeah.
I'm getting more done in the last year than I have in the previous 15. Because I'm moving slower. I'm just not stressing out. I'm not waking up late to everywhere. I get there when I get there.
Yeah. Remember too, I always think about any sort of visual I have of these like millionaire billionaires in my head. They don't move fast. They don't rush. They don't hurry. They're not operating on anybody else's time. And they're not going to sacrifice the learning stage, the understanding stage, just to get somewhere faster, right? Everything is always working out in the perfect timing. Christina had a big breakthrough with that the other day too, where she had a project she was putting off for probably a month at least. And then she finally, it was a while. She was putting it off and it was really hurting her, right? It was hurting her emotionally and she was putting it off. And then all of a sudden she goes, the reason she had put it off, she didn't know at the time, but it became clear at this moment. The reason she had put it off is because she didn't have the proper tools to get it done, right? So she was thinking it was going to have to take months to get this project done. And because she waited until she went to this one little seminar thing about this one new AI, she had every piece of information and every tool that she needed to knock it out in hours and not months.
Yeah, I did like 60 hours worth of work in like 2. After I found that one tool. And it was Claude.ai, in case anybody's going to be like, what's the tool? It's an AI.
So I'm going to call her out.
Claude.
She was sitting there tearing up like, I can't believe it. And I was like, I believe it. See, Mom, I believe it. She's like, I can't believe it. She had a total moment of understanding of it. And I said, see, it's almost like your spirit guides in the universe were just telling you, not yet, not right now, not important now. You don't have it yet.
And I was a lot more calm than I normally would have been while I was putting this project off because of all the work that we've done, but it was still kind of eating at me in the back of my head. And I was like, oh, I really got to get to it. I really got to get to it. I really got to get to it. This client's going to be upset or whatever. And I just let them know that like I'm working on it. It's in a planning stage. Like I communicated with the client, said, when I have something to see, you will have it. That is it. Period. Done. And then the next thing we know, in just a few hours, I've done all of the work I was supposed to do, plus some extra work, and was able to send it all off to them. And it was hard work. I mean, it's stuff that it was within my skill set and nobody else can really help me with, which is what I was struggling with. I needed somebody to bounce ideas off of, and ChatGPT wasn't the tool. It couldn't absorb all of my information. I needed a different tool. So I love something Jade said too, Melanie, so I have to point this one out for a second. the person who crosses my boundaries the most is 100% me.
That hurts me. That hurts my heart a lot.
It's true though. It really is.
It is.
The reason for this is because that's not a boundary. You didn't actually set a boundary. You set I would like to do better. I would like to change this. I will maybe at some point do better about this. You didn't set a boundary. Like, I do not rush in the mornings. I do not. Period. Done. Nobody else can make me rush. I do not, because it throws off my whole day. I'm a grumpy person for the whole day. I don't like it. I won't do it. Like, I, told Melanie I'd be at my computer at 9:30 this morning was my goal. What time did I get here? Like 10:40. Was I upset with it? Was I apologizing to Melanie? No. I'm not gonna apologize. She knows. I don't rush my mornings. I get here when I get here, and I will be here when I'm supposed to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
It starts at 11. I'll be here, I'll be here before 11. She knows I will be.
No fear.
The people in your life that are here for you and will lift you up start to understand, like Melanie just said, nobody else can help you and take care of you if you don't know how to take care of you. And when I say I don't need to be rushed in the morning, Melanie saw me and doesn't rush me.
Not at all. I got a house full of neurospices though, and I know how stressful it used to be when we were all waking up. I gotta get it. There's nothing good that comes from that energy. So if we're gonna be late, we're just gonna be late, and that's what it is, right? So when we think about this is why self-care is so important. I know a lot of people come to me and they say, I don't have time for self-care. I don't have time for self-care. I'm so busy. I do all this. When you make time for self-care, you become less busy. Okay. My morning routine, my afternoon routine, my evening routine, they're all flexible. They all work with whatever my energy level is and whatever my goals are at the time. Some days I have to go on a very early morning walk. Sometimes it's, I don't go out for a walk till 8 p.m. Right. And I had to work for 6 months to get myself to the point where I'm able to walk 4 miles a day, 6 days a week, and not have my body hate me for it. Right. And to actually be excited for it. But I had to know what my self-care needs were and what my self-care boundaries were before I could even start that. Right. So I was working on self-care for at least 2 years. I used to be the girl that went to bed with makeup on her face. There, I said it. I used to be the girl that went to bed with makeup on her face, lashes and everything. And my lipstick is long wear. And I have this really dark purple that I used to wear on date night sometimes. And then I'd fall asleep with it on. I'd wake up in the morning like pale and caked over with this dark purple lipstick. And I scared my husband. He said, oh my God, you look dead. So I started taking very seriously my skincare, right? So I said, okay, I know that I feel like shit when I go to bed with makeup on my face. When I wake up in the morning, you just don't feel good. Your eyes are red and scratchy. Nothing feels good when you wake up with last night's makeup on, right? And I'm in my 30s now, and I've been married for 9 million years. It's not like I'm doing the walk of shame and coming home in my night dress or anything like that. I was just the girl that was like, my skin does better when I don't wash it twice a day. It's a lie. It's a lie we tell ourselves to continue not taking care of ourselves, okay? So when you start taking better care of yourself, you don't get knocked out as frequently or as hard as you used to, right? If I did a hyper-focused day of work with Christina, I would need at least a 24-hour period to recover. At least a 24-hour period to recover. Now, it's not that long, right? So you got to think about it like your mental calories. Are you spending your mental calories fighting your inner critic and worried about what other people are thinking about you and concerned about how you're going to make it big and telling yourself that you suck and that you're not capable of it and letting that imposter syndrome take over? Like, why do we talk to the critics? Are we a film? Do we need somebody to tell us what's what? No, absolutely not, right? And not for nothing, you spend 2 hours a day on self-care. I know you're going to tell me that you don't have 2 hours a day for self-care, but we're definitely going to get you there. You'd be surprised with how much time you have to actually go off and enjoy yourself now. You feel better, so your energy's better. You trust yourself, so you're able to knock out more meaningful work in a shorter amount of time, so you actually have more time for the fun stuff. I mean, who am I looking at here? Do people still have fun stuff? Is anybody in our room actively pursuing fun leisure activities or hobbies? Because it's a good time. I don't know about you, but I'm a 98-year-old woman who my most favorite part of the day is my walk, my 4-mile walk through the Ridge neighborhood. It's okay. I love it. I just didn't realize I was going to hit 87 at 37. So we really have to understand this is the kind of time and energy I got. What am I going to spend it on? right? You'll be healthier overall, right? Chronic illnesses. I could list my chronic illnesses, but we don't have enough time. We're trying to keep it short. So when we're thinking about health, wellness, and vitality, right? Do you want to be, I saw this TikTok and this guy knocked me off my socks and I hate it, but it's so true. So if I tell you right now, if you tell me right now that the number one thing you want is more money, I'll say, okay, I'll give you $1 million. You say, okay, I'm in. And I say, okay, but you have to die tomorrow. Shit. No. So it's maybe not the money I want. Maybe it's time I want. Okay, cool. I'll give you all the time in the world, but you're sick. Oh, no. Maybe I want health. Okay, cool. So you're healthy, but your family and friends are gone. Fuck. Right? These are so many things in our life that are going to make us happy. It's not just money. It's not just health. It's all of these things combined. Right? So we better be taking care of ourselves so we can take part in this and have a good time. Right? I know there's going to be a lot of comments that I'm going to have to read later so we can stay on track. But it's more so about health, wellness, and vitality. There's a reason why health and wealth are only different by one letter. Okay? And I don't know about you, but all those entrepreneurs that I look up to in the world, they're all very healthy. They all work out. They all take great care of themselves. And I want to be just like them when I grow up. Now, you're also going to be able to better utilize the tools like the pinch motivators. Has anybody heard of the pinch motivator methods? Okay, fine, I'll tell you. They're play, interest, novelty, competition, and haste. Haste being waiting till the last minute because it's a very boring activity and it's not going to happen until somebody lights a fire under your butt, right? So when we're incorporating play into our life, having a good time, dancing in the kitchen, stimming out a little bit, allowing ourselves to pursue leisure activities and hobbies, that sort of stuff, our work's going to get better. Our energy is going to get better. Our mindset's going to get better. It's going to be a lot easier, right? If we're including things that we're interested in. I'm telling you, 50% of your business at least better be stuff that you're very, very interested in. All right. I built my entire business around helping neurospicy women entrepreneurs because I love entrepreneurship and I love neurospicy women. I also happen to be that person too. So, pulling from life experience. But it's also about understanding we cannot use haste and our deadline mode all the time. That can't be the only motivating driving factor. We have to have more fun, other driving factors to get our motivation up, okay? You'll also be able to navigate complex decisions easier, right? It's a lot easier to make a decision when you feel good. That's the sentence. It's a lot easier to make a decision when you feel good, okay? And you'll have more energy to give to developing profitable partnerships, all right? If we are of the mindset that the only thing we're out here creating content for and creating solutions for and all that is just to get a client, get a client, get a client, get a client, you're shutting yourself off to a lot of other profitable opportunities, okay? We got to be thinking about, I'm building relationships with potential partners. I'm building relationships with people who are going to send me referrals. I'm building relationships with people that are going to get me on big stages. Whatever it is, keep an open mind.
And how cool would it be if you could find a partnership like what me and Melanie had and you did not worry that you were going to scare them away?
Yeah.
There was
even
no
when mom and dad fight, they don't worry about breaking up.
Yeah. There's nothing you can do that's going to scare them off, right? Like, how much would that change your life? I have to point out something that Jay said over here too. She was talking about moving to a new place in early August, spending all day long doing transition stuff that was hard for the autism, but somehow she was healthier, slept better, wasn't hungry, even though she was on her feet the whole time. But meanwhile, now that she's back to working and resting, she's sicker than ever, all those mental calories, etc. There's a couple of things that work there. When you're doing something like moving, you have a very clear goal that you can problem solve against. I have to move from A to B by date, right? Your brain loves it when you say, here's the thing I want to do. And then you got to get your brain and your body in sync. Right. Not only did you say, here's the thing we're going to do, but we're going to actively go move and do it. Right. So you get this calm of achieving the thing that you were setting out to do. You can physically see it. It's not this like flimsy, ephemeral thing. You can see the moving happening. You can see the things that you plan to do getting done. Everything that we're teaching you right now does that with your business. You don't have that in your business most of the time. Most of you are probably here because you don't have that, right? I'm going to say you don't have pieces of it. You might, but if you don't have very clear goals, if you don't have any way to visualize progress, you're not going to get all of that going on, right? And sometimes we need to have a physical, tangible thing happening. When I achieve this, I'm going to go. That's why I have a whiteboard. I have digital everything. I am a tech girly, but I have a big 2-sided whiteboard. I have this thing. I have sticky notes. I have index card binders. I have stuff I can physically move and play with because I need to do it. Okay. I had to draw some attention to that because what we're putting into place literally creates what you got when you move from A to B.
Yeah. We're going to blow up Angie's brain right now because she asked, do you guys pursue your own businesses while working in a partnership? And I said, yes. I'm running my coaching business and the Neurospicy Academy. She's running her agency and the Neurospicy Academy and building up a coaching business at the same time.
Yeah. I have 3 with the 4th launching next month.
Yeah.
So plus I help my husband run his 2. So we have 5 businesses together and a 6th one launching next month.
Yeah.
But I have partners.
But it works, because she gets really excited about this portion of projects and I get really excited about this portion of projects. So instead of me, this is what I used to do in friendships and partnerships and stuff in the past. Whatever that person would get excited about, I'd be like, yeah, I'm excited about it too. I wasn't. And then by the time we get to this part that I was excited about, I was tired and I wasn't ready. I didn't want to do it anymore. So now I let Christina go ham on the shit that she likes to go ham on and keep her on the tracks there. And then I go ham on the part that I like to go where she's losing interest and getting ready to start a whole nother project. And we keep each other in check because we balance each other out. It's harmonious.
Now I will add a cautionary tale. I was at a state where I had like 5 or 6 businesses and I was burning out and I needed to dial them back to 1. And I did. I shut all of them down, except for my husband's, he ran his, but I shut all of mine down to 1. I pulled it all back because I wasn't able to give the attention to one. Building a business takes a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, look at all the work that we're talking about to set one business up for sustainable, scalable success. If you are solo and you do not have a partner, you do not need more than one business, period. Period, done. If you've never hired a team, if you've never had a business partner, you don't get a second business until you have those things.
Yeah.
You just cannot. You need one business to be wildly successful so that it can finance your other endeavors. That's the goal. So like currently in one of my businesses, I have an employee, a client hero, William, who helps me keep that business going. He's paying attention to it all the time. All of the time. I am not. I'm over there with him when he needs me. I'm helping him out when he needs me, but he's essentially running that business in the day-to-day. Over here with Melanie and Victoria in the Academy, it is a joint partnership. Melanie's with me all day, every day. Like we're doing stuff all the time. I'm not alone in anything that we do. In the new venture that I'm launching that's starting next month, Victoria is my partner. And she's filling in the gap that I can. That business is going to need a much bigger staff than anything I've ever done. She's good at that.
Yep.
That's what she's going to do. Even in my coaching business, I have an executive assistant. So I'm not doing any of those businesses alone. And they're all wildly more successful than anything I've ever done in 16 years.
Yep.
And let me really blow your brain. They all work for the same avatar. So where we said one customer, one journey, each business serves the same avatar. Different levels of investment. The academy is over here where we're coaching and training and teaching you how to do it yourself and providing resources and supporting you. We're doing it with you. We're teaching you to do it yourself. In my coaching business, I do it for you. In the agency, we take pieces of this off of your plate and do pieces for you, like helping you with your marketing and things along those lines. In the new business that's launching, we're helping you make more money off of your clients by partnering with us to offer software and support that your clients will need so that they get a better result. All 4, same avatar, different obstacles, different goals.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? If you have 3 different businesses with 3 different avatars, close 2.
Yeah. Too much.
Not even an if. If you can't afford to hire someone to pay attention to that business for you, close it.
Unless you can tell me that all 3 of the businesses are profitable.
Even then, if they're profitable, you can hire someone to run it.
Absolutely.
If you can't hire a human, if you're not profitable enough that you can hire a human to make that their sole focus, close it.
Yeah. All right. We have 20 minutes to try and finish the last 9 slides. Let's get the train back on the track so that everybody can have a little lunch break.
All right. All right. So the next thing that we want to do is client success plan, right? So think about what we've done so far. We have figured out who you are as a leader. We have helped you focus on one person on a journey. We have helped you stack and productize your services so that you can do that. We've said how we're going to make the clients happen, but now we have to make sure that we can do the things for the clients. Right. So we have to make sure that we know what client success looks like once they've bought. We have to be able to deliver on those promises that we made to them. We've done a lot of things that should make this easier up until this point. If you've gotten your like productized services down, you've done all this other stuff, you know what the promise should be. Now we need to start looking at how do we actually make sure we're delivering? What things do we need to measure? What are the check-in points with the clients? What does onboarding look like with the client? What are we going to do? What additional staff do we need? What software do we need? What support do we need? That's what creating a client success plan is all about. But clients are also really good at pushing buttons.
Clients are one of the main reasons you need to know how to regulate your nervous system, right? I'm sure if your TikTok feed is anything like mine, if your social media FYPs are anything like mine, then you have heard all sorts of people talking about regulate your nervous system, regulate your nervous system. It almost gets annoying because nobody tells you really how to do it, right? But people push your buttons, clients push your buttons, staff push your buttons, your kids, your partner, your spouse, whatever it is, people push your buttons. We're humans on planet Earth. It's meant to happen, right? And you need to be able to maintain your calm, protect your peace. If you don't know what I mean when I say protect your peace, I will tell you this, your peace is the most expensive thing you'll ever own in your life. Protect it as such, okay? And deal with difficult situations with grace and effectiveness, right? We know as ADHDers that rejection sensitive dysphoria is a real ass thing. And we can take things the wrong way. We can feel attacked. I am a PDA autistic person, and Christina, bless her heart, has done a lot of learning on PDA and how it is you can actually even compliment me without pissing me off. What a pain in the ass. It doesn't seem like it makes much sense why I would have PDA autism, but like, you can't tell me you're proud of me. That ain't gonna make me happy. Of course you're proud of me. I do amazing shit every single day. That didn't help me. It also used to happen in the Cheesecake Factory when somebody would say, oh my God, your makeup looks so good today. I'm like, this is the exact same thing I did yesterday. I didn't look good then. What are we talking about here? So really understanding that you have to protect your peace, and that's going to conserve your energy and your time, which is something that we're all looking to do.
Yep, such a thing. Oh, when you can handle a pissed off client confidently, like, you know that you set everything up the right way. All this other stuff kind of helps you with some of this stuff too, right? Like if you've done all this work to set your business up the right way and a client comes at you out of left field, we're like, I'm happy with okay, but I told you that we were going to be doing these things. Plus you just don't get as many bad clients, quite frankly, because you're getting really clear about who you help, how you help them, what you do. Your personality is starting to come out because you're behaving like a leader. People understand what you stand for and what you don't. They understand where they can push your buttons and when they can't. Like, I don't apologize to people because I went off on a tangent on something or I asked some invasive questions. I don't apologize anymore. I did it yesterday with a client. I was like, hey, I'm just, I want you to know that the only reason I'm asking all these questions is because I really like what you're doing. I'm not trying to poke any holes in it or anything like that, but like, I really like what you're doing. I think you've done a really good job with what you've done so far. And I would just like to help you do it better. So I'm asking lots of questions so that I can understand and help you. I didn't apologize. I didn't say sorry for asking so many questions. No, freaking, this is me. If you like it, cool. And they do. And they just signed a $10,000 project with me last night. So it works, right? You get to do you. When you're creating this client success plan, it's all about helping the client understand what's going to happen, right? They know we've done all this work on the back end. So your marketing is getting better. Your sales are getting better. Your products are a lot more aligned, a lot more able to be communicated. And when somebody comes in, we're going to help reiterate all that. We're not going to assume. We don't need to assume that clients paid attention to all that hard work that we did. We know what it was. But they might have missed it all. Somebody just might have said, hey, that pink hair chick, she's fucking amazing at fixing your mindset. You should go talk to her. And they trust me, so they go. Right? They might not have even looked at her. They just trusted me. So you have to make sure that you repeat, you reiterate. You don't just put it in writing. You're not like, oh, it's on page 3 of the contract that you agreed to whatever. No, if you just send a contract to a client and you don't walk through it with them, you're in trouble. I walk through every contract with every client. Sometimes I will send a Loom video. If I've talked to them before and here's a new contract that we've worked together in the past, I'm not even going to make assumptions then. I'm going to send them a Loom video. If they sign and I don't see that that video has been watched, I go back and say, hey, I want to make sure that you watch the video. I did that for a reason. It walks you through everything. Watch it at 2x speed if you need to, but I need you to watch it. Hey, I want you to go through it all. Otherwise, we can schedule a call and I can walk through it with you together. Cool. It makes it easier for you to do these sales because you know these outcomes. You're more predictably doing everything. So you're getting more referrals, case studies, testimonials. You're also going to reduce customer churn. So if you're not tracking customer churn, you should. How long do clients stay with you? Do you know your average order? Do you know your average length of time that you retain a client? Are you guessing or do you know? Do you know why clients leave? Is it because you're done? You fulfilled the project and cool? If so, did you give them the transformation? Did you deliver the promise? Okay. And when you start thinking about how we deliver stuff, it's going to improve how you deliver it. So it's standardized, right? All those productized services that we talked about, we said we're going to deliver the service in a productized way, but now we need to look at the client and how they're going to experience that. This helps you set expectations for your staff, which allows you to hire and scale. Because you can say that, hey, we do all these things instead of just saying we do all these things just because I said so. You can say we do all these things because this is what we promised to the client. And this is what we're doing to make sure that we deliver on the promise. And now that little stupid thing that you asked them to do that they didn't understand why, and so they kept skipping it, they get it. They understand where it fits. Right? It's like your parents telling you, you know, to go do this one thing when you were a kid and you're like, but why? Because I said so. Your staff's the same way, right? Like they want to know the why. And you're going to be able to measure and iterate and be more successful because you said, this is what I anticipated to happen. And if that didn't happen, you can look at it and be like, oh, yeah, well, I can see why that didn't work. Let's change it. And you can iterate and improve. Iterate and improve is seriously a mantra we've all got to get in our heads.
Listen, Christina had me iterate and improve this workshop. This is our third or fourth time running it. And all we had to do was market it for 4 days and we were able to get 40 people to sign up. And the last couple of times we were marketing it for weeks and got even less. So there is so much merit in iterating and improving, right? Now, you don't have the extra energy to spend on panic, anxiety, and stress. I just want every single person to write that down right now. Simply because if we are very used to being panicked and stressed, that's the operating system. Your brain is wired for sameness. If it was up to your subconscious mind, which is actually making 90% of your decisions all day, every day, the subconscious mind is making 90% of your decisions all day, every day. If it was up to your subconscious mind, you would do the same thing every single day. It'd be Groundhog Day. Wake up at the same time, eat the same stuff, do the same activities, be around the same people, because your brain is wired to think that sameness is safe, right? There's a reason why we say getting out of your comfort zone feels unsafe. That's your brain's playing, help me with the words, please. I got so excited. Your brain wants to call the shots. Okay. So we have to get in with it and be like, hey, nervous, because your brain's the head of your nervous system. If I didn't already say that, your brain is the head of the nervous system. It's the thing that's running the show. It's telling your arms what to do, your legs what to do, everything what to do. So if you are used to anxiety, that's your factory operating setting. Okay. You can become a powerful leader when you're unshakable. Okay. You can start doing this just out of spite if you want. Okay. I'm not going to tell you long term that that's the healthiest way to go about doing this, but short term, just think about when you started your business. What job did you have? What job did you quit when you started your business and your business was going good enough that you didn't have to work that job anymore? Do you want to go back to that job? Do you want those people that you used to work with at the Cheesecake Factory to talk about your name with venom because they're so fucking jealous that you were able to get out of there and start 2 successful businesses? Yeah, absolutely. Do you want people to be able, for example, when people come into my TikTok live and they talk some kind of way, I don't allow them to stay. I call people out and I ban people and I block people from my stuff because I am making sure that everybody that wants to be there and contributes to it and is benefiting from it feels safe in there, right? Because I'm unshakable. Men can come say whatever they want to me. People can come say whatever they want to me. They're not going to ruffle my feathers. I know who I am. I know what I know, and I know the impact that I make. If somebody comes into my world and says, what are your qualifications? I say, I don't work with people like you, so I'm not going to spend any of my time and energy explaining myself to you. There's a sentence that my mom
your
taught
gut
me.
reactions go away. I have to say that because I've watched Melanie do this. She is a very unshakable person. Would anybody doubt that at all? She's very unshakable, very unflappable. That does not mean that your brain doesn't go, what the, and then you go, whoa, whoa. we're not that person anymore. Come back.
Yeah.
Come back. Right.
Because I just don't have that energy.
You're not just going to stop those like gut reactions to things, but they don't derail you. Being unshakable means it's not going to derail you. Doesn't mean it doesn't happen. It's still going to happen. Your brain's I've been on this earth almost 40 years now. My brain's had a lot of training, and that's not just going to change overnight. Right. I'm still going to get shooketh, but I'm not going to get derailed. Right. So
I now see it. It's an opportunity to explore a trigger now, right? So when I do get that rage that comes up inside of me, but I don't let anybody see it, then instead of like, oh, I'm mad at myself that I did it, or I'm mad that somebody let me think, no, now I say there's something there to explore, because wherever you get triggered, that's an energetic block, right? So the trigger is hurting your spirit and your soul, and that is where you're blocking some sort of abundance or growth or success, right? So when we remember too, that there are people that are just committed to their misery. There are literally people that wake up every day and say to themselves, I wonder what stranger on the internet I'm going to yell at today. Okay. I'm not going to spend any time arguing with these people about what I know and why I know it and how I figured it out. Absolutely not. Again, if I find that fountain of energy and fountain of time, like a fountain of youth, I might start fighting back with these people, but until then, absolutely not. And because great leaders know that everybody that they're leading, whether it's their community, their staff, their family, whatever it is, they're looking to you to be the pillar. They're looking to you to know what their reaction should be. So if you let the panic come out, everyone's going to panic. Christina's seen it once before where I fell apart once. I just went, ah! And the reason I never do that in front of people is because I don't like this look from them. I hate getting that look from people where their eyes get really big and you can just hear them in their brain going, oh shit, she never says these words. She never acts like that. It must be really bad, right? Boom, that is the plight of a mindset coach. So really think about, what am I willing to influence in others, right? I don't want somebody feeling that scared. I know how scared that is. It's not a good feeling, right? So really think about being unshakable. You can freak out on the inside, but nobody can see it on the outside, okay? And because we have regulated our nervous system, we have systems and strategies in place to let that pent up energy go, right? How many times have I told Christina, I got to go bounce, right? Something happened, something freaked me out, something panicked me. I don't know what it is, but I got to get it out of my body, right? You can see videos of like antelopes out in the Saharas of Africa when they like fall and play dead in front of the cheetah, and then the cheetah runs away and doesn't attack them. They get up and their whole body convulses against their will. They're not even active. They're not even like trying to do it. Their whole body convulses to release that fight or flight energy, right? So when we're sitting around just anxious all the time and worried about things all the time, and we're drinking all this caffeine and we're not eating the right foods and we're not treating ourselves really good, and we think we can wake up and eat cereal and a whole bunch of carbs and a coffee for breakfast and then live a good life, it's not possible that way. Let me just tell you, we have to have an outlet for it. We need a physical removal of the energy. That is part of regulating your nervous system. And here's the thing. You've been in survival mode for a very long time, okay? With a late diagnosis of ADHD and or autism or both, that comes hand in hand with CPTSD, okay? Because you were told, just try harder. You were told, you're too loud, you move too much, you're too weird, you're too this, you're too that, and you spent your entire life masking to be accepted by others. Okay, fight, flight, fawn, and freeze are all what you do when you're in survival mode. Freeze, we all know very well, ADHD paralysis. Fawn, we all know very well, people pleasing, right? Fight, we know that. And flight, peace, I'm gone, I'm out, I can't deal with this, I gotta go somewhere.
Like avoiding your hyper-focus things, like avoiding doing certain things because you're afraid you're gonna hyper-focus. That's a survival mode trigger.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's time to really activate the rest and digest parasympathetic nervous system, okay? That runs all of your life-sustaining processes, digestion, breathing, all of that stuff. And I will tell you, I'm going to be very, very, very honest with you right now. Among my chronic illnesses, I have what's called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, and I have mast cell activation syndrome, and I have POTS. Now, the very little research that they're doing is now connecting the three together, and that they're all caused by our mast cells, which each and every one of us have. But essentially, in my 37 years of living, I have been chronically constipated. If I don't take something, I don't poop. I got a colonoscopy when my first child was 6 weeks old because I did not poop for the first 6 weeks of his life. Okay. Now I understand that is not because I don't eat right. That is not because I'm not taking good care of myself. It's because I've been in chronic survival mode. So my stomach says, I don't have the time and energy to digest food. It's just going to have to sit here for a very long time because I can't process it because I'm trying to keep you alive because my brain is telling my body that there's a saber-toothed tiger ready to attack me all the time. Okay. So now that I understand the way that my chronic illnesses affect my body and that if I'm in fight or flight for a very long period of time, nothing's going to work. Okay. It used to be, I'm a terrible person. I don't eat right. There's something wrong with me. I'm not doing something right. I'm going to be able to find something that's going to fix it. I'm never going to have to think about this again. No, that's not it. I have to always take, as chronically ill as I am, I have to chronically take care of myself. I'm not just going to wake up and feel good. I wish. Wouldn't that be fantastic? If you could just wake up and feel great every day? Just fantastic without having to do stuff, without having to take your vitamins, without having to eat good foods, without having to sleep a certain amount of time, without having to drink your water. But unfortunately, that's just not the case. So if I want to feel good, I have to treat myself good.
Once you figure out,
and nobody's going to do it for you.
A lot less mental calories to do it. When you figure out what your default operating system likes and what you set, you start setting those hard boundaries like we talked about earlier. Like, I will not rush my mornings.
Yep.
And it's not a thing I would like to do. It is a thing I will not do. I will not rush, right? Like, when you start setting that kind of stuff, the mental calories to do it gets a lot easier. Right?
I will not miss my walk. Everybody at the Academy knows that. On Tuesday nights when we get together for our live training, our Rebel Roundtables, 8 p.m. We get together at 7. By 8:05 p.m. I say, okay, guys, I got to go on my walk. I love you. Love you all equally and for different reasons. Have fun. I got to go, because if I don't go, everything starts backfiring.
Yeah. All right. Keeping the train on the tracks. My turn now.
On the tracks.
Right. Install a company operating system in its simplest form. And now, company operating system can be a big, scary thing, right? Like, you hear that it's a big, high mental calorie word. There's ones you can invest in, like EOS or Scalable OS, that you can go through the training and get the book traction, all this kind of stuff. But if you're still a solopreneur, if it's just you, or maybe like you and one or two people, in its simplest form, your operating system is just going to be setting regular checkpoints to check in and work on the way your business runs. Remember in the beginning, I showed you that little Venn diagram where it's like, you've got you got your clients, you got your business. You tend to always either neglect your business or neglect you because your clients are yelling the loudest. Your business has no voice. Your body will give up and yell at you. Your mind will give up and yell at you. Your clients will yell at you. Your business doesn't. So the company operating system is all about making sure that it has a voice in what's happening, right? Your finances, your processes, your mission, all the things that you said you wanted for yourself, what you wanted for your clients, what you want for your business. Is it working? Your operating system is going to grow and expand over time as you grow, right? As you start bringing on more team, more staff, your operating system includes things like daily stand-ups, weekly team meetings, project management software that you're investing in, communication software like Slack. Like, it grows and expands to create rules and processes for how we use all these extra tools, how we use all these extra people, how new people happen in our company, how we hire people, how we onboard people. Like, it gets a lot bigger. But I want you to focus on just putting some processes into place, right? Is this early stage operating system to check on your business and make sure it's happy and healthy, to check in on it. It's a little bitty baby and it's going to die if you're not checking in on it and feeding and watering it and changing its diaper. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I want you to think of.
like a Tamagotchi. And to adopt a positive money, I have talked about a Tamagotchi 16 times this week. Will somebody please get me one already? Jeez Louise, I'm trying to be subtle. All right, so a money mindset. First and foremost, you got money problems, you got a mindset problem. You got energy problems, you got a mindset problem. You got time problems, you got a mindset problem. It's all up here. This is what dictates your entire reality, just so you know. So you have to know your worth and be willing and able to spot opportunities that come your way. Abundance happens in very, very small ways, and it happens in big, gigantic windfalls, right? But without the right mindset, you're going to miss it constantly, right? So when I'm on my wonder walks, my manifestation walks, I'm going to look and marvel at there's these special little purple flowers that are like the color I want my hair to be if I could ever get it perfectly right. And they smell so good, but they only open at night. They don't open in the mornings. And when I walk by, there's a couple bushes that I walk by every single time. I touch them. I talk to them. I say, thank you so much. You guys are so fantastic. Oh, look, you're growing. You've gotten a little bigger, la, 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 la. Because that is abundant to me. The fact that there's all these flowers sitting right here and they smell so good and I get to see them on my walks. Absolutely. So the more that you can recognize the abundance that is already happening in your life and business, the more abundance the universe is going to show your way. But if you're not appreciating what you have now, why would the universe send you anything else?
I mean, like a moment of abundance that happened for me the other day. All this work I've been doing on myself has made it easier and better for me to communicate with my kids, to communicate with my spouse. We all know neurodivergence, communication's a problem. When you have a house full of us, miscommunication becomes the lay of the land. We've done a lot of work. And my youngest came the other day and was like, can we go get Baskin Robbins after work today? Like, asked my husband, because they're working together, which is still baffling my mind that that's working out. It's great. And it's like, yeah, sure. And then we went and we just middle of the day. Middle of the day, just went, because I own a business and I can do that. Because I own multiple businesses and I have partners and people helping me, and I can just go leave for a few hours if I want to. We went to Baskin Robbins. We went and wandered around Walmart and picked up some new clothes, looked at all the spooky Halloween stuff, just had a day. Just chill. We came home and like both kids were like, this is the most fun we've had in a very long time.
Yep.
This was an amazing day. Right? That was abundance. All this hard work that I've done gave me the ability to just leave, and then just because my kid asked if we could.
Yep.
And bear in mind, my kids are not little. My kids will be.
And that you guys got to a point in your relationship where your child feels like, because Christina had been told before by her kids a couple years ago, your business is more important than us.
Yeah, because I could make time for them, but I didn't have time for them. See, in my mind, the difference between corporate and owning a business was that I can do things like that. I can just make time if we want to go do stuff. I've made time for everything. I was at every school thing. We did everything. We traveled I made time. We did, but I didn't have time.
But it wasn't the default.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, we're going to sit down and hang out today. It was, oh, I have time, so I'm going to go work. If you need me, just ask for me. That's not what our kids want. Our kids want time and energy from us that's just devoted to them, that they don't have to rip us out of our office for.
Well, and my oldest was the one who had that revelation and told me about it. And it was a couple of years ago that they told me about it. And it was like, I know you're always available when we ask, but I never know if it's okay to ask, because every time I ask, you tell me that you'll have to move some things around, or that you can juggle it and you can make it work, or you have this little moment of panic where you're like, I want to make it work, but I'm gonna have to like move some things. I'm gonna have to, and they could see that panic and they didn't want to create that panic for me. So they stopped asking.
Yeah.
And so having this just inner peace, this inner calm, made me more approachable. So now they don't mind asking. But when I was in a constant state of panic, it wasn't safe to ask, because even though I could say yes, I was going to freak out first. Right. And one of the things that we instituted probably 9 years ago, just because I started recognizing that pattern, was family night. Every Saturday's family night. Every single one. We are always going to, and we rotate through, and like starting with the youngest going to the oldest. We have 5 people in my household. Gets to choose the movie, gets to choose what we eat, gets to choose if we're gonna, it might be a game instead of a movie. It used to be movies when they were little, like movie and pizza every Saturday. But as they got older, it was like they pick different food, they pick a movie or a game or whatever. They get to choose how we spend family night. And sometimes they choose to spend it alone. That's the thing. They're like, I don't want to do anything tonight. I don't want to have any commitments. I just want to go chill in my room. Okay, cool. That's what
breaking cycles. Mirror, mirror, mirror.
Yeah, it's your day. You can spend that day however you would like, and everybody else will come along. We'll watch movies that we don't want to watch. We'll eat food that we don't want to eat, because it's your day. right? So little things like that, where you make the time. You are never going to have it. You have to make it. If you can make it in an emergency, you can make it just because you set your priorities. All right, company operating system. What this is doing is giving you a structure for success that covers decision making, covers financial tracking, covers reducing your risk, creating that company culture, and growing your business. Right. So what we're doing is we're saying, this is what my business needs to be healthy, and I'm not going to ignore it. Okay. You have that beat on the pulse of your company. You're able to troubleshoot those problems. When you're able to make risks intelligently, because you understand the full ramifications of the thing, you know, like, I'm trying to help this person do this type of thing, trying to keep me healthy. I'm trying to keep my existing clients healthy. And if I take this thing on, one of those things is going to suffer, and the benefits that we predict are not worth the risk that we're going to have to put in on these other things, right? It's going to help you be able to hire and onboard and train new employees, new contractors. Like, you'll be able to outsource individual projects because you've systemized that project and you have SOPs and you have things in place to do this. And I'm going to show you a few things that you can create after our break when we start diving into this a little bit more. But it's going to help you grow beyond your own time limitations. If your business would stop making money if you took 2 weeks off, if you took a month off, then you are your biggest constraint problem. And we have to solve for that, right? Because otherwise you just have a job. You might as well just go get a job. It'll be a hell of a lot less stressful, right? We have to get where you're making money off of the people that you employ, the risks that you take, the customers you help, and not just the time you put in. Okay. All right. Melanie.
Money is a frequency, just like everything else on this planet, okay? You can shut yourself off to future success by being stuck in scarcity. All right? Now, scarcity is going to show up in a variety of ways. When you go to the grocery store, especially with the rate of inflation right now, and you get 6 things and it's $74, that may have been me yesterday at the grocery store, but I'm not bitter. We can start really assessing how much scarcity we're stuck in and devising a plan to get out of it, right? So every single person that has scaled their business in this world has worked on their money mindset. Write it down. Every single person that you look up to that runs their own business, has their own whatever it is, does what it is you want to do. Tony Robbins, Mel Robbins, Jen Gottlieb, those are some of mine. Every single one of them has worked on their money mindset. Okay. Christina had done every other kind of training known to man except for mindset when she found me. And she deliberately told me, she goes, I have avoided mindset. I've done everything else. And I said, well, you're in the right place, then let's go. So if you want to reach a higher level of success and you're not aligned with it, you'll lose it all. Think about every person that's ever won the lottery. Did they keep it? No, because they weren't aligned with it. They didn't have any training in it. They didn't know what it is they're supposed to do. They couldn't get on that vibe. They couldn't get on that level. They couldn't get into that frequency, right? So if you think about getting yourself ready for it, then it can come, right? I know there's a lot of law of attraction, a lot of law of assumption, the universal laws, all that sort of stuff. But if we really think about money mindset as getting available and ready to receive, it makes it a lot easier, right? Think about like when you get your house ready for a house guest, you have the same sort of stuff that you're going to do. You got to clean the floors. You got to make sure the towels are clean, blah, 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 da, 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 da. You're going to do the same thing for your money mindset, your abundance mindset. Get yourself ready for it so that when it does get delivered, you don't go, no. Like think about how you take a compliment. If somebody says, oh my God, I love your hair. Do you say, thank you? Or do you say, oh no, it's nothing. It doesn't even look that good today. If that's how you react to a compliment, you're in scarcity, just so you know. How do you deal with spouse having a money mindset? You start working on yours and they will say, oh, wait, what are you doing? I know that's what happened with my husband. When I really started going ham into mindset and manifestation and stuff, I had started in 2018 when my GM said, you know, everybody, all the managers decided that you're like the second most negative person here behind Gina. And that bitch was awful. So I was offended. I was taken aback. I had a big reaction to it. And I started studying mindset that same night, right? In 2020, my mom died and the world shut down and everything happened all at the same time. And I said, I have to figure this out. There has to be a better way to live my life than this. And I started doing it, and I really just went ham, head down, learn everything I can. And my husband finally said, "Will you tell me what you're learning?" And I said, "Oh yeah, hold on, yeah, honey. I'm sorry, I didn't forget about you. I was just hyper focused." So you want to model the behavior that you expect and figure out the right way to call them out when they're saying something that's really stuck in scarcity. You know, personally, my scarcity mindset issue that I have with my husband is road rage. It's such a waste of energy to be driving and then go, "You're such an idiot. Why would you do that?" Oh, and I said, "What if you just said, man, instead of getting mad at this person, the stranger in the world, what if instead of getting mad, you say, wow, I wonder what's going on in their life that makes them such a careless driver right now?" And he goes, "I don't care enough to think like that." And I said, "But you care enough to let him piss you off."
Well,
So
like you've heard me talk about my slow mornings, and I've modeled that for a long time before I said anything to my husband about him being really rushed, and because he wakes up and is just in this like, "Oh, I'm running late, I gotta get him on," like he just frantic morning energy every morning. And one morning I was just like, slow down.
Yeah.
Just, you don't have to slow your body, but just slow your brain.
Yeah.
Just don't think about it. It's gonna take as long as it takes for you to get ready. You've already optimized your morning routine. It's pretty efficient. You know exactly what you need to do. Panicking about it isn't going to make it happen any faster. It's probably going to slow you down because you've already tripped over your shoes like twice.
stubbed your toe, yelled at the bed because it got in the way of your toe, put your pants on inside out. I get it. I've been there.
Now, we have seen, me and Melanie, we started the Academy in January. We have seen some actual toxic husbands. So like, we're not trying to give like relation advice. Sometimes you have to upgrade husbands. You have to upgrade life partners, whether that's a friend that's partnered with you that gives you that support that you need, whether that's an actual business partner, whether that's a spouse or somebody that you actually get into a relationship with, whatever that is, whoever your life partner is. My first husband, all of my success right now is because I upgraded husbands. If I had kept that husband, I would not be where I am. Period. Done. Right. But the one I'm with right now, we work through things. We have similar goals. We have similar life goals. We are life partners. We may diverge on how we're going to get there, but we agree on where there is. We know what we want, right? So we're not trying to be relationship advice because there are just some toxic husbands. There are some toxic partners, and you might not be able to fix them. You might not get them on board. You may need other people that you can talk to that understand. They might not put enough energy into understanding. Like my husband doesn't know everything I do in my business, so I can ask sometimes for his opinion on things, but he's not going to have the final say because he doesn't understand everything that I'm going through. I have business partners that do, and they can talk to me about it and we can make some decisions together. So not being relationship advice, it is very helpful to have somebody that you can go to that does care about your success, which is part of why I said you need somebody in your businesses that's with you, helping run things. Yeah. Or you need to have a coaching environment like we provide at the Academy where you know somebody's there. You can go turn to somebody that's going to lift you up, that's going to listen, that's going to understand. And as far as like not being realistic on your money goals, if you do this other work, you have a definition of realistic. Yeah. You know how to measure if it's working. You know how to tell if it isn't, right? Yeah. You know when you're going to do a thing. You're not going to hit success quickly. If you do, great, cool. We're not going to anticipate that. We're going to create success by intention, not by accident, not by luck. And that usually means, like Melanie said, this is the third time we've done this workshop. 3 months. Plus the month we spent planning before we did the first one. 4 months now. We've been doing a workshop. Is it as successful as it's probably going to be yet? No, of course not. It's probably gonna be like 6-7 months.
And to put it in perspective, I have 225,000 followers on TikTok. I have 1,500 people on my email list. Christina's got everything that she has and whatnot. And still, we've had to reiterate and build and get the numbers that we want. And it's going to just continuously get bigger and bigger and bigger because we now know what works, what doesn't work, and what to tweak and what not to tweak. So, put it into perspective. We don't make
extraneous investments. We know what we're trying to do. We know what our time and energy is, and we know how to dial it back into something that's feasible.
Yeah.
We're not like investing in new technology to run, like we're using what we have because we know we're in an iteration thing. So you can be unrealistic with some of your goals, and that's okay. But if we know what we're trying to measure, We know how to tell if it's working. We know how to tell if it's improving. And we have the mindset that we're going to do this like at least 6 times before we make decisions on if it's working or not. Like if we would have made decisions on if it's working or not off of the first one, we wouldn't still be doing it. Right. So.
All right. 3 slides and then everybody gets a break. All right.
Let's do this. Next thing I want you to understand is that you have to create an exit plan for yourself. When most people think about exit plannings, they think about selling the company. That is actually the 5th exit that you're going to go through. There are 4 more that happen first. The main one I want you to be able to focus on is getting off the line. No longer being responsible for the day-to-day delivery of the things that you sell. Right? Because as long as you are required for your business to deliver the promise that you're promising to clients, you have a job. You don't own a business. Okay. I want you to be able to understand what the role of a CEO actually is. The CEO is making decisions that drive a business. They are not driving. They're not in the day-to-day delivery. So when you elevate up like that, it's really important. Okay. So that's the very first exit everybody should be striving for, is that you can sell things you don't have to personally deliver. And when that happens, you start getting freedom, and we're not going to replace it with more chaos, which is where Melanie comes in.
So we really want to talk about optimizing your environment and your life. Okay. I spent the first 30 some odd years of my life being overstimulated and being irritable because of it. And then I had people in my life that manipulated me and would set me off so that I would be the one that got in trouble and they never would, right? I'm sure a lot of us can identify with some scenario that's similar to that. So once you start getting this freedom back in your business, you have to avoid the temptation to make everything harder again, right? You need to create an environment that enriches you so you're free to stop chasing chaos. First and foremost, I had to turn my ring light off and turn my lamp on because I can't stare at that light anymore. It's going to give me a headache and then I'm going to not be able to enjoy my evening or tomorrow. Okay. That is because I understand where my limits are with my environment. All right, what's on the next slide? We're almost there for lunch, kids, I promise.
All right, so when we're talking about making that exit plan, it helps you know what you're working towards and it helps you stay motivated. You're going to be making better decisions because as you're launching new products, as you're launching new services, as you're launching new marketing, as you're trying to serve and sell your clients, in the back of your head, you're thinking, how do I make this where I don't have to be the one doing it? Right? Remember I talk about these natural problem solving capabilities, and we want to be able to activate those. If one of the problems you're solving is I can't grow my business if I'm the only one that can do this, then that's going to give you some guardrails against the things you sell. It's going to give you some guardrails around the way you sell and structure things, right? Because like you could sell group coaching, but how do we sell group coaching within a way that you don't have to be the only coach? If you have that in the back of your head, it's going to change what you do, right? It's going to change how you allocate your time. It's going to change how you allocate your money. It's going to help you change how you allocate your resources. You're going to make fewer mistakes because you have this plan. So I'm not going to go launch something that's going to keep me forever tied to the business. Okay. It's going to help you be able to build that team, which is going to help you attract and retain the best talent, because you're like, look, if I lose these people, if I hire a shitty person, if I scare them away and I abuse them or whatever, and I'm like, I'm not going to get to that exit. So if you have that exit in the back of your head, it's going to make you make some decisions the right way and increase your chances of actually achieving all of these goals where you have all of this choice. Because if your time for money is all you've got, that's limited, which means the money you can make is limited. But for every person that you bring onto your team, you achieve ROI. So say, for example, you make 30%. You build this person out at $100 an hour, you get to keep $30. Okay, that's a very simplistic example. It's more complicated than that. But for every person you hire, you make $30 on every hour they work. And then you hire another person, you make $30 on every hour they work. And you hire another person, you make 30 hours for every hour they work. That is how you move from having a job to having a business. Okay, that's where you get to unlock real income potential. Okay, ethically, that's not a bad thing. You're taking all the risk. If a client gets mad and sues you, you have to eat that cost. If a client gets mad and you have to do a refund because one of your staff members did something stupid, you have to eat that cost. They don't. They make the same amount of money, right? When we talk about getting paid for the risk you take versus the time you put in, that's what we're talking about. That makes sense? Yeah. All right. Melanie, last slide and then break.
Remember, this world was not designed for you. We live in a patriarchal, capitalistic society. It is not designed to take advantage of our strengths as neurodivergent humans, okay? You are not meant to lead a boring life. You have an interest-based nervous system, okay? Simple as that. It's science. I don't write the rules. I just tell you what they are and tell you how to bend them, okay? You are not meant to run a boring business or live a boring life. You have a super sensitive nervous system. Hello, mommy with the mommy ears and can hear absolutely everything and is always overstimulated because kids' toys are loud and obnoxious. And once everybody gets headphones, life becomes a lot easier. You have to accommodate it if you want to be productive and successful. If sounds irritate you, they're never going to stop irritating you. You have to make it so you don't hear the sounds anymore. It's same thing with smells, same thing with light, all of that. Okay. You have to accommodate and embrace. Accommodate and embrace. And you're no longer motivated by the tiger chasing you, i.e. your trauma drive. So you have to create an environment that fosters peace, relaxation, and fun. And the word that we're missing here is creativity, right? So when you're no longer driven by the fear of what's going to go wrong if you don't make all the choices and do all the things and get everything perfect and right, when you're now driven by, I want to create, I want to have impact, I want to build, I want to be known, we have to accommodate that too. Break time. So everybody wants to move their body, stretch their body, go pee, get your emotional support drinks, get some food in your tum-tum. We'll be back here at 1:35.
Yep, and I'll leave the timer whooping on the screen, play some music, whatever. We'll get some stuff going here.
You guys can talk amongst yourselves. You can write things in the chat, all of that good stuff, and we'll all be back, okay? Okay, great.
Let a dog go for dopamine.
I'm not jealous, I'm not fighting. Climb up to your lips with the swiftness in the moment, somewhere private. Suddenly my heart knows this weakness inside. Have small touch, casually call you love. When your hand is enough, casually call you love. I'm a wild girl in the wild and the fire. Got me for one kiss or nothing. Loving is enough. The kiss. Got me for one kiss or nothing. One kiss or nothing. I'm not jealous, I'm not frightened. How could we separate now in the silence? Little by little I'm sinking right in. It's not a secret, my heart's weakness inside. Have small touch, casually call you love. When your hand is enough, casually say it's love. Casually say it's love. Casually say it's
sound. That is the wickedest sound that play, and it gives the new celebrity. Along with all massive and all cool lineup, them can't get me out. Believe me. It is a
So I definitely just had a bit of a blonde moment. It's blonde under the pink. I just want everybody to know. I thought it was my headphones playing this music. Like I thought it was my phone. I was like, I don't remember leaving my music on. Huh?
Well, it is your music. So.
I'm not jealous, I'm not fighting. Climb up to your lips with the swiftness in the moment, somewhere private. Suddenly my heart knows this weakness inside. Half smile touch, casually call you love. When your hand is enough, casually call you love. I'm a wild girl in the wild, in the fire. Gallery for one kiss for nothing. Loving is enough. The kiss, gallery for one kiss for nothing. One kiss for you, I wanna go. I'm not jealous, I'm not frightened. How could we separate now in the silence? Little by little I'm sinking right in. It's not a secret, my heart's weakness inside. Half smile touch, casually call
Talk
you
about flexible environment. My husband is just now going to get us our sandwiches for lunch. He thought that we were going to go get sandwiches together when this was done. I said, no, you were supposed to go get them and then I was going to eat them on my lunch. So
Silly boy.
Neurodivergent communication. But the good news is because of where my camera is, you guys won't really be able to tell that I'm taking bites. I love the little flying bee.
I know, me too. There's so many cute bees in Canada.
What are these Facebook pages? Save me from my dyslexia.
Jacqueline
What's
was
happening?
asking everybody to put their links in the chat so they can connect later. But I will remind everybody, we do have a Slack group. So I know that being able to talk with other people that are doing what you're doing is so powerful, which is part of why we put that Slack group together. And you can talk with people. This is the third time we've done this workshop. So you can also talk to people over there that have done it before, a month ago, 2 months ago, and maybe a little bit further along, as well as some of our existing students in the academy. So some of them are over there in that Slack group as well because they've come to these workshops. So lots of resources to make sure you can chat and get support.
Hey everybody. Hi, I can see your face, Angie. This is my favorite part of doing a live event is getting to see people's faces. And then I remember that Christina and I are like, you never have to show your face because people, we're total spoonies and whatnot. And I'm like, but then I don't get to see their face.
I know,
There's a lot of
it's such a
dopamine in it for
balance.
me.
I love seeing people and seeing the reactions on their faces, but I also understand not wanting to be on camera. So
Yeah.
It's such a balance. I'm over here like making notes, like my own nuggets from what everybody's been saying and talking about. And it's so good.
Yeah, being perceived. Once I figured out that it wasn't that who was perceiving me was the problem, it was just that being perceived was the problem, it really changed everything.
Yeah, I'm so going to be taking this entire chat thing that's happening over here and putting this into Claude and having it pull out all the nuggets because there's some good ones.
Yeah.
There's some good stuff in here.
Is everybody having a good time so far? I'm sorry, I know there's been a lot of jarring moments of really looking at things.
Yeah, Melanie has that effect on people.
I'm very direct. My Mercury is in Aries. So, but
If you
again,
have questions, feel free to ask. I mean, we're kind of still on a little bit of a break, but we're both here. So
yeah.
You can throw stuff in chat if you don't want to come off your mic and actually speak. But if you want to come off and just speak, you can come off, ask some questions. This is a good stopping point to get some questions before we start building the action plan and the next step.
Jacqueline, is she at work? Oh, I'm in love with Jacqueline. I love her energy. Wow. See, it's probably a good thing most of you guys are off camera. Don't I have something I'm supposed to pay attention to right now? I'm supposed to be focused.
Nah,
Teacher, they're distracting me. That was my favorite line in elementary school. Every time I got in trouble for talking, which anybody want to take any guesses how often I got in trouble for talking? I used to say, teacher, they're distracting me. Doesn't matter. But there were never any signs that I was neurodivergent. That's my favorite one. There was never any signs that I had ADHD and autism. Never, anywhere. Not at all.
I was
I have
like
to be able to
people
do
pleaser
something and
role
listen to y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
We
right now,
absorb better
I
when we're
popped
doing.
lunch into the air fryer.
Yeah,
That's my go-to.
Thinking. It's all right.
Yeah, I can't just sit and watch stuff either. I mean, it's probably why I have to take notes or I need like doodle pages. Like one of my kids actually got me this cute little doodle book. So like if it's something I just want to hear, but I know I'm not going to need notes or they're going to send notes later or whatever, then I play with my doodle pages. Yeah. I have to have something with my hands. That's why I don't mind people just sitting here and chatting and whatever while we're doing stuff. Like, go for it.
Yay.
Actually helps you focus to have a low level of stimulation happening on the side. I mean, we've discovered that even going to bed, I sleep faster, easier if I have like reruns of a show that I've already seen or a show that I'm not super invested in. And I play it and I put it like the volume really low and I just let it play.
Real Housewives is a real go-to for me. Or any of those real estate shows with the women that are just beautiful and look like dolls, so like Selling Sunset, all of those, man.
Homegrown? Is it
What?
homegrown?
I like
With
Selling
the two chicks and a
Sunset.
hammer.
I don't know. No, I'm not an HGTV girl anymore. Those people scare me. I don't think they're real. I think they're robots. I don't think any of them.
I like
We
watching
don't
just
have time
about
for
any
it.
house renovation show. It
Yeah.
gives me ideas for what I want in my house when I actually have it built.
I like Selling Sunset because it's a bunch of women that are like super ambitious and motivated, and they all look incredible. I know a lot of them have been surgically enhanced, but hey, maybe one day. But like they're really just like they're about it, and I'm like, yeah, I can have them on in the background. Yeah, that's probably good going into my subconscious. I like it.
No, watching those shows, I've actually been able to like set a goal for when I want my house built. So I'm setting myself a goal of about 5 years, right, to get everything in place because I got to buy the land, I got to be able to get the loan and all this good stuff, or maybe even, if when things start picking up with my business, I might not need a loan. I could just pay cash.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's entirely achievable. I mean, a lot of the business models we've helped students design so far, I mean, when we run the numbers on what's possible, I mean, they can start making, hit $1 million a year within 12 to 18 months. Like, and you're one of them. Hell, look at that. Look at how far you've come already so far. You're just like, I do marketing, sort of, when I met you, and like websites, kind of. And now you're like, oh, well, I help IV therapy practices do their digital marketing, and I'm already looking at like a conference that I can go to that's full of them so that I can like, holy fuck.
Yeah.
I'm excited to go to
like,
that
and I
one. I
already know
really,
how I'm
really
gonna make
am.
that happen, and I already know what I'm gonna be talking about when I'm there. And I'm like, oh, it's still a line from Melanie, like it makes my nipples hard.
There are some things in this world. It used to be tequila, but I don't drink anymore. But there's some times y'all say things, I go, wow, that did it. When you guys have a real good revelation, that's what I'm usually like, yeah. Like, when you get the tinglies from a song, like that's it. Absolutely.
Yeah, you're just hitting, and you can just see things starting to fall into place for people, and it's just like, oh, it's like one of the best feelings. And I mean, a lot of stuff we're teaching you will give you that kind of stuff for your own clients, right? Because they're in some kind of disarray, some kind of their own version of shiny cyclone hell, right? And you're going to help pull them out of it. And when that starts to happen, you just see those little glimmers of moments where you're like, it's happening for you. It gets so exciting.
April just said in the chat, I always did all my presentations the night before and would kill it, but nobody knew the hell I put myself through. I used to practice and rehearse 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 and rehearse. And then by the time it was time to actually do it in front of people, I would have this weird deja vu moment the whole time that like, they already know this. You've already said this. You've already taught this. And it messed me up. So now Christina and I know the material and I just read through the slides once, but then we go hard on the actual thing because I felt like I was about to fall out of my chair a lot of the times. It was the strangest thing.
And I did put these slides together last night, but I planned on it.
Yeah.
Right. Like I set that goal, and I started 2 days ago planning my slides. And this is using one of my own frameworks for slides that we have available for students in the academy. I followed my own framework. So when I did sit down to actually build my slides last night, I already knew what I was building. So I was able to essentially divorce the thinking from the doing, if that makes any sense. All the thinking was already done. So when I'm last minute putting it together, it wasn't really draining, and my energy's fine today. So something to keep in mind. Now, you'll probably notice when we get towards the end of the slides that I was getting bored with doing slides. So the design's kind of like not as happy towards the end, but that's okay because the material's good. So.
We alone are visual STEM. So if the slides are not as STEMmy, just look at us.
There you go. I like it. All right. This next part of this is where we're going to flip back through everything we just learned. And we're going to actually create the action plan, because that's the goal for you guys today, right? Like, you remember me showing you the sad little bridge dude where you're like over here and you want to be over here? Like, that's big, big goals, right? But we still want to get to somewhere. We want to start building the bridge. We want to start walking across it. So we're going to be doing the action plan in this next step. So does anybody have any questions or anything that they weren't completely clear on or want us to just say again from the stuff that we just went through on all this. You just heard 14 pillars from 2 different frameworks that are designed to work together to help you do all this.
That's 32 things.
So it was a lot. Is everybody, does
Testing
anybody
you
have any
guys.
questions or want us to revamp anything before we start making plans?
All right.
Good. Okay. Does
Excellent.
everybody have their note-taking implements of sorts? I didn't make a workbook this time because I want you to work with whatever way your brain works. If you need to draw stick papers and doodles, do stick things and doodles. If you need to take screenshots of the slides, I love it. Somebody's doing that and making notes right there with the slide. That's pretty cool.
Smart.
Do that. If you use digital things, I use a Remarkable. Cool. If you use a whiteboard, whatever. I want you to work in whatever way works for you because you need to really feel this next part. So does everybody have their note implementations ready to go? Okay. All right, cool. I'm gonna assume that's a yes unless somebody says no, give me a
Yeah.
All right. All right, well, I just said all this. I had it on here right now. Okay. What we're gonna be looking at is I want you to really, we're gonna be talking about now versus the future, and I want you to make this your very near future. So however your brain works, if like 90 days is a really short frame of time, do 90 days. If 30 days is a really short frame of time, do 30 days. If you're saying this is what I want to do in the next week, it may take you a month. Set a time frame that makes sense to you that feels soon. But don't marry yourself to having it done by then. Okay? Does that make sense? Like think in terms of soon.
It's a
but don't
goal,
beat
not an
yourself up.
expectation.
There you go. Oh, I love that. Hang on. I need to write that down. Goals,
Full
not
of
expectations.
nuggets.
Goals, not expectations. I'm writing that down. I like that. Okay.
The only reason I thought of that is because I watched the last episode of the new Sex and the City last night, and expectation was the word that she said. Anyways, I love watching shows. It helps.
I mean, we have to understand that if you say this is where I'm going to be in 30 days and you're not there in 30 days, you're going to beat yourself up and you're going to abandon everything you're doing right now. And that's not the goal. If you say 30 days and it takes you a year, you're still going to be better off. Okay. So systems, not hard deadlines. Okay. What we're going to be doing is each one of these pillars that we're going to be walking through, you're going to write down 3 things. What you're going to be, what you are currently doing now. No revisionist history, no guilt.
You don't have to share it with the class. It doesn't, nobody's gonna criticize you.
So be honest. Don't write down, well, I should be doing, or I'm not doing. I don't.
The
care.
word
Write down
should
what you
is not
are
allowed.
Yeah. Write down exactly what you're doing now, today, this past week, whatever. Not what you want to do, what you are doing. Then we're going to write down what you would like to be doing at some point distant in the far off future. This is what you would like it to be. And then you're going to say, okay, in the next 90 days, yeah, the ultimate goal. And then in the next 90 days, 30 days, whatever your time frame that you're set for yourself is, what are you going to do to start building that bridge that gets you from dreaming to reality? Okay. Maybe we don't have to build the whole bridge. We can just lay a couple of planks and start walking that way. But what are some things you're going to change in the very immediate future? Okay. And I'm going to, there are 14 pillars and a whole lot of little mini stuff inside of all of those pillars. You are not going to implement all 14 pillars.
Yeah.
In a
We're
couple
being
of weeks,
realistic.
all on your own. Yeah. If you just start making progress, that's going to give you, like, just understanding the stuff that you've gone through so far. I'm telling you, if you haven't made a bunch of mistakes in business like I have, you don't even see how many you're going to sidestep. So
yeah.
pat yourself on the back for being here and learning.
Inspiring and achievable, right? So long term, make sure it's inspiring. Short term, make sure it's achievable. We just want to get really clear with it. That's what we're walking you through right now. Getting really clear with it so that we have something that we can refer back to.
Yeah, and that's a great way to think about stuff. When you think about goal setting, one of the biggest reasons we can't goal set is because we just don't know what the future is going to be. We don't know where we're going to be in 90 days. They're in 2 years, 5 years. Like a 10-year goal, please, for real. I am nowhere near where I was when I was 30. At 30, I could not have envisioned what 40 would be like.
Yeah.
Right. So how am I supposed to set a 10-year goal when I have no idea? It's impossible, right? Your big, longer goals are supposed to be inspirational, and your short-term goals are supposed to be achievable. Yeah. Something that you could stick with, even if you're not sure if it's working, you could keep doing it. Okay.
I mean, now I'm pissed off. if I would have thought about when I was 30, if I would have thought about what I wanted at 40, I would be in a totally different position right now. But
oh God, yeah. And I was already an entrepreneur 10 years ago. At 30 years old, I'd already had a business for 6 years. And I still could not have envisioned that I would be sitting here right now with a group of people running an academy with Melanie. Like, I couldn't have envisioned that I could have a business partner that I enjoy spending time with that much 10 years ago. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like,
that wasn't even on the radar.
No, I wouldn't have even thought about it. It just wouldn't have even come up, right? So don't beat yourself up if you can't long-term goal. You're not supposed to be able to. They're supposed to be inspirational. Okay, so let's talk about this first pillar. Let's talk about when you're positioning yourself as a leader. And I do have these prompts here to remind you of the 3 things you're supposed to write down. And we have I put text on each of these slides just to kind of inspire you for some things you might could write down. But you can go beyond this, right? We're talking about leadership positioning. Remember, we're talking about being this authority, this mentor that people can look up to, that can aspire to be like this person that I know if I give you a moment. Like when I first hired Melanie, like I hired Melanie before I became a partner with her. When I first hired her, I came to her and I said, I don't know what I need to pay you for, but I know you can fix me. Right? You want people to look at you the same way. Like, I don't care what you sell. I don't care what your programs are. I don't care what the dollar amount is. I need you in my life. Can you please tell me what do I need to do? Do I Venmo, like, I will Venmo you like, what do I need to do? Right? You're looking to become that kind of leader for somebody.
Now remember, your natural talents are going to seem special to you. It does not seem special to me that I can walk up and talk to any person with no problem. But to Christina, that's incredible.
Yeah, I can't do that at all. That's like, whoa, what? You just walk up and just talk to people? What do you... I can't even do that at the store when like I need to talk to somebody. Like I have a question, I need an associate to help me find something. I can't even do that. My kid can do that. I can't do that.
I've never met a person I couldn't talk to.
Yeah, I can't talk to any people, even people that I've known for years. Like I would have anxiety if I saw Melanie out somewhere in public and I needed to walk up and talk to her.
And I would scream her name across a crowded mall if I saw her and she didn't see me.
These are things people generally, like your natural talents are going to be things where people compliment you or they constantly ask you to help them with them. And you're just like, oh, it's no big deal. You're like, oh, it's so awesome. It's no big deal. Right. And you also want to think about your relationship. So this next is kind of like 4 things. Your relationship to your raving fans, your relationship to your followers is going to be one of these 4 things most of the time. Right. It's not hard and fast. It's not every product and service, but your general mantra, your general, this is how I do with you. It's either going to be like, we are the same. I am where you are, and we're going to go through this together. Right. Like we have one student, yeah, she's on the call right now, who is a older mom, like, and has like young kids, like a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old, has a career, wants to maintain a career. And she's launching a membership community for other people like her that want to not sacrifice their mental well-being, their physical well-being, their career while they raise good humans that are little. Right. So she's got this, we are the same vibe. Like, we're going to do this together. I got you. Come on, bestie. Right. Yeah. You can do that. You can be like me. Right. Like I have walked this path before you. You can be me. I will show you all the steps that I took, and I'll keep you from falling off the path and all the places that I fell off. You can do I can guide you. Your path may be different, but I know how to get you where you're going. Right. That's me and Melanie. Your path is going to be different in business than us. You know, you can go launch a business doing whatever you want, but we can guide you because we understand what it takes. And then there's the really inspirational, motivational, you can be great.
Tony Robbins.
Yeah. He's just going to inspire you to be whoever it is that you can be, right? So you're going to be one of those 4 in how you relate to your target audience. One of those is going to probably call to you a little bit more. It's going to kind of connect with you a little bit more. It's not perfect. You can change it later.
For an example that helped it make sense for me, I have a friend named Tay. She's going to be on one of my future podcast episodes. She is a coach who teaches people how to start a profitable coaching business with her frameworks at her academy. And this is what she's known for, right? So she is you can be me. Okay. I am a coach that can take you and your unique business and your unique needs, because you are neurodivergent, and turn you into the highest version of yourself, what it is that you really, really want, like the thing that like you go, I don't think I could even do that, right? I help you break those barriers to become who you need to be. I help you become a better version of you. But I am not turning you into me because I don't want anybody else to be me. Okay? So if you think about what sort of journey you're bringing people on, it helps out a lot.
I know some people shared some like horror stories of past clients in the past. Write down what you didn't like about that. What were they doing that you don't want more of that in your life? These are going to become rules. Now, how we talked earlier about, well, I would like to have, is the difference between I will not let someone into my life that does this, right? Like, I want to be around these kind of people because I'm at my best and I can help them be their best. But when these people get in the way, go away, right? We recognize them really early on, but sometimes that scarcity mindset lets us keep them around for too long. We're a leader. If people don't want to get where we're going, they need to get off, right? So keep that up. Think about the things that you're passionate about too. What are the topics you could talk about for hours? What are the things that you get really excited about? I don't even know where that cat is. It's yelling weird. Sorry.
Can you guys hear my dog snoring?
Mm-mm.
Okay, good. I just want you to know if you ever hear snoring in the background, it's one of my dogs. It's not a husband. I promise. But it's always a man. If you know me, you know why that's funny. Sorry, guys. All right, train on tracks.
Okay. Has everybody got their stuff written down here? Yeah, feeling good. Need more time? Okay. All right, cool. Let Melanie lead you through this one. So related, nurturing a leadership mindset.
What are your limiting beliefs about your value and your abilities? Okay. How much, you charge per hour? What would you change? Wait, what would change? Okay, here's the big one. What would change in your life and your business if your inner critic became your inner cheerleader? If that negative voice in your head that always makes you doubt yourself and turn around and do something different, what if that person was your hype girl? And you had the full-on confidence of 100% success. So when we think about limiting beliefs, okay, these are things that are very deeply ingrained in the direct center of our being that can be changed and are not our fault, right? We are the product of our environment growing up, right? So if you were raised in a household that ever talked about being worried about paying bills, you're going to have fear around paying bills and being able to do that. It's as simple as that. Okay. If you were raised in a home of somebody with $50 million in the bank all the time, you don't even know there's a fucking electric bill to pay. Okay. So when we think about limiting beliefs and the resistance that happens when we say, I am a millionaire, and your brain goes, no, you're not. And then you hear people talk about law of attraction. You have to be it to attract it. Well, if I've never been a millionaire, how do I know what that feels like so that the universe knows to send me millions of dollars? I have the example so you know how to get on that level. Are you ready for it? Okay, all right. It's very simple. You know that feeling when you get a big check and it takes a couple days to clear the bank, but you had it in your hand, you saw it, whether it was an insurance claim, somebody died, whatever it is, but you got a sum of money and it came and it just had to take a couple days to clear the bank, but you had it. How did you feel during those days that you were waiting for it to get delivered? You felt fine. You felt great. You didn't feel scared. You didn't think, oh my God, well, the $12,000 is going to clear tomorrow. So I hope the roof doesn't cave in before then. No, you weren't worried about anything going wrong because you knew everything was going right. So when we catch ourselves in those limiting beliefs, like really scared of the money, if I invest in myself here, if I join a membership, if I buy a coach, rent a coach, hire a coach. I don't know why that was so hard. Whatever these big, scary sums of money that we have to drop, if we instead thought about it as by doing this, the 50K comes. And I know it's on its way to me because I'm taking care of myself and I'm taking care of my clients and I'm taking care of my business and I'm not worried about everybody else and everything that can go wrong and I'm only focused on all the good things that I have going on, why would anything else happen? So that's the one that really changed it for me, was being like, okay, I remember that energy. I remember how I felt every time I had a big sum of money coming to me and I knew it was happening, you know, because we've owned, this is our third home, we've owned, all sorts of crazy stuff happens. We know what a windfall feels like. So if you can get yourself in that headspace just for a few minutes a day and then really work on our limiting beliefs at the same time, it happens a lot easier.
I mean, like, one of the things that you might do in the next, 30 days, 90 days, whatever, is be able to craft a statement where you can say, I am this person and I help these people do this thing.
Yeah.
Like, you want to be able to craft it in the short term. In the long term, you want to be able to say it confidently and know it's true. Right? If I look at you and I say, I'm a business design consultant and I help people design businesses that cannot fail. That's a big fucking bold statement, right? You don't say something like that and then immediately believe it. Yeah. You immediately go, right? So like, you're going to craft your bold statement and then you're going to work on believing it. That's what a leadership mindset is all about. It needs to be true when it comes out of your mouth. You don't need to have that like, oh God, I can't. Somebody believes that and they actually hire me, I'm screwed, right? You can't have that going on in your head.
Or when that happens, you can say, you don't get to win this argument. You don't win this debate. It's not up for debate. That's a big one that I've had with Piper lately of, that's not up for debate. Mm-hmm. It's not up for debate. Nobody asked you. Thank you.
Well, and some of the other things are going to help that be true, right? So it's not like if you can't fix this mindset overnight, that's okay. It's not supposed to be. The other things I'm teaching you to do in your business are going to help you believe that and be able to prove it, right? Yeah. One of the biggest reasons why we don't believe some of these statements is because we don't feel like we have the receipts. We don't have the proof. But when you start crafting your products and services the right way, you start doing those client success plans. So you're like, this is what I'm going to do for you. And you start being able to track against doing it. And you're checking in with your business and your bank accounts agreeing that you're doing it the right way. You're going to say that statement and believe it because you can prove that it is true. Yeah. Right. So if you don't believe it, right, it's okay. Work on it. Don't beat yourself up about it. Say it anyway. Okay. Now
you can also, here's another really helpful mindset tip to get into really like abundance. Instead of saying, I am a millionaire, because your brain's gonna, no, you're not. You're gonna say, I am taking all the right steps to become that millionaire.
Or your question affirmations. That one works for me really well. But you say like, why am I profitable? Mm-hmm. Oh, well, it makes your brain start thinking of the reasons why that's true instead of fighting and railing against why it's wrong. The question
why am I successful? Yeah. Where am I abundant? Right? Because your spice rack is abundant. I open up that pantry and I go, hell yeah, look at how much stuff's in here. Hell yeah.
Oh, you should see my spice. It is ridiculous. David has to keep buying me new shelves and putting them on the wall because I need to see all the spices. I can't have them in a cabinet.
There's a really good manifestation of Bob. I forget his name. I'm gonna text it to you, Christina, and you can put it in the chat. I don't think I have enough bandwidth to move my, you know what I mean.
Yep, all good. All right, looking at the next part of your action plan here, we're talking about making that one person on a journey. One of the things that I generally do here is we break this up into 5 stages. So it can be more, it can be less. You can choose to just focus on 2 stages for right now. Where are they and where are they going to be? And then, pretty soon, that's okay. Work with whatever your brain lets you do. But we want to think about where they're going. So a lot of times what we'll do is think about, okay, this person that I want to help started way back here. And in their wildest, biggest dreams that they don't even know how to dream for themselves yet, because I know what they're capable of, but they don't, they can get to here, right? So 1 to 5. And then you can break down, well, in the middle, it's kind of here. And then in the middle between 1 and 3 is here. In the middle between 4 and 5 is here, right? And then you can start to really look at who are they at that stage. What are they going through? Who are you working for? Are you working for people you want to be? Or are you working for people you don't want to be? What are they going through? If they don't hire you, what else are they going to do? Right? Because this will help you with some of the mindset stuff too, when you do that little exercise. If they don't hire you, what else are they going to do? But it'll also help you identify potential partnerships. Because if they're doing that other thing and that thing's not the best fit and you are, you can partner with that person to bring them in. Right. Like a lot of people go after, like you would think some of my competitors would be the tactical people, right? Somebody's going to teach you how to run a challenge. Somebody's going to teach you how to run a workshop. Somebody's going to teach you how to do slides, because they're teaching you a tactic that can help you grow and scale your business and all that other good stuff. If the stuff I'm teaching you is not done right, that tactic is likely to fail. So like marketing agencies will send people to me because they don't want to scale failure.
Yeah.
Right. Like if I get this person more clients, their business is going to implode because they're not designed to be able to handle more clients. Like I have worked for people on the agency side that they're like, oh, I want to sell more of this thing. And it's like, okay, cool. Let's sell more of this thing. We sold 2 and they said, turn it off.
Yep.
What?
Implode.
Oh, we only can take 2 new clients a year. Why are you paying me $5,000 a month for 2 clients a year? Huh?
Yeah.
Right. Their business wasn't designed to handle it. So like somebody was going to go try, right, actually became a really good referral partner for me, because the agency can send them over to me as a coach or send them over to the academy. We fix the business model so they're ready for scale, and then they go back and the agency can get wild success for them because they're ready for it. All right. So look at the other options they have if they don't hire you. You know, who are you working with now? Who do you want to be working with? What are some of the success stories? If you don't have testimonials, case studies, success stories right now, write the ones you want to create. I'm not saying put them out in the market and be like, here's a bunch of fake testimonials. That's not what I'm saying. Write them anyway, because that's what you want to do for people. You want to be able to create those. All right. So you want to have real ones at some point, but in the near future, you can write the ones that you want to make true. Okay.
I love the action part. Oh, I love the action part. Okay. Sorry, guys. Here, I'm back.
You can tell everybody's working because the chat has gone silent.
I know. I love it. I can feel it. I think I'm just energy vampiring you guys. I'm just feeding off of your creative energy because I see it flowing out of all of you and it makes me so happy. Okay. What are we talking about? Oh, unlocking your intuition with mindful magic. Okay. Here's the thing. I hate to say it, but if you're not actually enjoying any part of your day, like full on, heartfelt, in the body, so thankful for this moment in time, whether it's a really good belly laugh, the endorphins that you get from a good exercise,
dancing when your brain DJ plays a good
Yes.
tune. That was one that
Just-
got me. Like I remember texting Melanie and being like, I don't know the last time that I just floated through my kitchen doing little dances on the tiles, not stepping on the cracks, only the tiles, because my brain DJ was having a good time.
Yeah. Yeah. So when we do that, right? And if you're really, really jumbled up right now and you really don't even have any time for that and you don't have any joy happening and you're super duper stressed out and like, oh my God, I can't do that. Do it to spite yourself, okay? Or to spite the system or whatever it is, because your intuition.
Prove Melanie wrong.
Prove me wrong. Oh my God, we should do that because then you know what I'm going to hear? You were right. Yeah, prove me wrong. Do it to spite me. Prove me wrong. I haven't been proved wrong yet. But your intuition and the guidance that we receive from the universe, God, our spirit guides, whatever it is you connect with the most, has such an easier path to access and get messages through to you so you can trust your gut and not overthink your decisions anymore when the circuits are happy. Okay. So think about it like this. This is as scientific and woo at the same time I can get. Remember when you were young and you played double Dutch jump rope? So you had 2 people holding the 2 jump ropes and then you had to like run and play the cat and mouse through it. We were real young and real spry. I remember. So that figure 8 with the 2 jump ropes happening, that's the circuit in your brain that the universe has to access to get messages through to you, or for your creativity to start popping off so you can have your creative flow happening and really get all your good ideas, right? To get it that way, you have to feel good. Otherwise, it's like there's 14 jump ropes and more than 2 people playing the game and all sorts of other stuff happening, and they're trying to get messages through to you that way. It's a lot harder. Can it happen? Yes. But wouldn't you want to make it as easy as possible?
Think about your decision making a lot for this one too. Like, how are you making decisions right now? Are you just willy-nilly doing something because it sounds good and because you don't know what else to do? Like, are you making decisions because you can't think of a better choice?
Yeah.
Or are you making
Now-
decisions because it feels like the right move? Are you regretting your decisions as soon as you make them? How do you want decision making to happen at some point in the future? Do you want to be able to prove that it's a relatively good choice before you make it? Do you want to have data? Do you want to be able to trust your intuition? Do you want, like, what do you want? And how can you make some changes now?
Intuition makes your life easier. And the easier something is, especially for us neurodivergent people, the more likely we are to do it consistently. Okay. And I want to make everything in your life and business as easy as possible. I am that girl that will tell you, you can find balance in ease. I tell you what, you do not need stress. That can just be sprinkled in, peppered in here and there. Naturally, that will happen, but you can have ease. So when people ask me, what's the difference between intuition and anxiety? How can I tell the difference, right? Anxiety sparks inaction and intuition sparks action. So when I had first started going on my walks like 6-7 months ago regularly and said, I'm going to make this work. Like, I know this is the answer. My intuition was going off saying, you need to be walking. You need to be walking. The first mile of each walk, my brain was screaming at me, turn around. You're going to break your ankle and you're going to be 3 miles away from home and you're not going to be able to get home and things are going to happen to you and you're going to get kidnapped and just doomsday McGee. Your hip hurts, turn around. You're probably going to hurt yourself. This is hard on your body. You can't do it. La, 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 da, 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 da. And every walk, once that first mile hit, all those thoughts went away. Okay. Now, do I get those thoughts anymore? No. But I knew that was not my intuition, because my intuition, my spirit guides are not going to say, turn around or you're going to break your ankle. My spirit guides are simply going to say, don't go on the walk. Right? But it's not going to lead to the freaking chaos that anxiety will lead to. So think about it like that. Now, also, I found out just scientifically, if any one of you understand, or if any one of you knows that you have mast cell activation syndrome, EDS, or POTS, which they're now figuring are all connected. If your body is having an allergic reaction to anything, right? So I have very high histamines in my body. Anaphylaxis, which is your body having a reaction, can spark feelings of impending doom, thoughts of impending doom. So I remember telling Christina about a walk that I went on that I had to turn around because I broke out in hives because I had just had a spoonful of peanut butter right before the walk because I forgot that I was figuring out if I was allergic to peanut butter or not. And then I solidified, yes, I am. And my whole body like broke out in hives. I had to turn around and go home. So what my brain was doing was telling me to turn around because my inflammation was going so far up. So again, research queen, that's neither here nor there, but just so you guys understand, like, we're up against some obstacles. I'm not telling you that this is going to make life easier. I'm just telling you it's going to make it more fun to be through and enjoy, right? Now, how often do you relax and just listen to your gut versus trying to force a solution to happen? I just want you to be having as good a time as possible. If that means that you're having a low executive function day and the only way you can get in the shower is if you only do a neck down shower and you have your headphones on and you can watch the Real Housewives while you do it, and then you can take a really slow morning and not have to talk to anybody and do all of this, and that's how you're going to like be quiet and meditate, do it, bitch.
I mean, one of the decisions you could make in your immediate future to trust your intuition a little bit more would be no immediate decisions.
Mm-hmm.
If I find a shiny object, because remember that's what we're trying to banish in this one. If I find a shiny object, I'm going to give myself 24 hours.
I'm going to write it down so I don't forget it. I'm going to write it down so I don't forget it. And then I'm going to come back to it in 24 hours and see what it feels like.
Yeah. Thought vomit is powerful.
Yeah.
Just getting it out of your brain. Because a lot of times we will take action because we're afraid we'll forget.
Yeah.
So you'll push yourself into going ahead and like getting lost and chasing a shiny object for half a day or 2 days or 3 days because you're afraid you're going to forget about it, and you're afraid that if you do, you'll miss out on this opportunity that could have worked. All right, like you're activating your own FOMO that you created for yourself. Yeah. Fear of missing out on the thing that you might not even need. right? So sometimes just the brain dump and wait 24 hours. So if you're not really sure what's an immediate action you can take to improve your intuition, give yourself 24 hours. Don't make any final decisions. Don't go down any rabbit holes. Just literally thought vomit and wait 24 hours. That has been one of the biggest things. Remember, I told you that one of the biggest things that changed everything for me was just this repetition of slow down.
Yes.
So that one works really well for me is I'm just going to slow down. I'm not going to chase the shine. Like I found a new thing that I think might replace our virtual campus software and I'm really excited about it. But I looked at it, I booked a call with the owner to chat with them about it a little bit and kind of get some more information, but I booked it for 2 days later. And I wrote down the immediate things that I thought I might like about it that I saw when I first encountered The Shining. And
You've
then
really impressed me with this, by the way. I want you to know. You've really, with the way you've gone about this, you've really deeply impressed me. A lot.
Yeah, like I waited 24 hours before I even like showed it to Melanie or before I even talked about it with any of the students to see what they thought, or I waited 2 full days before I met with the owner about it. I resisted the urge to go ahead and set it up and host today's workshop in it.
She only did that because I am technologically challenged. That's the only reason. Or we would have
That's
probably
one
done
of the
it in
benefits
there.
to having a partner. If they make you take actions that are in your own best interest, it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a big one. This is a big one. What are you selling right now? And one of the things that I've encountered a lot with students is they think they have one business and they're selling like 4 or 5 things, but what they've accidentally done is created 4 or 5 businesses. It's all under one LLC, one business name, but they have literally created multiple product lines that have completely different avatars, completely different outcomes, would have to be staffed by completely different people because they just thought, oh, I can do this. Right? Like there's a reason why the Academy is a separate business from my agency and from my coaching practice. Could this have been part of my coaching practice? Maybe. It's the same avatar, but it can't be staffed the same way. The Academy is a group coaching, training, resource, partnership, support, bunch of things. It is not one-on-one me doing it for you. The business model is different.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you're thinking about what you're selling right now, you need to think about, are those things profitable? Are they scalable? Are you enjoying them? In the very near future, can any of them go away? I mean, these are some things like I have really strong opinions on, like y'all heard me earlier. If you have multiple businesses and no support staff and you can't hire a support staff, you're not making enough money to, shut them down. Pick one, shut the other 2 down. You know what I mean? Like that's really bold and that's really direct and that's really but it is true because there's a lot of work that goes into making them profitable, scalable. If you could put all of your attention and energy onto one instead of basically working 3 full-time jobs while trying to live a life. I mean, you're working 3 jobs with overtime if you have 3 businesses, you know what I mean? Like, unless you have somebody to take some of that load off. So think about some of those kind of things. What do you got going on? What are you trying to sell right now? How's that thing working for you? How do you want it to work for you? Are you putting in anything else around that product? Right? So if you're selling something right now and say it lasts for 3 months, and then when that 3 months is over, what happens then? Does that client fade off into the abyss? Do you have something else to sell them? What if they're not ready for the 3 months? Do you have something down the line that you can sell them? Are you focused on one thing? Do you have like one core product or service that if you can sell that one thing, it's really profitable, it's really scalable, and you have other things you can put around it that they can also buy so that you can keep them in? Or is it just that thing? What do you got going on? How can you improve it in the immediate future? Even if you don't like completely throw away some of these other things, how can you just like maybe shelf them temporarily or pull them down so they don't take as much of your time? I mean, Melanie did this with her group coaching program when we first met. We started examining it and we asked a lot of these same questions. And when she started thinking about it a little bit more, she started pulling down, like we immediately cut the amount of time she was investing each week in like half, just by asking some of these tough questions. Cut her time investment in half. And then ultimately she decided to let it go, right? And then the things that you're selling, could you bring someone else in to do it? If you had the most trainable, coachable person in the world that you could bring on to replace you, is that even possible? And what are your limitations? Like maybe you're selling something right now, and if you sold 10 of them, you would be underwater. So in the immediate future, what can you do to relieve that? In the long-term future, what can you do to change this? Okay. I have a couple things that I've listed on here to kind of pay attention to. Like in all of the things that you can sell, I broke it down into essentially there's 5 categories. You have your core thing that you're focused on selling that's very profitable, very scalable. You want to really master that. It solves the biggest problems for the biggest group of your audience. You have upsells that can be a little bit more limited, right? Like one-on-one time with me is limited, but the academy is very scalable. Okay. So I can put people into the academy. I can spend some time with them. I can help them. But if they want me to one-on-one roll up my sleeves and go help them actually not only plan all this stuff, but execute it, I can only take so many of those. So it's okay if your upsells are limited. That's fine. Okay. Your taster products can be things like this workshop that I'm doing. It can be a course. It can be anything where they get like Melanie's got her one-on-one clarity calls. So if you're not sure if you want to book a 3-month thing with her, a 6-month thing with her, you can book a taster. You can go buy a clarity call and you can see how you feel about it, right? If you have a membership program, it can be like a free trial. It can be, there's lots of different ways you can let people get a taste of what you have to offer. There's scarcity products that are limited in some capacity. So they're limited time, limited seats. Like maybe they're only open for certain windows. There's only so many people that can get into it. Bonuses expire after certain time frames, etc. You can have those. And then you have DIYs. These are generally your lead magnets, your freebies. So they're still a product. If you think about them like a product, we still have to put time into promoting and selling it and getting people to take you up on it. Even if you're giving it away, even if it's a free ebook or a checklist or a free course or whatever, it still takes your time and energy. You still need to track if it's performing.
Yep.
So start thinking about the free and the paid things as products in your product stack.
And what you might find when you're going through all of this is that you don't even like some of your stuff anymore. You don't like some of your offers anymore. I don't know if Jade's still here, but Jade had looked through some stuff and was like, this doesn't work for me. This doesn't work for my neurodivergent needs. This doesn't work for my lifestyle, both what I have now and what I want. So really be prepared for some sort of emotional response to happen when we really take a cold, hard look at everything that we're doing. Because when Christina told you about me and my little coaching thing that I was running, I had really been telling myself that I loved it, but I was telling myself that I loved it because I was falling out of love with it. You know, so then seeing the numbers,
you needed it to sell the other thing.
Yeah.
Because I remember your face when I said, if you got rid of it, could you still sell your one-on-one coaching? And you went,
yeah,
of course.
Yeah.
Okay, then. If that thing's not profitable and enjoyable on its own, you don't need it to sell the next thing. It's not a core product.
Yeah.
Right. It's not the main thing because she spent a lot of energy into promoting the group program.
Yeah.
It made more sense to put it into the taster thing, the one-on-one calls, because if she can get people into the one-on-one calls, she can close more of them into the 3-6 month than she could from the group.
Yeah.
With a lot less energy.
A lot less.
And a lot more money.
And doing something that I liked more. I really love a one-on-one, man.
Yeah. Angie had a really good question too. So like, what if your product has 2 avatars? Okay. So for one, your company has 2 avatars, not your products. Your entire company has to be focused around serving people, serving one person to help them do things. In a situation where you have 2 avatars, you generally pick one as the primary focus, which sounds a little crazy, but I have an example. So we have one student, Katina. When she first came to me, she was really focused on helping corporate ADHDers, right? So you've got people that are working inside of companies, advocate for what they needed, advocate for their own accommodations, find better employment that would suit them, et cetera, et cetera. We ended up with a secondary avatar because she can also work with the company, the DEI, people inside of the company, the diversity, what is it called? Diversity,
equity, inclusion.
Yeah, there you go. She can work with the DEI people and help them create a better company while also working with the people in the company that have ADHD to advocate on their behalf. So her centralized goal is I help corporations and their employees create an environment where employees thrive, and have the support and resources they need in order to help the company excel. Right. So the unifying purpose is the company's going to excel. And we do that by coming at it from two people. Right. So whatever like you're dealing with, like connecting businesses to consumers. In hers, we're connecting businesses to employees, which would normally be two very different markets, but they have a similar goal. They want the company to thrive. Do you have something like that where your two avatars interject to create an outcome? And then that becomes your mission, is I create this outcome, and I do that by helping these two people poof. Does that make sense? And if that's not true, I would probably just focus on one. And you just get like really focus on the business and speak to the business. And I help businesses find consumers that, or I help consumers find businesses that. If you can't make that statement that I help create this outcome by these two people. Feel free to come off, like unmute or whatever and talk, because this is a really good example, and it's a really common problem. Avatar development is one of the trickiest things that people ever do.
Okay, so yeah, talking's a lot easier than trying to articulate into text.
Angie, I can hear you now too. Oh, this is gonna be my favorite part.
I'm not mad today. Ignore that.
No, we don't talk about ourselves like that. Don't talk about my friend like that.
Sorry. Okay, so let's preface this with COVID came. I self-taught myself web design, which is where the web design business came.
What?
And then, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Go off. Damn. I'm so jealous.
And then I ended up getting connections, and I got more business than I could handle. And then, of course, everything came crumbling down. And in the midst of this, I had just learned I was ADHD. We were figuring out my son was ADHD. My husband is a homicide sergeant. So add that stress into my dealing with my own issues. So there's like a whole bunch of stuff. So I like really got into a deep depression, and my fight or flight is I just shut everyone out and pretend like the world doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So I'm coming out of that.
You don't want to burden other people with it. I get it.
So that's where earlier it was like, well, what if we've like really hit, and then we're trying to come back out, but we don't want to actually put ourselves out there, because then all these little birdies are going to be like, this person sucks, or this person, all the negative.
Who's gonna say that?
The businesses that I didn't follow through with, or that.
What? Hold on a second, just so I can get an idea in my head.
No worries.
When was the last time you talked to anybody at those businesses?
I blocked all of them.
Okay, so how is anybody gonna know that you're coming out of your cocoon ready to rock the business world again?
Because on social media, business pages and stuff are all public.
Do you think any of them care that much?
I don't
There
know.
are some assholes that do. But
Okay, but I mean, there's
it's
assholes
okay.
all over the place. You could just look at them and say, you know what, we weren't aligned, it didn't work out. I send you off in peace. You know, it's really, how do we, because we can't let what those people are doing hold you back from doing what you want to do.
So that's where
So
I've
actually had that happen. I had some clients that paid me a lot of money for projects that we weren't able to complete because very similar situations, right? Like as you're telling your story, I'm like, man, it's so amazing how so many people have the same story, right? Like yours is unique to you, it is, but like the basic underlying plot is really similar for most of us. I've had similar experiences where we didn't deliver on something and I had to I've done refunds. I had to walk away from projects. I had to walk away from projects and refuse to do a refund because I couldn't. The money was already gone. Right. So I've done all that.
So I've
actually went back and closed those clients into new projects because what I did was I went back and I said, I know my experience with you is not the best. I know that there was a lot of things that I did wrong and a lot of things that went sideways for you. And I took a minute and I went back and I re-examined everything that went wrong. And I've made a lot of changes. Let me tell you what some of them are. And I would like an opportunity to make this right by you. And if you would give me that opportunity, I will do this, and this, and I'm not even going to charge you, or I'll do it for free, or whatever. Like, I just want you to take another chance on me because I've done this improvement. Some of those clients came back and have become my biggest advocates. Some of them told me to go fuck myself. Right.
Okay.
And you get both. And it's okay because you know you did the work. Right. You know you did the work to improve, and this is not going to be the experience for future clients.
Okay.
So
that's been like one of my biggest holdbacks was how am I going to deal with.
Angie, I have one more solution on that same note, and it all made sense why I saw that TikTok the other day, and I sent it to you, Christina, so you're gonna know what I'm talking about. I saw this TikTok that a guy did where he was explaining there's two ways. So if there's two people in a confrontation, in an issue, one is going to underreact and say it's cool, and one is going to overreact and flip the fuck out. So you, as a vendor, as a person with a business, right, can, so I'll use a restaurant example. If I am a cashier at a restaurant and somebody comes in and they say, you messed up my food order, I can either try and downplay it and say, no, it's cool, which will force them to say, it is not, get your manager, la la la. Or I can take on the role of, oh my God, I hope you won't like hold this against us. I hope you'll come back. I hope you'll let us redeem ourselves. I hope you let you do this, because then they are forced into the role of, no, it's okay. It's not that big a deal, right? So you could, even if you don't want to work with them again, combine those two and just say, I am so sorry for how things went down. I just want you to know I am not making an excuse. I'm not doing any of this, la, 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 la. I hope that we can see each other in the future and wish each other well, la, 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 blah, 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 blah. I just want you to know that, like, it was my lowest time. I'm doing so much better. I hope that nothing but good things are happening for you. And you could do that. So then if they do decide that they have the time and energy to be such a shitty person to drag you on the internet, you can at least have that receipt to be like, you know what? Like, because I mean, there's people with substance abuse and alcohol issues and stuff like that that have given it up, and then you can't change the past. You can only say, I do better now.
Well, and you don't know what was going on in their life. Maybe they were assholes back then because they were going through a divorce, or they had just had their like car repossessed, or I mean, you just don't even know. They're not going to.
You never know what someone's
that
going
is
through.
True. And like, there's one guy who was a huge connection that I knew it was going to really skyrocket my business. And so I take ownership and accountability for everything that I screwed up on. But it's like, is 2 to 3 years too long of a window to even reach back out? Is it?
The worst they can say is no, fuck off. The best they can say is, let's work together again. Here's $10,000. You look beautiful.
Okay. And like I said, in July, I found out I have Hashimoto's. So then like everything's making more sense as I find out more and more of what's going on. I'm pretty sure I have Ehlers-Danlos.
Over explaining as well, right? So
TikTok is like
reach out tour. You don't have to tell them all that. You don't owe them all those details. You just
okay.
say like, I was going through some personal things at the time.
Yes. That's a good thing to
had
say.
An impact on your project, and I apologize for that. And I just want to let you know that I've addressed a lot of these things. I apologize for the experience that you had at the time.
I take full accountability and ownership. Those two words put together, those make my nipples hard. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. And if there's anything that I can ever do for you in the future, please let me know. And just make a day where you do that tour. Pull out some chat GPT, write you some little templates. Know that this is going to be a very emotionally draining day. You are going to do it scared, and you're going to get it done, right? Like,
and that's
you're
where
gonna
I'm
take
also
2
I'm
or 3
like
days off. On the flip side, we're not going to make any major changes during that little window. We're just going to go do the apology tour so that you have the freedom and the peace to move forward.
Okay. And like right now I'm in the point where I'm like, okay, I have to get all my systems in place before I really reach out and do stuff, because then it's just going to be this vicious cycle.
You do want to be set up for success.
To
a point.
Okay. Yeah. So to a point. Some of the things that you want to get really clear on. So all the stuff that we've been teaching today, you want to get those first 3 pillars. If you have those first 3 pillars, the gist of them, they don't have to be perfect, right? You know who you are, you know who you sell to, you know what you sell. The other big powerful thing is build a wait list.
Yeah.
Just because you jump out in the world and you say, I sell this thing, and everybody comes on and they say, I want it, that doesn't mean you have to say yes.
Or the application process and all that sort of stuff. You really want to think about barriers and vetting. right? So if you create an application and say, you know, very specific things on it, and then somebody's answer is not right, you automatically know I don't have to have a clarity call with them and figure out if this, and this, because already, you know, they're not aligned. And bonus points, if you make that application 10 plus questions that they actually have to write out answers to, you're really going to phase out anybody that's not serious.
Okay.
10 questions is amazingly powerful, especially if one of them is an open-ended
Yeah.
box.
All of
It's
my
not multiple
application questions
choice.
are open-ended.
Yeah.
Because I want to see what you really want.
You're going to see us model that here in a minute with what we did with the academy, because when we first opened, we let anybody and everybody come in because we wanted to understand what people were interested in. And me and Melanie met with every single person each.
Not
one-on-one.
sustainable.
Yeah, it wasn't sustainable, and we knew it wasn't, and we knew it wasn't something we were going to do in the long run. But we really wanted to have some conversations with everybody that's coming in and figure out what their problems were. Like, these systems that you're learning right now weren't built; they were in our head.
Yeah.
We built them in response to all of the conversations that we had. We probably met with 75, 100 people before we settled into kind of who we want. It was a lot each.
I can't take
And
it
then
on.
now we're
Don't ask me to
moving
remember.
into more of a, we can handle onboarding more students at one time, but we're still going to limit it because we want to serve at a certain level. So if we're only going to take 20 new students in every month.
But we also
Because we
dialed
want to
in
really get
who we
onboarded.
want to be our success stories. In the beginning, it was a much broader audience that we were going after. And now we've been able to dial in. I just love that saying, dial in.
And
It's
that's
so
that you
professional.
don't have to have it perfect.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
it wasn't
And-
what we're
and
doing
so,
now
like-
was not who we were in January, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's
Absolutely, yeah.
the academy's refined. I mean, I know like Yari's been here for a hot minute. Gwen's been here almost since the beginning. And like it's changed a
Yeah.
lot since the beginning. What we're doing
It's-
and building now wasn't there to start with. So it
evolved.
doesn't have to be perfect.
Okay. Yeah.
And you
Like,
can
I
control the
understand
flow
not
in.
needing
So
the perfection. It was just that I went so down to rock bottom that it was hard to see how to get out of it without dealing with the others coming out and ruining everything, even though I've done the work.
It was a
It's
really,
very unlikely
have you ever heard of the spotlight effect?
No.
So the spotlight effect is it's the mindset that we come across very naturally as humans, that everybody is as focused as us as we are on ourselves. So like when you have a stain of mustard on your shirt and you walk into a party and you go, oh my God, don't look at my stain. I'm so sorry. Nobody was looking at your fucking stain. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares, right? Like, no, everybody is running around. Like when you have a conversation with somebody and then you go home and you go, why did I say that? I was such an idiot. Oh, what do they think of me? Good news is they went home and did the same thing, but about themselves. Nobody is thinking about you as much as you are thinking about you. So we start to think, especially when you're in a space where you're beating yourself up for failing, right? You're not being very nice to yourself or kind to yourself about the situation that you got yourself into, even though I'm sure you didn't want to get there. It's not like you did it willingly. It was the circumstances, the mindset, what was happening. 2020 was a freaky year, did a lot of things to all of us. So, and you're not in a kind place with how you're viewing it. So of course you're going to think that every person that it didn't work out very well with has malice in their heart for you, because you're talking to yourself like that. But I'm sure at least one of those people, if they start seeing you on social media, are going to think, oh, I hope she's doing better. I'm glad to
and
see
one
her.
of your like immediate hiring goals should be an executive assistant.
Mhm.
Just throwing that out there, because it sounds like you're kind of similar to how I operate, being very confrontation avoidant. If you don't have good news to give to a client, you just don't talk to them.
Either
Which
that or
I'm
I'm a little
really
too
bad
blunt,
about.
and then that creates a whole new set of problems.
Well, we
Yeah,
don't
I
want to give
tend to
people too much
overshare.
access to ourselves, you know,
Okay.
because then they think they can message you whenever they want and all that sort of stuff. So that air, I like to think of it as an air of mystery.
Well,
Instead
and quite
of-
frankly, they don't care. They don't
Yeah.
need the reason. They want to know what's happening differently.
Yeah,
Right?
what's
Like,
changing
Melanie
for
told you
them?
I had those clients that I had 3 clients that I waited 6 weeks before I kicked off their project. And I was beating myself up about it. But literally what I told them is I was like, hey guys, I'm working on it right now. I've had a couple of things come up personally. They don't have to know what those are. I didn't have to make big scary. It was just like I was in my own head and I didn't feel like working on their crap right now. That was just literally what was happening. or spirit guides were putting it off, or the universe, whatever was happening.
Same
I
thing.
was like, I have some stuff coming up personally that got in my way and delayed the project a bit. I have resolved that. It won't happen again. And we're moving forward. And this is what my next steps are. That was literally all I said. And it's taken me a long time to get to where I could just do that. Right? Like, that sounds really simple, but it was really hard. And it was a lot of mindset work, a lot of working with Melanie, a lot of having things like ChatGPT, a lot of things like having William, who's my client hero, you know, checking in with me every day and being like, we need to tell him something. Can I help you? Can I take over and communicate with this client for you? And I'm like, he's like, if you would do that with me from the beginning and introduce me from the beginning and let me handle the day-to-day communication so that you don't have to, because I can tell it stresses you out. That sounds like a good plan. I was like, oh my God, yes, please. Thank you.
Also, it's going to be different this time because you're different.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You know, it's just going to be different this
One
time
last
because you're
thing,
different.
so we can. I quit stealing all the time. With hiring somebody, is there some formula? Are you guys going to talk about later, like the income level you should be at to know that you can afford to hire somebody? Because that's one of my fears, is that
you
I'm
want to be at about at least 20K a month, ideally, before you hire a person. But you have to make some of those decisions for yourself. If you know your numbers and you know what your income is, and you know that you have a limitation like this, where like communication with your clients on a regular basis is going to be a problem, that's going to limit your entire ability to scale, we can hire sooner, because that type of role is really easy to outsource. So as soon as you define the role, as soon as you say, like, I need an assistant who will communicate with my clients weekly and update them on the progress of our projects and hold me accountable to making progress on the projects, that is somebody that you can get out of the Philippines for like $5 an hour. And you can have them work for you 10 hours a week, right? So I'm not going to tell you have to be at 20K a month to be able to afford to pay someone $400 a month. You know what I mean? Like, if that person's going to unlock a really big problem. Yeah. So with a grain of salt. Now, you don't want to hire any client-facing employees or any salaried employees until you're at about at least 20 to 30K a month, ideally more, because half of everything you make, if you're under $250,000 a year, is yours, your paycheck. So if you're making 20K a month, you're paying yourself 10. This is, you can look this up, Mike McCallow's Profit First.
That is on my list of books to read.
It's a good one.
It is a very good one. Even if you don't read the book, just Google it, because there's
another good one.
Certified accountants. So they're putting out lots of information, lots of knowledge, because his program is something he certifies people in. So you've got all these accountants that are Profit First certified, that are putting out blogs, that are putting out videos, that are putting out, like, you don't, if reading a book is something that takes you weeks, go watch a little 10-minute YouTube video. It's a really simple concept that you take your revenue that comes in minus your profits, and that's what you have left for expenses. So if you do that math, and in that expense budget, you have room to pay a human.
Yeah.
Just make sure you know what the job is before you hire them, right? Like, this is what I need this human to do. This is why I need this human to do it. This is my expectation for this human. And this is my budget to pay this human. And if you
would also say you're not ready to hire someone until you have an SOP in place for all of the things you want that person to do. Because we have one student at the academy, especially, that hired a whole bunch of like 3 people from the Philippines, that sort of stuff to do. And she hired like 5 people at once, and they were all like, okay, well, what are SOPs? What are we supposed to do? And then she had to spend all of this time getting what's in here down to an SOP for them, and still trying to run her business and still trying to expand. She did, but like in the beginning, she was like, oh God, I didn't even think about the fact that I have to tell them all what to do. So really think about an SOP so that when you hire someone, because you have to spend time finding the right person, right? You have to spend time clarifying what their role is, and then spend time developing the person to do what it is you want them to do.
Yeah. It's like,
so really think about
how to bake a cake. Like,
right?
You're going to put that kind of energy in. When you hire a person, you were teaching a 2-year-old to bake a 3-tier cake.
Yeah.
For a wedding that can't be screwed up and has to be done on time. Like, that's hiring humans. And that's hiring checklist humans. Humans come in 2 flavors. They come and build the role humans, and they come and do the role humans, right? So if you have that SOP and that checklist, and it's specifically what you want them to do, those humans are usually cheaper, but it's like trying to teach a toddler to bake a wedding cake, right? Then you have the other humans that can build the role, where you can say, this is the outcome that I want to have happen. I want my clients communicated with every week. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know what we need to do, but I want them to get a status update every week. I don't know how we do that. Can you help me build that role? Right? That's a different human. That is a more expensive human.
Yeah.
And that human generally can't do the role, right? So the person who helps you build it is not going to be the person that communicates with the clients all the time. So sometimes you can bring a human in temporarily to help you build the role, and you can hire a human to do the role.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Sometimes
It
that
does.
human becomes
And that
your,
would be
your
kind of like
executive
virtual
assistant.
assistant versus executive assistant. Virtual assistant would
Yeah.
be more checklist, cheaper.
Yeah.
Executive assistant
I
can
have to
take
admit,
me,
there's
this is the
times
idea I
I've-
have in my brain, and go help you figure out how to make it be a reality. Your executive assistant can delegate to virtual assistants. So that's a very great way to think about that.
And I have debated on hiring my daughter to do like the checklist stuff, but I don't know if that's a smart move or not, but that's
It actually can really be a smart move, but you have to have a really good relationship with your kids, for one.
that I do, which is good.
and you
All
still
right, guys, we
have
gotta get the train back on the tracks.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
you still have to treat it the same way too, though, that
Okay.
you're gonna have to handhold them, you're gonna have to walk them through it, and you're gonna have to manage expectations and all that good jazz. So this
Well,
was a
thank-
good conversation though, so it was a good deal.
Yeah.
I really like it.
It does help eventually, but in the short term, we can't romanticize the idea of getting an assistant and everything getting fine. Like, there's work involved in all of those choices.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you guys.
So yeah, definitely. You know what your action plan is after all of that you've learned, because that was a lot of information. So just write down really quickly what you're going to do with it.
Yeah.
That way we
Some-
don't
some
just
good
intake
pondering in
information
your
with no
future.
action.
This is also why we do this on Friday, so that you guys have the whole weekend to sit and marinate, ponder, think, brainstorm, and then meet us back here on Monday for the Q&A. So you remember, you get access to us again on Monday.
And what I just said is something that you want to do anytime you're going to anything where you're intaking information. If you ask questions, if you whatever, and you're intaking information, what is the action item you're going to take as a result of the information that you just learned? Write that down, because you will not remember it later. In 30 minutes, you're going to forget what it was, and you're going to be stressing out because there was something that you need to remember and you don't know what you're going to do with it. So whatever action steps that you get inspired by, write them down, designate them differently in your notes. I put a checkbox next to each one versus just like a bullet point or a dot or whatever. That way I can see them, or I'll put a big exclamation point, or I'll put a thought bubble next to that part on my notes so I can find it. So that strategy is good when you're intaking lots of information, so you avoid shinies. Okay, Melanie, you get to talk now. Woo!
I'm gonna move you guys out of the way. All right, so we have to unlock your productivity and hack your times. Do you know when your energy is up and down during the day, week, month, and year? Okay, so we know that essentially your body and brain is a 2015 iPhone. Okay, it's gonna need to plug in and recharge more than these brand new models. Okay, and certain apps require more bandwidth and more mental calories than others, right? So if you know what is when you have your most energy, when you have your best energy, when you feel tired, right? I've seen so many people talk about that 3 p.m. slump, or that 3 a.m. when you wake up. That's a health thing. That has to do with this, or that has to do with this. And trust me, I study all of the different health and wellness trends, from Ayurveda and traditional Chinese medicine to naturopathic stuff and what's happening in the Western medical. And every single person has an explanation. It's a blood sugar crash. It's stress in the liver. It's this and this. Here's the thing, baby. Perhaps we are just tired at 3 o'clock in the afternoon from living our goddamn life. Perhaps we just need a nap at 3 o'clock most days. Perhaps we wake up at 3 a.m. because our spirit guides and our dead family members want to say hello to us, and that's when the veil is thinnest. Perhaps it's because we have a hormone problem. Perhaps it's because we're stressed. Perhaps it's just because we have to pee. I don't know. But
It's gonna
in the
take you time to
meantime,
figure that out. You'll figure it out and start learning what you can do about it to improve it and stuff eventually.
Yeah.
But just recognizing it. God,
we just
when
want the
Melanie taught
data
me
for now.
this, Yeah, just recognizing it. When she taught me this, holy my fuck. I was also really focused on my days.
Yeah.
Like I was like, okay, wake up in the morning and I'm tired and I had to slump around 3 or 4 and I pay attention to my days. I loosely was aware of my weeks. Like Thursdays kind of feel like a low energy day most of the times. I had no freaking clue on my month because I've had a partial hysterectomy. I don't know when my period is. It's still there. I still have part of my parts. But I had no idea that like, oh, I'm really tired repeatedly for a couple days every month where I don't want to do anything. I just kept wondering like, what is going on? Am I getting sick? What is happening? And I wasn't tracking it.
She was also being real hard on herself about it. Like, why was I feeling fantastic a week ago and now I feel like crap? And then I'm like, oh, I got my period. And she's like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was having like mental erectile dysfunction, basically. Like my brain wants to go, but my body won't follow, you know? And I'm like, what is happening? I want to do the thing, but it won't get along. And then the year, like, God, when we built your time hacker workshop thingy that we were doing, and I started looking at the fact, like, you know what? I am not going to start anything new in November. I have 3 birthdays in my house in November.
Yeah.
Plus a holiday. I'm not going to start crap in November. Most people are. They're like, oh, we're getting to the end of the quarter. We're getting to the,
yeah.
Like, I'm putting up Halloween decorations, taking down Halloween decorations. I mean, like between now and the end of the year, I literally have 4 birthdays in my house.
And people tell you to do projections based on like in December. I don't expect to sell a bunch of high ticket coaching packages in December because it's Christmas time, Hanukkah time. Everybody's spending a lot of money on their kids and everything else. But come January, February, when people are really ready to make some fucking changes in their life because they don't like the way things are going, people are dialed in and ready to go. Right. So
and you know what?
When you consider
goal setting
your
in
energy
January
too,
works better than December. Most people do their goal setting into December.
Yeah.
You're fucking worn out. You're exhausted. It's the end of this time to rest. It's not time to kick off. Like
nothing should happen between Christmas and New Year's. Nobody even knows what day it is and what is up and what is down in that week between Christmas and New Year's, right? So like if we take into account when we do projections, what we expect in the market, what we expect in that, why aren't we taking into account our energy and our obligations, right? If Christmas is your favorite holiday and you have great energy during it, do a lot of marketing then because it's going to show, right? But if Christmas, if the month of November is 4 birthdays and Thanksgiving and fall weather and all that, don't plan on doing a bunch of stuff. Your time and energy are spoken for. And now, just so you know, the Time Hackers course is now available called Routines That Work. And it's lovely and fantastic. Jade, by the way, I got to talk to you about it because I know you looked into it, so I want to talk to you about it, but we're going to be talking this weekend anyway. I love you. Okay. Now another very important thing when it comes to unlocking your productivity and hacking your time, you got muggle tasks, which are the boring things, and you have magical tasks, which are the ones that you like, and those vary and change for different people. I'll use Christina and myself as an example. I love going live. I could go live 5 times a day and be a happy girl. She doesn't like it. So when I get done with a live, I'm energized and ready to go. She needs horizontal time, relaxed time with family, have a little snacky poo, rest and recharge. So our muggle and magical tasks are not the same there. But she can knock out written content or do this beautiful, what's it called? Graphic design stuff. And I don't want to do any of that.
I like the planning. I hate the action phase. Like I
hate planning, but I love action.
Yeah.
You're a better planner than me. You can see it all in your brain and then put it all down. I can like feel it all. And then I try and put it down and go, that's not what I see in my brain. What's happening here? And then she cleans it up and I say, now let's do it. So
and once I have it like all planned out, I'm done. That was actually when I met Melanie and hired her in the first place, was because I had planned this glorious course I was going to build before we had the academy. And I was like, I can't make myself do it. I've been trying for months. Like, you know, I want to get this course out. I know how I'm going to use this course. I know what I'm going to do. Like, it all makes sense. It's not a shiny object. I need to do it. And I had the whole thing planned out. And I just couldn't sit down and do it. I just couldn't do it. I did everything. I blocked out time. Like, you want to talk about mental erectile dysfunction? I blocked out time. I told my entire family that I was not accessible to them, that I was going to be working on something. I told my husband everything. And I couldn't do I sat here all day long and my brain just wanted to go do anything else. And I made myself sit here for hours. I'm like, I'm not going to leave this computer until I at least get the first couple lessons. I'm going to do it. And it still didn't happen. And by the end of the day, my husband came home and I was just crying. I was like, I don't know what is going on. I don't know what is going on. I just need to things. And I know what to do and I know how to do it. And I don't have any reason not to. There is no knowledge gap. There is no technology I have to learn. I've already planned the whole, I just need to build it. I just need to build. And I like literally called Melanie and that was when I called her and I'm like, I need to give you money and you need to fix me because it's fucking ridiculous. I can't live like this. I cannot keep doing this. I'm losing my mind. Something is wrong with me. I'm broken. And no, you're not.
I believe I said, don't talk about my friend like that.
Yeah. And I was like,
then,
did you not hear what I just said? Like, what I'm going, this can't be normal. And she's like, yeah, it is.
very common in our world, you see?
Yeah. And all we had to do, you know what? I finished the entire freaking thing in a day. You know how we did it? I made it fun again. I was like, what if I made the entire course in short TikTok style videos? Because it's for neurospicy people. You know, if I can make every video be 3 minutes or less. And I just said I did the whole thing because now it was fun again.
Yeah.
Now I had a challenge to execute. Like I had all the material, I had the whole plan, but I had to do it in 3 minutes or less in every video. Like, oh. Challenge accepted. Like even this workshop, we've done it. This is the third time now. And to make it more fun, I was like, I want to see if we can get it done 2 hours faster.
Yeah.
Because I was getting bored.
How's it going? Are we gonna ace it? I don't know. Okay. And then one more thing that you want to think about is systems for all of the things that you do regularly, right? So you need notebooks around you or a Google Doc or something in your phone or something like that, a whiteboard, whatever it is, to capture ideas. Here's the thing, baby doll. Great ideas, huge, impactful, wonderful ideas, because of our brains, can just go whoop away if you don't write them down. The reason when you go to sleep at night and your brain goes, don't forget about this, don't forget about that, just go write it down. I have 3 notebooks in front of me right now. 3 notebooks. I write down words that people say and I go, I love that word and I know I'm going to use it later. And I write it down so that I can fucking remember it. There is something, tell me why. I can remember that I wrote a word down that would be perfect for this conversation that I'm in 3 pages back in my notebook and then say the word, like look and then say it, but I just can't remember the word. What? Doesn't it seem like it'd be so much easier just to be able to remember the word? That's not how my brain works. So I accommodate it with my notebooks.
And I'm very creative. So some of my ideas need to come out certain ways. Some of them come out in different ways. Some of them I need to stand up and I need to play with my big whiteboard. Some of them I can sit down and do with digital notes. Some of them I have to tactilely have paper and pen and like do it. Some stuff I need to go sit on my bed and spread out in a sea of index cards so that I can create everything somebody would need to know about growing a business and categorize it in little sections. And these 250 business cards is how index cards is how I had to do that. It's the only way it would work. So like different surfaces, different pens, different areas. Like I have to sit and scroll sometimes, right? So depending on what your brain needs to do and how it needs to get the information out can change how you write stuff down. We're not going to fight it. We're not going to be like, no, I said I would only put all of my ideas in one notebook. You can get all your ideas out however the hell they come out of your brain. Yeah. You can add a second step later to congregate them into one source.
And when you get them all out, and then you can let them sit there for 24 hours, and then you can come back to them, or you can get them all out, you write it down, and then you're still thinking about it 2 hours later when you're in the shower, and then you're still thinking about it when you're making your tea at night, and you're getting ready to go for bed. Maybe you go look at it again and write down a few more things so you come to your mind, right? But this will really allow you the space to explore ideas without criticism and judgment and let them really flourish and turn into something that's incredible, right? Because if we take the mindset that we used to think of a new business idea every week, right? Oh, it'd be a great business. Let me go do that. Maybe what's happening when we get a great idea is that it's leading to something for this current business that we have, right? But we don't have to know what the idea is right away. It can evolve.
Yeah.
It can start as this and move to something else. But again, writing it down somewhere is going to be so beneficial. And you can write down anything that you want all the time. I don't like to journal because I am an Aquarius moon and I don't like feeling emotions, but I like to think about them a lot. So I don't want to sit here and journal, but I do like jot stuff down all the time. Christina even tells me, she goes, will you write that in your notebook? Yeah, I will. Because then in 10 days from now, when you say, wait, what were we talking about? I'll go back to that page and I'll say, this is what we wrote down, right? That takes so much bandwidth off of my brain so I can go do what I want to do because I don't have to worry about remembering things. It's all written down somewhere. I can find it. Unless there's a fire, I'll be okay. And if there's a fire, then those ideas were important.
You know, April mentioned that sometimes action has to come first and revision comes later. She won't act at all. There's a couple of nuances to that. So like if we're talking about note taking and getting the ideas out of your brain, sometimes you can chase them for a little bit, right? Because you need to. You need to follow that idea to a certain point where you've asked enough questions to satisfy your brain, where you've done enough research to satisfy your brain, where you feel like you have enough information to be able to marinate on it. That might be 10 minutes. It might be 3 or 4 hours. Sometimes if an idea is good enough, you have to chase it and write it down. That can be your version of acting on it. Like I may pull up some software and try a couple of things. Like when I was testing out that alternative to GatherTown, I went ahead and spun up a space and I poked around at a few things and I read some of their articles and I just got my hands in it and tried to do a couple of things. And I wrote all those things down, all those thoughts down. I told some of them to Melanie and then I just let it sit for a little while. I stopped at a certain point. The other part is if you have decided that an idea is worth pursuing and executing on, messy action is better than no action, right? So it doesn't have to be perfect. You can just get it done.
I feel like messy action is the only action.
Yeah. So, well, to a point, sometimes. The part where it can go sideways is if you haven't done this other work and you're just randomly going around chasing shinies and doing things. That's where it goes sideways. If you've done some of this other work and you know who you are, who you sell, how you help them, all that good stuff, then you can start taking some messy action and testing some things. You can sell courses that you haven't built. You know, you can sell products and services that you haven't fully fleshed out. You can literally put something out into the world. You can have a whole like landing page and everything and be like, I don't know exactly what this offer is, but when I know, do you want to be notified? You know, I don't know exactly how this is going to work yet, but I can tell you that I'm going to work harder for the people in my beta group than I will for the ones who come 6 months later. Because I want you to be my case study. Are you interested? Right? We said that to some of our students and they're still here. Yeah. Like I'm going to give you a discounted price. I'm going to pay more attention to you than the 100th student that comes in. I can tell you that. And some people will be like, deal. Let's do it. Right? You can sell things that you have not fully defined. But the trick to that was we knew who we were selling to. We had an idea of how we're trying to help them. And we know what it is roughly we're trying to sell, right? We did do the groundwork on those 3 things. Even before I knew what they were, because they were in my head. So with the nuance, then yeah, messy action is great. That's what this whole system is designed to do. It's designed to give you some guardrails. So you can just go and do some of the things your brain likes to do without it taking you off the tracks. Okay. Speaking of plans, client acquisition plans, right? We talked about random acts of marketing. What are you doing right now? How are clients happening right now? Is it intention? Is it luck? Is it not happening at all? Right? How do you want clients to happen? Do you want them to come in consistently? How many clients do you want? What is your limit on clients? Like, can you handle if 50 new clients came to you right now and wanted to sign up, would that break you? Do you want to be able to take 50 new clients at one time in the future? What's it going to take for you to be able to do that? For you to say, like, I have 50 new clients that want to sign with me this month. What steps can you take to start making that exciting instead of terrifying? And how many projects do you have that are in progress and are not complete? How many things have you started to launch and haven't finished? How many marketing ideas have you had that you haven't followed through on? How often do you say, I'm going to post on social media more consistently, and you do it for a week and then stop? Do you have any idea what your actual, like, what metrics are you measuring right now? Are you measuring any? You know, a very near future goal could be, I want to set some that I know are impactful, right? If we're trying to acquire clients, the one metric we should all be tracking is how many clients we acquired. And yet that's the biggest one that most people don't track. I'm just going around doing marketing and I'm not paying attention to how many clients that marketing brought in. Where did they come from? Did they come from email marketing? Did they come from social media marketing? Did they come from Facebook? Did they come from Instagram? How did they hear about you? How many people take on a new client and ask that one question, how did you hear about me? Really powerful follow-up. What made you decide to contact me now? Those two questions right there, can you imagine the impact they would have on your marketing? If you knew where they were coming from and you knew what got them over that edge to contact you?
Yeah.
What motivated them to act now? Right? So like, if you don't know what else to do, go do those two things. Go ask those questions. Go ask every client you currently have right now those two questions. That could be something you can do in the immediate future. Moving forward, it's going to become your process for every new client that you bring on.
Yeah.
That you're going to ask those two questions. Moving forward, you're going to have a little dashboard with easy metrics, right? Like if you could only have 5 numbers in all of your marketing, you have 5. And those 5 numbers have to tell you if your marketing is going to work or not. What are your 5? Right? We want to collect them fast and easy because I'm going to tell you right now, I don't know anybody that really enjoys spending hours of their life every week filling in a spreadsheet full of metrics. It's kind of boring. You'll quit doing it, right? What are what drains you? Those two questions. How did you hear about me? Is one of them. The other one is what motivated you to contact me now? Because we want to know, remember, we're trying to design something that helps humans. And at some point, their pain got big enough that they acted. If there was something we said that helped that happen, we want to say it more. Right? Like, there was a vast difference in the shift of what was happening in the chat earlier when we talked about hyperfocus. So you want to know one of the things I wrote down? Hyperfocus triggered everybody. Because guess what's going to happen in our marketing? We're going to
start talking about it.
Hyperfocus, right? The material in this workshop is roughly the same. Version 1 was chaos to clarity. Version 2 was no more shitty clients. Version 3 was no more shiny objects. No more shiny objects more than doubled our sign-up rate in 1/3 the time. The material is really not that different. Anybody who's sat through this before can tell you, we've been talking about the same stuff in all 3 workshops. But because we listened to people and we heard what they're talking about, we hit on something that got their attention. That's what you're trying to do. Well, we know our people and we know what they're struggling with. And this is something they're beating themselves up about, is chasing shiny objects. We changed the title to No More Shiny Objects. This solves for that problem. It's not a lie. But what you're doing usually solves for a bunch of problems. Some of those are more likely to motivate somebody to action than others. Okay. So think about what you're doing now. Think about the stuff that are you forcing yourself into a tactic that you're not comfortable with? Like Melanie talked about going live. How many gurus out there are pushing going live? Right? Going live is fucking amazing. Going live drains the ever-living hell out of me. I don't care how effective that tactic is. It is not one that I can execute on consistently. I just can't. It's not going to happen. Melanie can run with that tactic all freaking day long. Have fun. She's not going to blog every day. I could blog every day.
It's not an effective tactic if you're not good at it. And if you don't like it, you're not going to be good at it.
Yeah. And if you can't do it consistently, it's not going to be a good tactic. When you're talking about client acquisition, repetition and iteration are your friends. You have to keep doing it consistently over and over again, long past the point where it got boring. That's just how it happens, right? And we don't want to leave it. So many people tell me, I get all my business through word of mouth. Can y'all tell me a way you can make word of mouth happen intentionally instead of accidentally? Like, are you just going to hope word of mouth happens, or are you going to find a way to create it? What's one of the biggest things you can do?
Marketing.
Talk to your customers and ask them, do you know anybody else that would benefit from this? You can launch affiliate programs. You can create events like workshops that your students can invite people that they know to. Don't know anybody does that. Right? You can create ways to be more referable.
Yeah.
So you don't have
Affiliate
to even word of
programs.
mouth is your key.
All those things.
Yeah. Bring your clients on, host an event where you let your clients talk about the success that they've gotten. If you're able to start doing all this other stuff we've talked about, you realize you can actually start hosting events with your clients. They can come on and talk about the results that they've gotten. You can make word of mouth happen. Okay. So all that makes sense. This is really like one of the trickier points. Okay.
All right. This is one of my favorite parts. When it comes to sustainable self-care, right? Right now, if you have no self-care, I'm not asking you to develop 4 hours of self-care. That doesn't make any sense. That's not sustainable. It's not going to happen. We want to talk about how are you right now with just your basic personal care? How easy is it to take a shower every day? How easy is it to brush your teeth every day? How easy is it to put your face on if that's something that you do? How easy is it to get dressed? How easy is it for you to make food that is going to actually nourish your body, right? How easy is it for you to exercise? How easy is it for you to create your content for your business? How easy is it for you to do all of those basic things, right? Where are you now? Where do you want to be? How easy do you want it to be to hop in the shower? How easy do you want it to be to make content for your business? Can somebody let that dog in? Hold on.
You know, one of the weirdest things that I learned from Melanie is that you don't always know when you're overstimulated. Like mommy and daddy got in a fight the other day, me and Melanie did, and I hung up on her. We were hanging out and Gather, and I closed the tab because I was pissed. And then immediately after I did it, I was like, what the? I haven't behaved that way in a very long time. I didn't know I was overstimulated. I figured it out later. I was like, I had a ring light on all day long. I'd done a meeting early that morning and I forgot to turn my light off. I'd had my headphones on and I had been on campus for hours. We had a lot of really loud background noise happening with several students at one time, which was just like, whoa. I had dogs going off and people coming in and out all day long. I just had so many things going on that day. And I didn't even realize I was overstimulated. I just realized I was acting weird. I did something that I haven't done in a long time. I've been, pretty emotionally regulated for half a minute now. And I haven't just like hung up on somebody or walked out on a conversation mid-sentence in a long time. That I was just like, I can't talk to you right now. So you might be overstimulated and not realize it. I didn't realize that lights were bothering me because I had lights on all the time. I like lights. I don't like sitting in the dark all day long. I like the energy. I like having some, but there's a difference between ambient light and a ring light. So I started turning my ring light off more during the day. I was like, I'm a lot more relaxed. Like, so you can be overstimulated and not even know you're overstimulated. That was tricky to me.
Seriously, if we replace the word overstimulated with the word irritable, then you would take it more seriously. Like, in all honesty, I used to work at the Cheesecake Factory for 5.5 years. Serving tables, having to be nice to people for money and make sure that they had a curated experience. And I have not even stepped foot back inside that restaurant since I left because it's so overstimulating. I don't even have a desire to go eat there with my headphones and my sunglasses on because that environment is so overstimulating. And I was working there.
Well, that's how we got our go-go juice. Other people told us to go. When you're at home and nobody else is telling you, you have to get up and you have to go do a thing. I mean, even your clients can only force you to do so much, right? Like your clients are sitting there telling you, I want the thing. When's the deadline? When's the whatever? Especially if you're PDA autistic, that's going to make you just not want to do it even more. But otherwise, you're starting to avoid confrontation. Like Melanie would, avoid it a little bit because she just doesn't like, you're not going to tell me what to do. You're not going to control my time. I would avoid it because I don't want to have the confrontation on like, why haven't you answered me in 3 days on my email? We're going to avoid things when we're overstimulated. And having
Absolutely.
that recovery time is like so helpful. And I mean, you heard us say earlier, we plan ahead for recovery time. We know like after we spend multiple hours on a live all day today, that is it. I'm not going to want to stay chained to my computer anymore. Screw that. You're probably not going to want to either. Everybody leaves these workshops feeling one of two ways. They either need some downtime to get away from the computer, to unplug, to be alone, or they get really inspired and they want to go take some action on something, right? They come out of it one of the two ways. Almost everybody the next day though is ready to chill.
Yep.
By like Sunday, they're like, well, man, that was good, but I need a break.
Yeah. Think about it like working out. Your body, your muscles need a few days. The growth is in the repair. The growth is not in the tear. So if you know anything about building muscle, when you're in the gym lifting the heavy thing and you feel the burn in your muscle, that's not growing it. The rest days are growing that muscle back. So when you do something like this 5-hour workshop and you absorb all of this information, the next 2 days are going to be sore. But those are the most important days.
So, I mean, think about what you're doing right now for self-care. Are you eating regularly? Are you drinking regularly? Are you hydrating regularly? Or exercising regularly? The basic care just to keep your human being alive. What's happening? You know, how are you treating downtime? We had several people say earlier that, you know, they can't just go take a break and watch a show in the middle of the day. Like, okay, that's a problem. What do you want, like somewhere down the line, what do you want to have happen? And then in the immediate future, what can you do now? This is one, like, if you're going to take action on any freaking thing that we have said out of all of these 14 pillars, this one happens first. Like, if there's one thing you're going to do now, between even now and Monday.
Yeah.
How can you take care of your human better?
Yeah.
Because if you do that, if you take care of your human first, everything else is going to get easier. It just does get it. I wish it wasn't true, because it's like, oh, I don't want to slow down to go fast.
Mm-hmm.
But it works.
It's frustrating.
One of those, like, you right, Melanie, you right.
Yeah.
All right, client success plan. You know, if you have clients right now, or you've got clients coming up soon, or wherever you're at in your business, what are you doing to make sure that you deliver on the promise? Did you even make a promise? What did you tell them? Now, what do you want to be true at some point? Like, when you make a promise, do you want to deliver on it 100% of the time? Do you want to deliver on it 90% of the time? What is it? How big do you want your promises to be able to be? How well do you want to track things? Like, do you have testimonials and case studies now? Like, I can't tell you how many years I spent changing lives and I have nothing to show for it. I cannot tell you. I didn't collect testimonials. I mean, some of those people that changed their lives, they sold their business, they moved on.
Mm-hmm.
I can't get a case study or testimonial from them now. So I
or you change direction in your business and it doesn't apply anymore.
Yeah.
That's one too.
So, I mean, a lot of that imposter syndrome, self-doubt is made worse by the fact that I don't have receipts. You know? So, like, if you can't prove that you can do the thing, what can you change so that you can? And do you have any projects you're working on right now? If we're talking about immediate future changes you could do, is there anything you're working on right now and that client is happy? Can you go ask them for a testimonial now? You don't have to wait until the project is done. If you had a really good onboarding experience with a client, you set that expectation really well, you kick the project off really well, and they're really excited about it, get the testimonial now. That's not only going to give you stuff that you can use for marketing, it's going to help you understand what parts of your process and how you deliver what you're doing is working. You know, what are some check-in points that you can have? If you have clients you're working on right now, I mean, we talked about website design earlier. Website design has a couple of really key phases, right? You have a planning phase you have to go through where you're mapping out what the hell it is you're even going to do. You have an information gathering kind of phase. It's part of that where you're collecting all the stuff. It's very boring for clients. That is the part where they're like, I hired you, I paid you money, and I'm really excited about all the things going to happen. Now I have to do all this boring stuff. It's like, say we're going to go to Disneyland after you clean your room. Right? Like, they don't want to do that. How can you, when you know that that's the case, what can you do differently? How can you change that? One of the biggest things that I do, because I mean, we do website design on the agency side of things, one of the big things that we started doing was a Zoom call for the planning phase. I don't give clients a checklist of crap I need from them. I schedule a call. We put them with a human who is going to sit there and guide them through getting the things so that it's done in one call, maybe two, if they had to go get something. And I don't do the, okay, so we finished this call. There's still a couple things we need. Will you go get those and get those to me? No, we finished this call. Let's go ahead and schedule the next one. And then if you have time to get that stuff together between now and then, cool. If you don't, we'll do it on that next call. And if you do get it all to me before then, we'll review everything and we'll start working on the next steps. We'll handle it. But I have to get them through that process as fast as possible. And if I can do it in 1 or 2 Zoom calls, a couple hours together, instead of weeks of sending them to-do lists and hoping they're going to get it to me, hell yeah. I mean, Yari can tell you, she got to experience this chasing my husband down. She's helping him rebuild his website right now. That's not fun, is it? And that's with me sitting here nagging him for you. You had somebody on your side fighting for you that is literally in bed with him every night.
Yes, it has been quite an experience. And I'm still waiting for
sweet.
final approval.
And I literally held him hostage. He was coming home early one day and Yari was sitting here and I was like, can you meet with him when he gets here and I'll make him sit down with you? And you got a lot more in that one meeting than you did in weeks of chasing him. Right? That's understanding what's happening with the client, understanding your friction points, understanding where they lose the love, where they lose the mojo, where you lose momentum. Right? Like they're on that roller coaster up with you and this is getting fucking boring and you're ready to go down. You got to get them excited so they pay attention. Okay. So what are you doing right now to make sure you have a plan for your clients? What are you doing right now to make sure that you're checking in with them? What are you doing right now to expectation set? What are you doing right now to check in? And what are you going to be doing in the future? What are some immediate changes you can make? Right.
Like for my coaching program, I have pre-work that they have to do that they get before they start. So if somebody goes on a clarity call with me and says, yes, I want to sign up for the Mindset Mastery Launchpad, they can't start for about 5 days because it's going to take them about 5 days to do that stuff because that's all the information that we need on that first coaching call.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to have these SOPs in place that work for your goals, your energy, and their goals and their energy.
We started telling our agency clients that, like, they're like, when are we going to get started on everything? And it's like the Monday after you make the first payment and you sign the contract. And you want to know what happened? Instead of waiting a week or two to get payments, boy, those payments just magically started coming in within 24 hours of them signing the contract.
Mm-hmm.
Because they can't get started until they've signed and paid. And I sent them a really exciting email. I had ChatGPT help me write it. That's like, here's everything that you can expect. Once we kick off on the project, I'm going to introduce you to William. He's going to be your primary point of contact. That'll keep you up to speed on everything. And we're going to get all of this started once 2 things have happened. The agreement is signed and the payment is made. All right. So instead of just chasing them for payment and signed agreements, I'm saying, here's an awesome sauce. But you got to do these 2 things first. Right. I never send a client. I never ask for more than 2 things in an email from a client.
Yeah.
Ever. 2 things. We even have there's one client I'm working for on a business design consulting agreement. And you know how we're getting, we need a lot of information. I'm going to redesign your entire business. I need a lot of stuff. I'm going to redesign, I'm going to go rebuild everything, website, I'm doing all of it. We are texting them 1 question at a time.
But think about it like this too. You're so much more likely to get answers quick when you need them, when it's just 1 at a time. If we read a text message that's 4 questions and we go, God, I'm in the thick of something right now. I can't shift gears and go answer all this or I'll totally derail.
Yeah, I make it as short and to the point as possible, and it's 1 text at a time.
Yeah.
It's annoying, but it gets what we need. I mean, they're paying to be annoyed.
Right.
So that's what they want. They want me to do the thing, and the outcome depends on them doing these things with me. If they can't do these things with me, we can't get them where they want to go. So we set the expectation properly that I'm going to have a lot of questions. I'm going to need a lot of information, and I'm not going to go build things until I have a plan in place for what we're building. We have to conquer these first 3 pillars before I will ever go build anything. They're like, I want to get started on social media. Okay, cool. I got to do these 3 things first, then we will. That's expectation setting, which happens in the client success plan. And we know where they're going to get bored. We know where they're going to get distracted, and we can plan for that, and we can get them excited. it could even be something stupid. You can send them a little like kickoff thing in the mail that they get 2 weeks after they've signed with you, because we're in the boring planning phase of building out a website. You know, and they're gonna get a little card in the mail, or a little, like, sometimes I'll mail people books. Like, I'll buy extra copies of certain books that I think are really cool, and I'll mail them a book. And now they're like, books have so much crazy value for like 15-20 bucks. That's a really cheap thing to mail to somebody, where they're like, oh, this is so cool, look what you sent me, I should have a gift card and a little $20 book. And then they'll get off your case for a week.
Angie, that reminds me, I was going to tell you because she told you to read the book Profit First. I think you might really benefit from 48 Laws of Power. Get things back in perspective of you being the one that holds the power instead of everybody else, but understanding that you hold power when you play to other people's strengths and weaknesses, essentially.
Yeah.
What I like about the 48 Laws of Power is that it teaches you how to really disarm people. And especially in this day and age where everybody just wants to be heard, everybody thinks their opinion is right, everybody thinks their experience is right. If we have two people going up to each other like that, nothing's going to get done. So it's a good book, but remember, when you read 48 Laws of Power, there's a lot of things that you have to translate into our neurodivergent feminine world. It can bring up a lot of icky feelings at first, but you know, we have to use our discernment. We can't take everything at face value. You have to be able to transform it to work for you. Yeah,
I'll let you keep talking on next. I'm gonna go grab more beverage, and I'll hear
Okay.
while you do that one.
Grab me a Diet Dr. Pepper. All right. Now, how do we regulate our nervous system? How are you regulating your nervous system right now? And if you don't know if you're regulating your nervous system, what I will ask you is, how do you control your emotions now? Are people able to make you really mad, really easily, really fast? Or sad? If you had a video go viral and get 100 or get 1 million views, and we know that the only way to do that is to cause some sort of controversy, how would you feel? How much would it disrupt your life if you had haters in your comments? Your nervous system is basically your emotion processing system. Good news is trauma is not just big, gigantic, life-changing events like the death of a loved one or a fire or something like that. Trauma is simply any scenario, any situation that happens that you don't have the mental capacity to process at the time. That's all. So if you got into a big fight with your best friend, trauma. It's anything that's going to leave a scar that a new future situation can graze and make you remember the whole thing. Somebody explained it once that trauma is like your filing system not working properly. So instead of your body and brain being able to process what happened and then put it into your long-term filing system, it couldn't process what happened. So it just kind of shoved it into the short-term drawer. So the next time you just go scrolling through the short-term drawer, it pops out in the wrong place. You weren't even looking for it. And now you can't even find what you were looking for in the first place. So we really want to think about what sort of energetic boundaries do you have in place right now to protect your peace? What are your non-negotiables? One of my non-negotiables is I walk about 25 miles a week. What the non-negotiable would have been if I had like a reactive routine was I have to go on a 5-mile walk every morning, right? That's not sustainable. I can't fucking promise that. I don't know how I'm gonna feel every morning. I take a kid to school. Thursdays are hard. I tend to like a nice slow morning on Thursday. But what I can say to myself is I feel really good when I walk about 25 miles a week. So each and every day when I get up, I have to look at the weather, I have to look at my schedule, and I have to say, what time are we taking our walk today? So really think about
right now, you know, too, like looking at the 3 things, like what are you putting off?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we talked about conversations with clients, confrontational situations that can happen at home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, is there something you need to talk to your spouse about? Something that you need to break down? Something with one of your kids? Is somebody constantly pushing one of your boundaries and you just keep letting them do it? Do you not know what your boundaries are?
A non-communicated boundary creates resentment.
Mhm.
If you don't communicate the boundary, it will always lead to a problem because resentment is like a cancer. It's going to start really small and you might not even notice it, and then it's going to turn into something that could kill you.
You have to set boundaries everywhere, even with clients. You set boundaries for how you can be spoken to, how your team can be spoken to. I still remember the first time I let an employee fire a client because she was telling me about how they were speaking to her, and I was like, fire them.
Yeah.
And she's like, what? I can do that? Yeah, we have rules. You know, if they won't respect those boundaries, you have already told them that they can't speak to you that way and they're still doing it. Fire them. Do you want me to do it for you? She's like, yes, yeah, please. I was like, okay. And I did. And she got to hear me do it.
Andrea, I know you said you have teenagers at home, and I have teenagers at home. And my boys occasionally get that, okay, like, here's the thing. If I look across at you and I say, hey, can you take the trash out? And it's the first time I said it to you, and it's what you're expected to do, like it's your chore, don't you dare talk to me with that tone. That's how I used to answer, but now what I do is I go, and like I show how like hurt it makes me, and I just remind them, I say, I work really hard not to speak to you with that kind of tone. I work really hard. I know you can look back a couple years ago to when mommy was mad all the time because I was overstimulated. I don't want to go back there. And they're like, I don't want you to go back there either. I'm like, thank you, right? And a lot of times, it's not that they're mad at us or anything. They're just in their own zone. And then they hear what they think is an instant request. I didn't tell you to take trash out right now. Just said, hey, when you're done with your snack, maybe. Right? So, you know, just when we communicate a boundary, it doesn't always have to be, you can't talk to me like that. This can't happen, right? That's not going to make people happy. But if we remind people of like why we want to be spoken to like that, and then they can go, oh yeah, because that's how I want people to talk to me.
Yeah. Me and my youngest had to start having some conversations like that. As you know, I started processing myself and regulating myself. I was better able to support them as they were going on their journey to do the same. And I was like, look, every time I ask you to do something, you get this kind of reaction, and I want to understand where that's coming from. And he was like, because I'm doing something else and you interrupted me and I can't focus on what I was doing. And it took me out of what, like, I understand I interrupted this flow, right? Like that's what's happening. I was like, okay, cool. I was like, what if I text you instead of walking in to where you are and asking you? Because that is way better because I can leave the notification up. I was like, okay, well, what if it's something that I do need you to do right now? And he goes, then tell me to look at my phone. And tell me that you need it right now.
Oh my God, I love him. Tell me to look at my phone. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't come in and I tell him what to do, but I can literally just come in and I can be like, and he started doing it back to me because he would text me and send me needs right now. And then he would just like walk up the stairs and I'd be like, yeah. And he's like, and then he would just walk.
Cycle breaking. Oh, I could cry. Oh, we could never talk to our parents like that.
And I've even started having boundary conversations with clients because I was like, hey, let me know, you know, I'll let you know that I turn off all my notifications. So like, there is no point at which you can't message me. So if you want to text me, if you want to Slack me, if you want to email me, whatever, message me whenever the thought arrives. Now your boundaries, is that the same for you? And they're like, no, I don't want to get messages after like 6 p.m. Okay, cool. Got it. How do you prefer to be communicated with? Do you like phone calls, text messages, emails? Like, oh, I hate phone calls. Okay, cool. We won't call you.
That makes 9 million of us. Ugh.
And they appreciate those boundary conversations. You know, some of them it's like, you know, okay, so if we need something from you, what's a reasonable timeline for us to follow up? Do you like daily nagging, weekly nagging? What works for you? You know,
and that works no matter what your service-based business is. Really think about that. Like, how deep are you going to get with your clients? I don't have a group program because we go really, really deep in my one-on-one and people wouldn't feel comfortable sharing all that in a group, which also means I'm going to be very involved in your life for the 6 months that we're working together, you know? But if I ran an agency where I was just performing this one little thing for them, I don't want people to text me all the time. No way.
One, I don't, when they text me all the time, we have a business line. They're not texting my cell phone. They think they're texting my cell phone. They're not. And I'm not even the one looking at it. William is.
Yeah.
But they feel better knowing that they can text me whenever. There's only 1 or 2 people, and it's only the ones that I've done the like one-on-one, soon to be equity agreements with for business design consulting that have my actual cell phone number. And my business partners, like, you have my actual cell phone number. Everybody else thinks they have my cell phone number, but they do not. They have one that is set to do not disturb 100% of the time. It will never ring. I will never answer it. William will. I won't. So half the time they're talking and texting William, and they think they're talking and texting to me, which is okay. There is levels, right? Like, I'm not going to have some of those conversations with somebody that we're doing a quick little project for. If you hire us to write a blog article, I'm not going to talk about all your boundaries. If you're hiring me to build a website, I'm going to be in your world for like 6 to 8 weeks. You know, we're going to need to have multiple conversations, and I'm going to have to chase you down, and I need to know which way is going to piss you off and cause you to not give me what you need, and which one you're going to be more receptive
Yeah.
to.
We want everything to work as good as possible.
Yeah. If they've told me, no, text me every day. Like, send me an email with the full list of what you need, text me every day and remind me to do it. Then when I do it, they don't get mad. They're like, yeah, I told her to.
Yeah. I want you to think too this weekend while you're marinating on this, how important movement is for regulation, nervous system regulation. So again, like Christina told you, like, she realized, she's like, I haven't danced in my kitchen in a very long time, right? I'll tell you, I stand around physically stimming and flapping a lot now. Like, especially like on a Saturday afternoon, my husband and I usually go on this 8-mile walk in the morning. So then I take a nice cold shower and I dip my face in ice water and stuff to really get my dopamine up. That means at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, mom is ready for some stuff, but it's 100 degrees outside. I'm not allowed to go anywhere. I don't like being in the public. So I'm standing in my kitchen, moving around, scrolling TikTok, doing weird shit, whatever I want to do, letting it happen because my body wants to move, but I don't want to go actually do anything.
Yeah.
But if I were sitting on the couch,
that I'm getting to that point because I'm fidgeting with my hands more. Like, I used to need my fidgets all day long because I was forcing myself to sit at my computer for I was doing what we're doing right now all day, every day, forcing myself to sit here. And I even have a standing desk, but I'm stuck in one place. Like, I can raise my desk up and be standing desk, and I needed so many fidgets. I had little stuffed animal squishies. I had little squishies. I've got little rings that I could fidget with. I would like click pens. Like, I had quiet fidgets, loud fidgets. I had so many fidgets. And I noticed when I'm fidgeting too much, I need to move.
Yeah. So whether it's, and remember, we want things to be easy, right? So I'm not telling you to go take a 4-mile walk tomorrow. Unless you've been taking 4-mile walks and that's your jam. Totally. I'm not going to tell you not to do that. But could you take a 10-minute this way and 10-minute back home walk? Could you just stand outside on your patio or whatever it is that you have when the sun's going down so the temperatures deal with the bowl and just sort of stand around while you scroll your phone? You know how we like to walk around when we're on the
trampoline at my desk.
Yes. A trampoline comes in real clutch. But can you just incorporate 15 minutes of movement into your days? Just not having to tell your body what to do. You can scroll social media the whole time you do it. The whole time you do it. I can't tell you how many walks I start actually scrolling social media just to get my brain and body like, okay, fine, we'll move. And then it gets too overstimulating and then I just want to walk. So, you know, we all have our methods to get ourselves to the point that we want to be. But movement is so critical for a regulated nervous system, especially if you err on the side of nervous, anxious, pent up energy, that sort of thing. So, you know, really think to yourself this weekend, can I move around for just a few minutes, and then take note of how you feel.
That's why we get so many brilliant ideas in the shower too. It's that moving meditation concept. You'll be in the shower and you're moving and you've got your body is occupied so your brain can work.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, when you're sitting here and you've got this nervous system stuff starting to build up and you're getting fidgety, your brain can't work because you're like, I want to be doing anything other than what I'm doing right now. And it's just not working. Right. Which they do make waterproof notepads for the shower. I have one. It's a game changer. Yeah, I'll go get the link.
Also, they do make headbands like this that have headphones in it. This is a Bluetooth headband. Then I have it in this and in regular leopard, and my regular leopard one's a stretched out one that I can sleep in very comfortably. And then this one's my working out one or my going out one, as you can see. But I sleep to a show. I have certain shows like Veep or Silicon Valley or anything else. I have my headphones on and my phone is in this little wire holder that sticks up in between me and my husband. Because if I turn sound off and talking off, my brain stims. by running through all sorts of fucking problems. All sorts of problems. All sorts of problems. I've tried to turn it positive and it just doesn't even want to. So really think about how can I accommodate myself and make it so that my brain can turn off.
Yeah, these are the ones.
Yeah, these bad boys. They're $20 and they last for 10 hours.
Yep.
There you go.
If this is something that you guys have not done, went and signed up for the Amazon affiliate program, you should. Because if you're talking to humans and you're recommended any freaking thing, you get a percentage of anything they buy within 24 hours. So if you go on here and you buy toothpaste, I'll get a percentage of toothpaste just because you click that link. So if you're not doing that, do that. If you can just make money doing the things you're doing every freaking day, why would you not?
Yeah.
Like that is one little nugget I will give you right now. Make an audit of every software, every tool, everything that you use, make a list. Go and look on each of their websites or Google software plus affiliate program, see if they have one. If they do, sign up. And if you do that, then you can create a handy little page on your website that you can go pull from. I haven't even updated all of this stuff yet. Like I've got tons more books I would recommend. I just like barely got this page together so I could use it to show people. I have a Google Doc and a thing in Guru, but you can just make a list of everything you just put it on your website. And you can put your affiliate links. So for the stuff you're already using every freaking day, you just make a list and people go click it and you just make money. Like, why not? You need an affiliate disclaimer, which I mean, I have one of those. You can go steal the one from my website or not. Well, that's something I gotta go fix.
Shiny object, we derailed. Mercury retrograde, so get back on track. I love it.
Wow, those pages are broken on both of our sites. Okay, I'll go fix that
We'll fix
anyway.
them.
Yeah, I'll fix it. So later at some point by Monday, probably because I might go fix it today. Some point Monday, that will be.
It's on the list.
We're on. Wait, where were we at? We did this one. Okay, so we're on this one. Okay, back on the tracks. Yeah, you can tell. Like I'm starting to get like, okay. Company operating system. What are you doing right now? Right. Remember, this is really about checking in that your business is a healthy baby, that it's doing what it needs to do, that it's well fed. One of the biggest things is profit margins. I'm gonna tell you, everybody gets so focused on the revenue and they don't look at their profit margins. If there's anything that's going to bite you in the ass faster, it's going to be not knowing your profit margins. Like I can't tell you how many people I've sat here and I've ran through all of the things they're selling. I was like, okay, how much revenue are you making off of that each month? Okay, cool. What are your expenses to deliver that? And then we calculate their profit margin. And the thing they thought was the best thing they sold, they were losing money on. It was actually some other little weird thing that they were randomly selling that was the only reason that they had overall profit or were breaking even. It wasn't the thing they were running around promoting.
Yeah.
Right? So you need to not just look at your overall company. You need to look at your individual products and services that you sell. Remember, when I say products, I mean services, I mean DIYs, I mean freebies, I mean all of it. You need to know what those are. Because like your freebies cost you money. If you're not charging for it, they don't have profit margin in and of themselves. The time you spend promoting them, the time you spend creating them, they are a loss leader immediately. So you have to know what makes them profitable. How many people get this thing and then move on to a paid product so that that funnel is profitable. Okay. What are you doing right now, like in terms of checking your expenses? We sign up for software all the freaking time. I mean, I have personally audited my software and saved myself $1,000 a month. I've talked to one guy. He hadn't audited his software in years. He went through and did it. He saved himself $6,000 a month. It was a bigger business, but that just goes to show that a problem that's relatively small becomes a big problem at scale. You know, it's things like software they weren't using. It was overpaying for software because they weren't using the features. They signed up for one tier and then they weren't using anything on that tier and they could go down. They had employees that no longer worked there. They were still paying for a license for. I've ran into that. You know, like, is that something you're doing regularly right now? Can you? Should you?
Yeah.
You know, what kind of goals do you have in place? Do you have any? How well defined are they? You know, what processes and SOPs do you have that you're doing on a regular basis? Are you sending a company newsletter? If not, do it. Put a reminder on your calendar that you're going to send a company newsletter, even if it's just to yourself. You know, once a month, go write an email to yourself about the state of your company. If you have to go do that, that is going to help things so much. You know, you can even like schedule an email to yourself from one of your other emails. Like if you're using Gmail, you can schedule emails. You can schedule an email to yourself in 30 days to answer how you're doing. So you can be like, hey, self, how's our company doing? Can you let me know some of your basic stats? And then set a, you know, schedule another email. Like there's lots of hacks you can do to remind yourself to do this. Sending yourself a company newsletter is a really weird little trick that'll get you to start paying attention to some things. When you're small and it's just you don't have to put a lot of attention into stuff, but you need to be putting some attention. And your profit margins and how much you're paying yourself is probably one of the biggest things. So many people are like, well, I'm reinvesting my profits into my business. Okay, cool. But do you know why? How much? Is that coming? Are you investing your profits or are you investing your paycheck? Because most of the time when people tell me they're reinvesting their profits into their business, what they're really doing is reinvesting their paycheck into their business. Which again, profit first is a really great thing because profit first, you're going to take all of your revenue in, half of that goes to you immediately, 15% goes to taxes, 5% goes into business savings, which is what you really, when you're reinvesting in your business, you should be reinvesting from your savings account. Not from your paycheck or from your actual profits. All right. So there's some things that you want to pay attention to as you're going into your business, but even just starting to track some stuff. You know, are you tracking any of this kind of stuff now? Do you have any idea what your numbers are, what the health of your business is? Do you have any idea what you're doing on a regular basis? Is anything repeatable? Do you have a list of the software you're using and what you're using it for? Is that list being maintained? You know, that's a really simple thing. Like if you just want to, what you're going to do between now and the very near future, send a company newsletter and make a list of your software and your, like what you sell. And then if I bump into you a year from now and I say, hey, what's your company profit margin? You ought to know that off the top of your head. A year from now, if you do not know your profit margins off the top of your head, that's a problem. That is a very big long-term goal. You must know your profit margins. That's just kind of like, it's not even a fuzzy, do it. It's a good idea. You need to know your profit margins. If you're making negative money and you scale negative money, you make more negative money. It's really, it seems really obvious, but number of people don't get that part right, me included. Like I screwed that one up for a long time. Give everybody a couple minutes to write this down. It's really obvious, so I don't talk about it too much. These are pretty simple. Give you a second to write some things down. This is the one, like if anybody skips anything, it's this one. You skip this one until you lose a lot of money.
ADHD paralysis. I don't want to look at it. We know. Come on. Come on.
Yeah, it's the most boring thing to have to do, but you have to do it. It stops being boring when the data you're looking at starts being really good. When you check at it and your profit margins, like in a service-based, but like a coaching business, your profit margin should be somewhere around like 60-70%. In a marketing agency, your profit margin should be around like 30%, 40%. If you're building a website, 30-40% profit. That is not your paycheck. Profit is not your paycheck. Profit is what you have left after you've paid all of your expenses, after you've put money back into taxes, after you've put money back for savings, and you've paid yourself. Can you imagine? You've paid yourself, you've paid all your expenses, you've paid all your stuff, you've put money back, and you've paid your taxes. You still have 30% left. You gotta understand what profit actually is. And you can look some of that kind of stuff up too. You can Google like what is an average profit margin for industry, like
Yeah.
for marketing agencies, for coaching, consulting businesses. Coaches and consultants have very little overhead.
Yeah.
They need minimal staff. They're mostly getting paid for their brain. They have very little software needs, which is why a profit margin is generally 70-80%. Most of the expenses are in professional development, personal development, an assistant or something along those lines, until you start getting to the point where you have like sub coachings and more expenses. Agencies tend to have higher expenses. You have staff doing some of your stuff. You need more software. You need specialized tools. You need, you're going to have to pay for, SEO tools and analytics tools, and you have to pay web developers and copywriters, which is why your profit margins generally are more like 30-40%.
All right. Shifting gears into adopting a positive money mindset. Just write down, how good do you feel about your money mindset right now? How good do you want to feel about it in 3 years from now? And how good do you want to feel about it in 90 days from now?
You second guess the quote you give a client? Is there a panic moment when somebody says, how much is it?
Mm-hmm.
Do you find yourself retroactively giving discounts? Guilty, I did that one. I did the work as promised on time for the price we quoted, and yet I still felt like because we did a good job with the process and it took us less time than we thought, that I should give them a discount.
Yeah, no, that's not what we do. We learn from these mistakes. These are not the behaviors we want you to model, right? So you really want to think about limiting beliefs showing up as friction points when you talk about money, okay? So if $6,000 for your coaching program doesn't feel good and authentic to you, you can't charge that to somebody else. But if it does feel like that's what your time and energy is worth for that program, then that's what you charge for it.
You don't discount for efficiency.
No, that's what you're
That
supposed
is
to
a
do.
really big mindset shift. People pay for you to get the result for them faster, easier, with a greater chance of success. If you are able, like Melanie can charge the same price if she can get someone to an outcome in 6 weeks as she could if she can get, like if she's charging one price because it takes 3 months normally and somebody gets to the outcome in 6 weeks, she shouldn't charge less.
They should probably pay me more.
Yeah. Like there's a reason why if you pay me to do a website the normal way, it's one price. If you pay me to do a website in a VIP day weekend kind of situation where we're going to just spend a day and you're going to have the whole thing done, that's a higher price, not a lower price. If I spend one day with you and you chain me down and we just get your whole thing done, that's worth more, not less.
Absolutely.
If you get something done in half the time because you've spent time working with your team, minimizing friction points, investing in software and improving your workflows so that you can build a website faster, so that you can get someone to an outcome faster, you do not charge less for it.
How do you feel about receiving money? If I were to give you a check for $10,000 right now and just say, this is just because you're such a fantastic person, you're so good at what you do, and I love you, and I know you haven't done any work for me, but I just want to give this to you. Would you be able to accept it? Or would you say, no, I can't do that? Right? That is how you feel about money.
I've had clients do that, FYI, not $10,000, but I have had clients that have just mailed me extra money. I had somebody send me $2,000 one time. So like, you didn't charge me enough for my website. And they went and found my mailing address and mailed me a check for $2,000. Are you going to?
If somebody went on your TikTok and tipped you $100, you didn't even know the person, you just woke up and there was $100 tip on your TikTok or wherever it is you can get tips in your social media, would you be okay with it? Or would you be like, oh my God, I don't even know this person. What are they doing? Well, if you question where it comes from, then that's an area to work on. Right? Remember this. You can only be as successful as your strongest limiting belief. So if you've only ever made $5,000, $10,000 a month, how am I going to get you to make it $100,000 a month? Strategy and mindset. But you're not going to be able to accept that much per month if you don't think you deserve it.
If I wanted to hire you right now for an hour, just to talk, whatever it is that you do, whether you build things for people or like consult, whatever you think. If I wanted to pay you right now for an hour of your time, what would you charge? What are you going to have to do to double that?
Yeah.
If I wanted to tell you right now, whatever that number is, take whatever that number is, whatever you had, and I want you to multiply it times 4. Are you worth that? Did that scare you a little, make your heart skip a beat a little? Because I'm gonna tell you, the weirdest thing, I used to charge people, I thought it was a big freaking deal when I first started out if somebody paid me $75 an hour. 75, I 10x that now.
Yeah.
And people still pay it. I charge $750 an hour for my time right now. My goal, $1,500 an hour. One of my mentors, that's what he charges.
Yeah. That's how much it costs to get him a coffee and bend his ear. Okay, I have 30 minutes for $1,500. Let's go.
Mm-hmm. And his day rate is freaking things like $15K for a day. I know people, one of my mentors charges $100,000 for a day. $100,000 just for a day. There's no follow-up. There's no prep. For one day.
Yeah.
If he'll pay it, he sells it. I know a group of my mentors, like they partner together. They have multiple, I think between them, they own like a couple $1 billion worth of businesses. They have this high ticket mastermind thing that they do that's only like 10 people. And they charge $100,000 for it. And really the only thing that you get is you can email them questions when you have questions. And when they travel on their private plane, they will email out and say, we have 3 seats available if you want to ride with us.
Yeah.
Because you can sit on a plane with them for however long the journey is. They're like, hey, we're going from like Dallas to New York today. Do you want to go? We have 3 seats. People pay $100,000 a year just for that privilege.
Yeah.
Because the knowledge in their brains combined will save you so much time, energy, and headache.
All right, Christina, I'm doing a time check. It's 3:52. What time did we say we were aiming to end? How on track are we staying and how much more do we have?
I think we're actually ahead of schedule because I had that we would end this part by 5:30.
Oh, excellent.
So we've recapped a lot of times in this part. So yeah, we're gonna end way early because this was supposed to be, it was scheduled until what, 6? So yeah, we're on page 53 to 69 on the slides, and there's only a couple more action plan slides.
Good. Yay, look at us go, guys.
See, we had a goal, we set a timeline, and we're beating it. Yeah. Which will be good too, because you guys can hit us up in Slack and stuff like that too. We can have some more Q&A, talk through stuff at the end or whatever. We'll have the meat of this time.
Yeah, if everybody's ready for some voice memos from me tomorrow when I'm on my walk and my hands are too sweaty to text back, you can hit me up in Slack because I have to walk by myself tomorrow because my husband has to work because it's chief season. It's fine. There's a reason. I'm a Navy wife, and there's literally, we have a thing that's hanging up on the wall that he got last year that says, we interrupt this marriage for chief season.
Nice.
He was so proud of it too, so I just let him hang it up, but in my brain it looks like one of them live, laugh, love things, but he's so proud of it, so we'll just let him have that one. Choose your battles. What do you have bandwidth for? It's been happening since 2015, at least. Oh, that's what I have to go do tomorrow. Oh my God, I'm talking on like a panel about being a Navy wife to these new chief spouses. Well,
Nice.
we'll see.
So get some pictures of you on the stages that we can use for your media kit, because nobody knows what stage you're on.
Oh no, it's gonna be at the Chiefs Club. It's a little restaurant on Mayport on there. No, it's not. I wish. You know, I would capitalize on it. If
Looking
it were
all
that.
professionally, like I'd still get some pictures.
Yeah.
Okay. Exit planning. This is one that really starts to break people's brain because most people cannot imagine not doing the thing. If you're building websites and stuff right now, imagine that you never have to build one again. Your company does. You never touch a website project ever again. You don't even know who all you're building websites for. Right? Can y'all even imagine? Can you even imagine? Like, yeah, and Melanie, like, you never had to coach another client one-on-one ever again unless you wanted to.
Unless they pay me $100,000.
Yeah, there you go. The only time you work with people one-on-one is ridiculous, right? Ridiculous money. And not only are you're still creating transformation, that's still you. You built the business, you built the processes, you built the thing. All of the success stories are still yours. Right? That's usually the thing that like trips people up is they're like, but I really like hearing and seeing the transformation, seeing people get excited and seeing people, you still own all of that, but you get to talk to like all of your little sub coaches, all your little sub web developers, all of your little sub marketers, and you get to listen to them share those success stories. And they're still yours. You still did that. Right? That's the difference between owning a company, running a company, and working in the company. If you're the thing your business sells, you have a job. You're not a business owner. Which is fine. That's how you get to that point. But that is the goal. Right? Can you imagine that you owned your business and had no idea what was happening every day? No idea. You didn't even know how many clients you had. You're just getting a paycheck for owning it. That's your exits. Right? Because your first exit's getting off the line. You manage the humans doing the work. You're no longer building the websites. You're managing the people building the websites. You're probably still in sales or something along those lines, but you're not responsible for the day-to-day building. That's the first exit. The next exit is you get to hire a manager of managers. You manage the people that manage the people. Okay. The next exit is you're just at the top of the pyramid. You control the vision, the direction. People come to you when they have problems or whatever, but like you're just hanging out at the top, right? How do these know? Yeah, here we go. Can y'all see that? Does it show you the little pop down thingy? So you're exiting the line and you're going from worker to manager. You're exiting the staff and you're going from manager to CEO. You're controlling vision, direction. You're like overseeing if the world is burning down, basically. But you can go take a vacation to your little island for a month, and there's one person who knows how to contact you if there's a problem. The company still runs. There's one person who can tell you come home. It's burning down. You need to get back. Other than that, they don't contact you. They can handle it. The next one is where you actually exit the org chart. You are not responsible for the company. The company runs without you. You're not even controlling the vision. You hire someone else to do that. Somebody else is the person that has to leave the island and come back. You advise that person. You and maybe 2 or 3 other people advise that person, but that person runs it. The next exit is you're not even advising the company. You just get a paycheck for owning it. You're invested in that company. You have X percentage of the company. So you receive a paycheck for X percentage of the profits. And you don't have to do anything. You're not on the bat phone if there's a problem. And then the one that most people know of is obviously you've sold it. It is a lot smarter to plan to sell it than it is to plan to work until you die. Or get disabled or whatever. You want to build a company that is sell able as fast as possible. So a lot of the stuff we're teaching you relies on you being a leader that people recognize, and that's the reason why they would hire you, because that's the fastest way to grow a business. At some point, you will have to dilute your impact so that your company stands on its own in a lot of ways, right? It's got unique IP. It's got multiple people referring business in. If you disappeared, the business still has clients, still has a steady flow of stuff coming in, still has like, you leave, clients aren't going with you because there's other people managing clients. There's other people driving, like you've got really good funnels coming in. You can run ads to, you can, whatever. You're not the main way clients happen anymore. So at some point you'll have to divorce yourself from the company. But to start with, you can use yourself as the face to launch the company and get it really strong. There are ways to start divorcing yourself from it. But this is the path, right? Because as long as you're in this number one, you are incredibly vulnerable. As long as you are the thing your business sells, your entire business is very vulnerable. If you get sick, if you get in an accident, if somebody else gets sick, somebody else gets in an accident, and you have to care for them. You have a kid get hurt while they're driving or at school or whatever, and you have to caregive and take care of them. And now you don't have 60 hours a week spending your business anymore. Your earning potential and the valuation for your company goes down. You're in a very vulnerable place. So the biggest thing I want you to move towards is to get out of that position as fast as possible. Where you could take a month, like as fast as you can take a month off and your income doesn't change. When you can do that, you've graduated, right, to that next step of exits. So start looking at like, when is that going to happen? How is that going to happen? What steps can you start taking today? I'll tell you one of the easiest ones is you can identify all of the things that are muggle tasks that you get bored in. You don't enjoy doing them. You're not the best person to do them, because I guarantee you have something in your company right now that you are not the best person to do it. Even if you're in, like Melanie's in a coaching business, even in a coaching business, there are activities required to make that business run that Melanie is not the best one to do. They may be
Proofreading.
administrative. Yeah, there you go. Proofreading is one. Administrative duties, like checking your finances and creating a report of where you're at every month. Bleh. You know, like there's tasks that are happening right now inside your company that you are not only not having fun doing, or you're putting off and not doing at all, but that you're not even the best person to do it. So one of the immediate steps that you can take is make a list of all those. Because those are like the first on the chopping block to outsource. As soon as you get to the point where you can financially start to offload those, you do. You do. Without hurting your paycheck. Remember, we're talking about, there's a big difference between your paycheck, profits, expenses, etc. So as soon as your expense category has the budget to afford to outsource those tasks, those are first on the chopping block to do that at. So if there's one immediate action you can take, what are they? What are those tasks? You know, in the long term, the longer term, start documenting those. Like, what are the steps required to do that? Like, if Melanie wants to have somebody proofread all of her stuff, what does that look like? What's the SOP? What are mistakes she accepts? What are mistakes that, like, no hell way, don't say that. Right? Like, what's the checklist for somebody to do that job and do it well?
Like, we definitely have problems that we prefer over problems that we won't tolerate, right? So, like, I would prefer to have too much work to do than to have people work with me that don't talk to me properly. You know, like there's certain things that are good problems to have and certain things that are problems that you just absolutely won't tolerate.
Yeah.
So think about it like that.
And a lot of people are going to outsource administrative bullshit first, right? Like updating clients on stuff, chasing clients to get things that you need, sending appointment reminders. Some of that stuff you might be able to outsource to technology. Some of that stuff you might have to outsource to a person. You know, there's so much AI stuff happening now that there's some things you can outsource to technology. Like appointment reminders used to be a thing a human had to do. You used to have to pay a human to remind people that there was an appointment and to show up and make sure they had the information. Now Zoom, Google Calendar, all that can do reminders, right? Like one of the simplest things that we did to improve show up rates is I add all of you to a Google Calendar that also adds you to the Zoom thing. And we doubled our show up rate with those simple things because the technology's nagging you. I'm not. Like we sent one email, one Slack message, and y'all saw me send Slack message at the beginning of this call today. That's how organized that was, but it went out. And I could have scheduled that ahead of time and let the technology remember. It would.
All right. Now when we talk about your environment, right? This is something that you can do this weekend to start seeing immediate improvement. Okay. What is stressing you out in your environment? Clutter. Clutter is visual noise. Noise irritates us in our ears, and visual noise irritates us in our eyes and our soul. Okay. Lighting. Motherfucking lighting. If it's a blue light, turn it off. I want warm lights only. Ambient lights. I hate the big light. There's a creator on TikTok who says, hi, my name's so-and-so, and I hate the big light. Well, you automatically know we are talking to a neurodivergent person there, right? 100%. Headphones, so that you're not forced to hear things you don't want to hear. When I figured out that sound is my most overstimulating sense, half because I'm so sensitive to it, half because, and the math is going to be off on this, I have auditory processing. So if the sink is running, I can't hear what somebody's saying because I can't distinguish between the two. And then also because it's against my will. Like trash truck days on Monday. Monday is the only day that I don't exercise. Because on Monday morning, the trash truck is driving every fucking street in my neighborhood. It sounds like there's 50 goddamn trash trucks. And it makes me feel like a 4-year-old little girl that just wants to squat down and cover her ears and cry because it's so loud. And then it angers my PDA autism because I don't want to hear that and I have no way to not hear it.
Like, this is my best clutter friend.
Yeah.
I have doom stations all over my house. They can be full of clutter. Anytime they get full, we go empty a shelf. And then my desk is no longer cluttered because everything goes in the doom station. I have 2 in my office. Tucked away out of my eye line. All right. And because desk clutter was one of my overstimulators. Like, a lot of people joke all the time, like, I have so many tabs open in my Chrome, huh? And I'm like, I don't. And you know why? Because when I see too many tabs, I know that I'm getting overstimulated. That is a signal to me that I'm trying to do too many things at one time.
Yeah.
So I will, when I start seeing multiple windows, multiple tabs, I'm like, oh, nope. I have this cool little Chrome plugin to have groups. I can save things away so that I can close them down. I can find them again, so my anxiety is okay. And I can close them down. I don't know if it's work for clients or something like that I'm looking at, and they sent me like 3 or 4 links of websites they like, or I put them in a Google Doc and I give them to William. Like, bring this back when I need it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So really think about, what can I do to make it more enjoyable? You do not deserve to sit around in a place that stresses you out. At all. And exposure therapy doesn't work. You're not just going to get used to the sound of the trash truck. If anything, that makes it worse. Okay. And remember, this is scientifically proven. This pissed me off so bad when I found this out. Peer-reviewed studies showed neurodivergent people, I think it was specifically autistic people that they were studying, handle pain better than discomfort. So it's when we're slightly uncomfortable that we will go off the freaking rails, but we could break our ankle and not really know. So this is how important it is to get your place in order, right? Here's one of my favorite things. This is a battery candle. It's just a little plastic thing that moves around like it is an actual candle. And then it's so pretty to look at, and I keep them on. They have a clicker to turn them off and on and that sort of stuff. And I just have them throughout the house. So it always looks like there's candles lit, because I keep a lot of our lights off. I like a dim space. I don't like a lot of light. Obviously, I've already had to turn off all of my lights today because they were giving me headaches, and I have to stay here with you guys and not have a headache. So think about any of these simple little changes. You know those little white, yellow Christmas lights? Baby. Or like I have my little LED lights going. Listen, there's dopamine in the right lighting scenario too. Remember that.
Yeah.
But you have to really be taking care of your sensory needs.
Sometimes I'll do that. I'll just like turn around, and I've got a gaming chair so I can like lean back, put my feet up on this, and I'll just watch these ones that are going on back here while I'm thinking. and I'll bring my notepad or something like that over here, and I'll change my environment. I'll sit in different places. I'll sit on different chairs. I'll put socks on, take socks off. Like, I need to move and change it up. I can't sit still all day long. So I've got lots of different support tools in my office to help me do that. And sometimes I can get out of the office.
Yeah.
One of the best things I think I ever did for myself was when my really good laptop was getting older and died. I didn't get another really good laptop. I got a cheap little Pixel book. I can work from somewhere else if I have to, but it's annoying enough that I won't.
Yeah.
Like, it's only going to be an emergency where I have to pull it out while I'm somewhere. And that is it.
You're also going to want to think about what you can delegate in your personal life. Anybody who has a teenager, anybody who has kids that are over 4, who's got what chores? Who's got what chores? I hate dishes, but I do most of the cooking, so why would I have to do the dishes? You know what I like doing? I like floors, because if you can do before and after with your floors, like if it goes from covered in dog hair and dust to nice and shiny and clean, that's a lot of dopamine, baby. Right? So really think about, these are your responsibilities. Communicate why they're their responsibilities. You know, like, have the conversation with everybody in the house. Everybody in my house is responsible for their own laundry.
Well, you know, running a household with family members and trying to get all the things done is actually great practice for what you have to do in your business. There's so much overlap.
Yeah.
When you're ready to staff, it's really similar. We literally hold a family staff meeting every week. Every Sunday we have a family staff meeting. We plan the meals for that week. We decide who's cooking what. We ask what, obligations people have that they maybe need some additional support for. Is there anything that somebody would like to do? Like, that's an every Sunday situation with a family staff meeting. And then every so often we hold goal setting meetings. We're like, where are we at? Because we've chosen to, as adults, 4 adults living in a house together, to align a lot of our lifestyle goals and to contribute towards it. Because my kids are 18 and 20 right now. They're about to be 19 and 21 in November. And we've all got goals of being independently wealthy. So instead of having 4 different people moving towards that goal, we're doing it together at the same time. So we talk about budgeting. We talk about travel goals. Like, this next year for October, we want to go to Salem. The year after that, we want a winter in Europe. And we've set goals to make those things happen together as a family. So we're looking at financially, we're looking at the businesses, we're looking at our personal finances. We're literally the same kind of things you would have to do with a business. We want to have this type of impact in these people's lives to motivate the team so that they can do the activities. So on the days that suck, you remember why. On the tasks that suck, you remember why. Same thing in the house. Like, we want to set how this needs to be done so that we can hire someone to do it. And I mean, even the kids are on board with that. Like, they help with cleaning and stuff like that right now. But the goal is, when we hit a certain point, we've set a debt goal. When we reduce certain debts to a certain point, we're going to hire someone to come clean the house. So they will no longer have to clean their bathroom anymore because they don't want to clean their bathroom. It's like, okay, cool. Help us pay off this debt. This is the thing. This is the dollar amount that makes that reality happen.
Sorry, it's snack hour over here at my home. Everybody's home now, so I'll mute as often as I can, but my youngest is now a tea drinker. We don't have a kettle, so there's a microwave happening. It's fine. It's all right. Everybody's doing okay, guys. But I live in a 1,300 square foot, 101-year-old historic home, and everything's open. The kitchen's there. The dining room's there. So, we love it.
Yeah, I was so glad we upgraded houses. I have my own office in like the upstairs in the corner. So the only thing below me is an empty garage. I can hear down the stairs sometimes, but for the most part, it's quiet. I tried it before being like, we had a physical office space, but then when we closed that down, I was working out of my living room for a little bit and it was, oh God. I couldn't get anything done. I had a good little dedicated desk set up, big monitors, all that good jazz, but I couldn't do all those distractions.
Everybody has headphones in this house. All right, look where we are. Okay, so before we leave for this 15-minute break, Christina, will you just remind everybody, and myself included, not that I forgot, what we have left to cover, just so I remember?
that is mostly it. We're going to wrap up with a couple little things, some announcements, and some Q&A time. So we are on track.
Get you set up for your marinade over the weekend before you come back for the big Q&A on Monday. Yeah, this is gonna be my favorite part.
Yep, this is where we wind it down and make it all make sense. So, all
right, guys, we'll see everybody back here in 15 minutes. You can stay and unmute and chit chat and ask questions and stuff in the chat. We're not going to tell you what to do. We're just going to suggest a little bit of movement, a little bit of potty breaks, and a little bit of beverages.
I already refilled my beverages and did a potty break earlier, so I'll probably hang out. If anybody's got any questions, you can slap stuff in.
These next two songs are some of my favorites. I'm so excited.
Melanie picked our music for this go.
He says rhyme dust, in case anybody wants to know. I don't know what it is, but I love it.
It's the bass. It's got that rhythm. Whatever that like beat per minute is that most of us like, it's got that. See,
I give a rhyme on dust, guaranteed to make it right if your night is a bust. I give a rhyme on dust, guaranteed to make it right if your night is a bust. I give a rhyme on dust, guaranteed to make it right if your night is a bust. I give a rhyme on dust, guaranteed to make it right if your night is a bust.
But in the magical, there's a pretty one. I ask her where it goes, 'cause every day when I wonder if she knows that we're underwater. That's the way it goes in the city one day.
Move to the spot, I'm one of a few. A whole lot of everything but nothing to do. To the inner Tesla, partner, ex-wrestler. He dates for Cheska, they on the liposuction, skills programming. She wants to say some add to her Manny girl's trip. Man, run to the hills, cause the end is near. Yo, a desolate city where it hurts to smile. Ran into the river since it's been a while. I'm raining in a rando, she's a social scandal. Give her such a handle when it's too much to bear. ABC boys rated the mayor like Sean, he's a writer, took on a dare. Now he's singing like a birdie, pulling on his hair. Trending on Twitter's what some of us live for. Branches giving out, revolving door. All of this a joke? Pauly Shore, he's coming, maybe I'm a matador. What are we living for? Are we are losing our minds? Because life got in the way. Maybe we'll be here just in time. Your replacement is here to stay. You go, fools go. Everything will disappear. Someone's out here. Travel for too many years to nowhere, nowhere. Nothing here is ever real. You go, fools go. Everything will disappear.
Yeah, scrolling and snacking. Yeah. I love it. It's one of my favorite states of being. Hey DJ, what's the next song?
I have to get these on a playlist next time. That way they can just play. It's like 15 minutes exactly of music.
When this song comes on when I'm walking, I really get to go in. That's one of the reasons house music is so good for us neurospices, is that it's at that walking gait, it's at our natural heartbeat gait, like it's 125 to like 140. So it'll really keep you moving consistently, sustainably. Most people think of like electronic dance music and they think of like, bah, bah. I'm like, house music is different, baby. House music is designed to be fun for a long time.
Guaranteed to make it right if your night is a bust. I get my rhyme on dust. Guaranteed to make it right if your night is a bust. I get my rhyme on dust. Guaranteed to make it right if your night is a bust.
Yeah, me and Melanie are both Eastern time, so it's.
I'm in Jacksonville, Florida. Thank you to everybody who woke up so early. We had somebody last time who was here from Australia, and she was literally up at like 3 a.m. to be on our thing. She was up all night to be with us. It was great.
Yeah.
I love Australians.
It's like super flattering, but also, dude, there's recordings. Like, part of me's like, I love the ambition, but like, yeah. Eventually, we'll have so many people that we'll have people on campus at all hours.
Oh, April! I already already teared up a few times during this session. I don't need any more of that. Please, I'm Aquarius moon. No more tears.
Thank you.
Or-
That's really sweet.
Yeah. Or what my traumatized person would say, no more bad emotions. Did you put in the chat the link for the Bob Proctor meditation that I sent you?
No,
So that is, she's gonna put it in right now. It's about 20 minutes. I like to listen to it laying down and just headphones on, let your brain go where it's gonna go. He's got a really cool voice. If you've ever listened to Bob Proctor before, rest in peace, sweet angel man. And he really, this abundance meditation of his will really help you shift into seeing the abundance everywhere. Right? So you can see the abundance of, like he says in the meditation, the abundance of leaves on the trees. You know, the abundance, if you can start seeing abundance everywhere, you can start attracting abundance everywhere. Oh, April, we love a Libra. I think Gwen left, but Gwen has a lot of Libra placements too. Do you know, fun fact, Judge Judy has 5 Libra placements.
Wow.
And if you know Libra, Libra is the scales. It's very concerned with equity and, you know, justice. So it makes sense. You know, astrology is not real, but the most famous judge in history has 5 Libra placements. And Libras, scientifically proven, have the most beautiful angelic faces. So when it comes to being, I believe it's because they are the most, what's it called when you're the same on both sides?
Symmetrical.
Yes, Libras tend to have the most symmetrical, pretty faces. Yeah. I love astrology.
I'm a Virgo. Y'all actually get to celebrate my birthday with me on Monday.
Yeah! Yari, I'm going to get your whole birth chart from you one of these days, and I'm going to talk to you about it. And I'm going to, you know how I talk to people about their birth chart? This is one of the things that I need from my one-on-one clients too. As part of their homework is to get their birth chart, and then we go over certain elements of it. So I can just say, you know, if you are a Scorpio moon, I know that you have a rough relationship with your mom, and I know you feel things very, very, very deeply and possessively, but nobody would ever know it. Right. So I like to call people's stuff out, right? Like Christina is a Virgo sun with an Aries moon, right? Aren't you an Aries moon? Yeah, you have a fire moon. I remember, and Aries is my favorite fire sign. So when I was discussing with her how she sees problems and how she communicates emotions and all that sort of stuff, she was like, oh, oh. So like, you gotta be ready for the reckoning. That's for sure.
I don't remember where it puts it on the... This is the one Melanie uses, but we normally play with it on the app. I figured it out on the website at some point.
Wow.
Oh, there it is.
There you go. I'm a Virgo Libra. Ooh, Virgo placements, I will say, I love a Virgo in just about every placement, but you are very detail oriented and you are the most critical of all signs, but you're not critical to be mean. You're literally just wired to be like detail oriented critical. So we want to make sure, and a Virgo is who you go to for a cleaning project though. A Virgo's going to get it right.
Well, apparently their website won't load it now. I don't remember.
Yes, if you're a Virgo Libra, then you are definitely going to have, I'm assuming that you're saying Virgo is one of your placements in your chart and Libra is your sun sign. But yeah, Virgos and Libras will agonize over a decision. So when you have Virgo and like if you're a Virgo sun and a Libra moon, it's going to be very difficult for us to get you into a place. It is possible, but we know that the difficulty is going to be with decision making, trigger pulling, you know, that sort of thing.
Yeah, Virgo sun, Aries moon, Cancer rising.
That's it. So that means she has earth, fire, and water in her big 3. That doesn't happen a lot.
Yari is healing my trauma with Sagittarius. It's both of my parents are Sagittarius.
The most destructive sign in the universe is an unhealed Sagittarius. Just picture, remember in Shrek the lady dragon who falls in love with the donkey, that's an unhealed Sagittarius woman. Careful. Very careful. Yes. But a Sag that is healed and knows themselves is going to be the life of the party. The most common sign amongst entertainers, so actors and singers, is Sagittarius. So Sagittarius loves to be on stage. Yay! Scorpio sun and rising, Leo moon, Virgo Venus. Oh, so you love Virgos. Libra Mercury. Oh, so you're not very confrontational. You can see it from everybody's angle and play everybody's side. I'm an Aries Mercury, so I just say what happens. No holds back, very direct. I do love Scorpio though, because I'm a Taurus and you're my sister sign. Scorpios are just like a cool Taurus. It's like a Taurus with a leather jacket.
Crazy accurate stuff. Like I don't get how it makes sense, but it always does somehow.
Because it's been happening since the beginning of time. Of course, here's why I like astrology. It's all patterns. It's all pattern recognition. Hey, the last time that all of these planets were in this place, this is what we could expect. Love a good pattern.
Closest I've heard to making it make sense to my like woo adjacent brain is it's like the moon has an impact on the earth, and the earth and the sun have a relationship. So there's definitely some stuff happening on a cosmic situation. Like if a solar flare can screw with stuff here on earth, then we're biological beings. Dogs hide before the storm comes.
Yeah.
There's got to be something that they can tell.
I mean, just do some research into the Schumann resonance, which is the electromagnetic field of the earth and how it registers. And you can look up the Schumann resonance, SCHUMAN, and you can look at the chart. It's got like a graph of it always tracking it. And so lately we've had such radical changes to the charge of earth that it blacks out and sometimes and it completely goes away. Ash Lightstar is a fantastic creator on TikTok. If you want to look her up, ASH Lightstar. I think she has like 100,000 followers. I've been following her for a couple of years. She's really helpful when it comes to reading the Schumann and telling you what to expect.
Crazy.
Yeah. All right. So now what are we getting into? Fearless leader, tell us everything.
All right. Before we move into the next part, does anybody have any questions, thoughts they want to share? Anything that like, you know, because you just worked through your action plan. Was there anything on there that you weren't able to come up with an answer for? Like, I'll flip through these while we're kind of talking, but like, was there anything on here that you got stuck? Anything that you didn't get a plan on? Because our big promise, like I kept telling you guys, when you make a promise, people, you got to make sure you fulfill on it, was that you leave today with an action plan for each of these pillars. If there was any of these that you did not get an answer for or you're stuck on, I'm going to take a minute and give you a chance. So I'm going to flip through just to remind you. I feel like the Jeopardy music should be playing for this part. Do, 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 do.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
Okay.
So everybody's
My
got a
voice don't
pretty
too
good
tough.
idea of something that you can start doing in the immediate future on each of these pillars. You got a checklist with like minimum 14 things on it that you can go start working on. Okay. All right. And we do have the Slack group and we will be back on Monday. So if that changes as this stuff starts to land, we are accessible, because that's what will happen is as you start to go do it, you'll have like 10 more questions. Okay. All right. So you've done a lot. There's obviously a lot more to do, right? Like we introduced you to these pillars. They're not really going to go anywhere. These pillars stay true across all of those exits, across all of this evolution that you're going to be doing, right? As you're growing and scaling as an entrepreneur, like if you never talk to us again after today, as you're growing and scaling, you can keep coming back to these, right? Because the actual steps that you do within each pillar change as your business grows. right? It's going to be a lot different, for example, when you have a client acquisition plan for a team of 1 versus you have a team of 50 with the ability to scale and hire infinitely as needed, right? You've got access to money, you've got everything you need to be able to hire people as you need them, and you can take on unlimited amount of clients. A client acquisition plan and the steps you take are really drastically different. Client acquisition plan when you're by yourself and you can only handle a couple clients a month is going to look different than when you can run paid ads and you can hire an ad company to run them for you. Right? So these pillars stay true at any size business. But the work you do inside the pillar is different. Right? Your money mindset when you're trying to get to your first $10,000 a month consistently is a lot different than your money mindset when you're hitting multiple $1 million a month. When your take-home pay is 4 times your overall revenue right now, your paycheck is 4x your entire company's revenue right now, your money mindset's going to have different challenges. It's still there. It doesn't go away. It's still going to be there. Okay. I want you to this is our 5 levels of avatar. Remember how I told you that you want to look at a human on a journey. You want to look at where they start. You want to look at where they go. This is ours. I love being really transparent. If you're here today, you're probably one of these. If we did our job right, with our topics, with our targeting, with what we did to attract you and keep you here for this many hours. You've been here 5.5 hours, let's say. If you're still here, you are likely to be one of these. I'm kind of curious which one, but you don't have to tell me if you don't want to.
You can tell
me. Melanie's better at secrets than I am. So hidden experts, it's still taking a lot of work to generate new clients. Your income potential is limited by your ability to put the time and energy into generating income. Meaning if you stop marketing, if you stop going after clients, they stop coming in. Right. And there's not a whole lot of people who know who you are. You're not really doing marketing consistently. You're not doing lead generation consistently. It's a lot of work just to get those new clients in. Level 2, and that's not everybody starts at 1, right? Remember how I said this is a journey everybody's on. The biggest of experts, Tony Robbins, was a 1. Right? He started life as a 1. So there is no shame if you're a 1. 2 is rising. There are some people who are starting to hear your name. You're starting to build that community of raving fans on email and social, and making sales is getting easier. You've established some trust within the people who know who you are, right? You're not real widely known, but to the people who know who you are, you can sell them damn near anything. That's a rising expert. A known expert is somebody who can command authority and trust easily. You have the receipts. This is no longer a personality situation, right? Level 2's the personality can be very attractive. And people will do business with them just because they trust them. They don't necessarily need the proof. Level 3s are able to expand their sphere of influence because they've done a lot of the work we're talking about today, and they have the receipts. They can prove it. They have case studies. They have success stories. They have people that will stand up on a stage with them and sing their praises. Right? People want them to come talk. They want them at their events. They want them in their communities. Even if you're not in that community, people are talking about you over there. When I turtled and hid from a lot of my mastermind groups, I kept getting messages from some of the people that I knew in there. They're like, yeah, we were talking about you today. I wasn't even there. I hadn't been in there in 6 months. And they're still talking about me, right? You're able to serve a higher level of clientele one-on-one, and your team is serving other people. You can't reach level 3 without a team. Okay. Level 4 is an in-demand expert. You have your pick of clients. You get personally invested in with those clients, right? We talked about those $100,000 days. Your team is scaling your business. You're over here partying. You're having fun. You're only doing the things you want to do. You have complete freedom of choice inside of your own business. If you want to go lead a coaching thing that normally could be taught by somebody else, you can. You're not having to disappear from inside your business, but it's your choice. And you're creating transformation in a lot of ways at that point, right? You're creating transformation for people in your business. You're creating transformation for people personally, and you're probably investing in other partnerships. Me and Melanie are in multiple businesses right now. Because you're able to partner with other people, you're no longer doing everything on your own. You can do equity relationships where you just advise. I'm in negotiations on several of those right now, where they pick my brain and I get a percentage of their profits. I don't have to do anything. Right? Because I have a skill set they need. They're limited. They can't grow their business without the knowledge in my brain. They can't, so take them longer. So they can give up a percentage of their profits and make way more money. Think Shark Tank. You know, for a lot of time, we don't think we're capable of that sometimes. There's some mindset stuff to get through. When you're on Shark Tank, people are like, if I partner with a shark, what it's going to do to my business. There are people going to look at you and think the same thing. If I have you in my world, that is going to unlock things in my business that even if I could do it on my own, it's going to take me a lot longer. It's going to be a lot harder. Remember how we said faster, easier, greater chance of success? When you look at those people pitching on Shark Tank, if they bring a shark in, did they get the result that they're going for faster, easier, and with a greater chance of success? You have knowledge in your brain that can do that for another human right now. And you can be compensated for that. Even if you're doing agency website work, you can consult. That is one of the easiest ways to add a new revenue stream that takes very little effort.
Yeah. When we're thinking about your level 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 version of your avatar, I want you to think about the fact that like my level ones for my coaching business are not going to be able to afford my services, but they're going to consume all my content and benefit from it, right? But if I were to offer a scholarship for a level 1, I would have to make sure that that's the person whose goal is to be a level 5 or a level 4 or a level 3, right? Somebody who's going to be they have to be at the beginning of that journey, and that's the journey. They can't just be somebody that wants to get shit from me for free and isn't going to actually do anything with it, right? So this is going to help feed your altruistic wants and needs. I know we deal with so many people at the Neurospicy Academy. It's like, well, I want to help everybody. I don't want to exclude anybody. Okay, so you help the level 1s with your content. Or maybe when you get to the point where you're super duper profitable and you're exactly where you want to be, then you offer scholarships to a level 1 that has goals and aspirations of being a 3, 4, or 5.
Yeah, and I would even challenge the scholarship notion a little bit. If you have the opportunity to do a profit equity arrangement, do that. Like, go there first.
Yeah.
But if you're not sure about, you know, maybe you want to test the waters with this person, you're pretty sure they could be a 4 or 5, but you don't want to get into bed with them in a business capacity, like where you're going to take a piece of their profit and really like sign some agreements. Then you can like do a little scholarship thing for a limited time.
Yeah.
If you're going to give anything away for free, you need to define the scope and the parameters, right? Like, I will do this for you for a discount for like 3 months. Like, we have done that with some students where we've let them in for a little bit for cheaper because we know that there's something, right? Like, there's things you can do as long as you understand your profit margins, you're not hurting yourself. Remember, you have to get those 3 things: happy, healthy, which is why Melanie pre-qualified that if you're at a point in your business where you can do a scholarship.
Yeah.
You can't be altruistic if you can't feed yourself.
Boom.
Your business, you and your clients have to be doing well, because that thing that you're doing altruistically is going to consume resources, energy. It's going to consume business assets. It's going to take time away from your other clients potentially. So you have to be very careful. I've had some people, their entire business is built on altruism, and that's even a nonprofit can't operate that way.
No.
They have to generate revenue.
The good news is, though, from the woo-woo perspective, the law of compensation is true, and that basically just means you get what you pay for. So if you invest $0 in someone's coaching program, you're not going to expect to get a lot out of it. But if you invest $6,000 in somebody's coaching program, you expect to get some stuff out of it, and you're going to put in the work to do that.
Yeah, sometimes. I've seen some people that they'll increase the price of their thing just because their goal is to increase participation. And that doesn't always work. I'm in masterminds that are 20K, 40K a year. And there are people who pay that and don't show up.
Yeah.
So simply charging more is not enough to get people to take action, because there are people, once you get, it's a money mindset issue. When we're living in this world where we think that paying more will make you show up and do more, it's because you're in a situation right now where, you know, you can't blow 40K and not get an ROI from it. Right? Most of us are in that situation. I don't want to blow 40K and not get ROI from it. Right? But there are people who can and will. When you hit a certain point where you're charging certain amounts, there are people who will pay it and not even do anything. So you still have to make sure you're delivering on the promise. You have to think through that client success plan. You know, like, what are you going to do that's going to get past those friction points? Because if they're not participating, there's a friction point, or you let someone in that didn't belong there. Right. Yeah. You've got an issue with your success plan. You've got an issue with your product market fit, which is essentially your multi-level avatar and the things you're trying to sell them. You don't understand them well enough. You're selling them something they don't need. Or you're selling them at a point where the pain's not real enough, or whatever. There's something going on where you're out of alignment. You need to troubleshoot it. if they're not participating and getting ROI from their investment. Level 5s is really the goal, right? Like that's where you're making massive impact. You're living the dream. You have complete control over how you spend your time. You're only working where and when you want to. You're owning a company, not working in it. You don't have a job anymore. You're enjoying enough financial stability to weather most crises without skipping a beat. Right? I'm not going to say that there's not some tragic thing that could wipe out all your savings and none of that can happen. But you're at a point where financially and emotionally and time-wise, like if you found out you had cancer and you got like a 6-year battle to fight it, you could do it and have the best doctors and the best treatments. Right? Like that's goals. That's retirement. You could retire if you want to. You don't have to, but you could. I actually had this happen to one of my mentors. He ended up with heavy metal poisoning. He just did an 8-figure exit on one of his businesses. He's invested in multiple other businesses, and those businesses are performing very well. So when he found out he had heavy metal poisoning and he had to stop, he couldn't travel, he couldn't go speak a lot. He's got some restrictions on what he has to do. He has to really take a minute and spend some time with his health. He needs to be able to spend money on good doctors. He's still got 2 young kids. He's got a wife. He was able to just do that. And he was like, I am so thankful for all the work I've put in so far. You know how long it took him to go from where you guys are now to that point? 5 years.
Mindset. It can be done.
And he's still making money. He's still launching new things. He's partnered with like 10 other people to create a mastermind.
It's such
So
a good.
lots of partners.
It's such a good proof to the whole idea that Christina and I talk about all the time. You'll take rest by choice or by force, right? If you reflect back on the last time you got really sick or you got injured, right? Like you broke your ankle, sprained your wrist, something that took you down and out for the count. Were you living a real balanced, harmonious life when that happened? Or had you run yourself into the ground?
Even just rushing in the morning and stubbing your toes. I broke my toe twice. Once, and then right as it was healed at like the 8-week mark, broke it again.
Yeah.
Because I was rushing. Same toe. So yeah. So really think about like, this is where you're at right now. You have the potential to hit all 5 of these levels within 5 years.
Let's change word potential to ability.
Yeah. I mean,
You have the ability to make this happen in 5 years or less, right? Let's really open ourselves up to the space.
Hardest.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's, I mean, if you look at how many experts out there that are going to talk about this stuff, your first million is your hardest million.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, think about the people who, you know, we pay more when we're poor. Your interest rates are higher, your borrowing power is less. You're not able to buy in bulk. You're not able to take advantage of market conditions. Not having money costs money. Your first million is your hardest one to get. Once you have that million can help you make your next one and your next one and your next one. And the systems that you're putting into place, instead of just chaotically making $1 million and just through luck and, you know, whatever happened, you're doing it intentionally, which means it's scalable and it's repeatable. You can keep implementing those systems. You can literally, like I know Yari's working on this right now, the business model that she's painstakingly building to work as a marketing agency for IV therapy clinics can literally copy paste into another industry. That guy I talked about that hit that level in 5 years, that's what he did. His first agency was Montessori schools. He copy pasted the entire business model into another industry and hit that success even faster. And then copy pasted it again, and then copy pasted it again, and then created another business that serves all those businesses. His ad agency that he sold for 8 figures served all those businesses. All those businesses hired that business.
Okay.
So he made money in a bunch of ways, which is really cool. The biggest thing that you came away with today is knowledge. Like there's a lot of ways to go still. There's a lot of stuff you have to do, and like that's totally okay. There's a lot of work to be done. now that you know kind of what that bridge looks like and you know what's possible on the other side of building it, that's going to help you with everything you do. It's going to help you research smarter. It's going to help you focus better. It's going to help you pay attention to what matters. Like now you know things like a company operating system, and you know that there's some barriers to hiring people. And when you get ready to hire people, you have to have these ducks in a row first. Even if you don't remember every little word that we said to you today, the fact that you know that there's something out there that exists, like Melanie mentioned, being able to go back 5 pages and find where that word was that you wrote down, that's going to help you. Right. So having these materials bookmarked, stashed away, your notes, the recording, the slides, all that stuff, where you can come back and get it, is going to help you avoid the shine clone. Right. So give you that power to create that freedom to choose what you want in your life and to choose what you want for the people that you share it with. Everybody's got kids, and you're like, I want to be able to them not have to struggle like I did, all that kind of stuff. All the information that you need to do that with was what you learned today. Okay. So what happens next? We've mentioned this a few times. You guys have the Slack community. You are going to have questions. Use it.
We're
If
here.
you irritate us, we will tell you. So don't be worried about it.
If we're irritated, we just won't answer. Don't worry. Just if it takes an hour, we were irritated with something, but it probably wasn't you.
Most people are like, I don't want to pester you. I'm not paying for anything. Yeah. Okay.
Please bother
fine.
me.
If we do a good job, you will. Right. We've
Yeah.
already told you the thing we're selling is the Academy membership. So if we do a good job supporting you in the free space, you'll end up in the paid space, right? Like we know that, you know that, that's business. So use it. We're there. Ask questions. We'll be back Monday, whatever time zone you're in, the time that we started today, the same time on Monday, but it's just for 2 hours. So we will come back and do that kind of Q&A session for anything like that. And then if you need some help implementing everything that we talked about today and going deeper on all of it with resources, support, community, all that good stuff, then you can apply to join the Neurospicy Academy. That includes a whole bunch of stuff. So we give you high-level software. So if you don't have software yet, we give you a high-level account that gives you everything. So that gives you your CRM, your booking calendars. You can build your website in there. You can have funnels in there. You can
Email
sell
marketing.
membership areas. Yeah, email marketing. You can have a membership thing where you sell courses. You can have membership products. You can do messaging, like you can chat with people through SMS, through Facebook Messenger. It integrates with all that. You can have automated email thingies. You can invoice people. You can have recurring invoices. You can set up subscription products, all that kind of stuff. It's all included.
The text messages you text people, the email, like all that sort of automated stuff. Analytics on everybody, how they found you, how they came to you, clicks, touches, all of the stuff. Every day I learn something new that is on our Go High Level software.
Well,
and I am tech illiterate, or not as literate as some, and I'm able to navigate it in a way that's not like throwing my head against a wall. So it's a fantastic software.
Yeah. The only like extra cost in there is like SMTP and SMS services. We give you like $30 a month or something like that to spend on SMS and SMTP, which is a lot. I mean, it's like 1 cent an email that you send or something like that, right? So that goes a long way. You probably won't pay any extra for a while. That was the goal. But if you go over your $30 a month budget on SMS and SMTP, you could pay a little bit extra, but it's pennies. That's literally the only extra cost. Everything else is free. So that gives you that. And then we have like training templates. We are adding to this and building this out all the time. So we've got lots of templates. We've got courses. We're building more. Now that we give our members high level, we're actually starting to build more and more templates and high levels, make it easier to build off websites, funnels, social. You can do all your social posting from in there too. So you can schedule your social messages on all your channels. You can have recurring social posts for your evergreen content, all kinds of stuff. So we're making a lot of templates, a lot of training, a lot of support. We've got a lot of students that are using it. We've got some students like Yari who are actually building their own reseller high-level services on it. So a lot of people in the campus are using the same software, which makes it easier to get more support, to talk to each other, and get more guidance. So I thought that was really exciting. And I
Like
love
you have
that.
access to the landing page, sales page template that had a 60% conversion rate.
Yeah.
Would that be a nice
the
template
landing
to
page
have?
for this workshop was like 62% conversion rate. So lots of community. So we have a metaverse style campus currently in Gather. We're about to, I think, I'm like 90% certain I put off doing some of the research until after this workshop, but I'm pretty sure we're going to be moving to SoWork. SoWork is going to give us some, it's going to give us some extra capabilities. Like if you guys are familiar with like in-person co-working spaces, you know, like you can rent office space and meeting space in a building or whatever, we're going to be able to include that for members in a virtual space. So you actually have a desk, you can invite clients in, you can host your own events there, whatever you want to do. We do some of that now. It's just a little bit more complicated with Gather. It's harder for you to bring in guests. So moving is going to make it a little bit easier, but we're on campus all the time. So a lot of times you invest in like membership programs, mastermind programs, and the coaches are hard to get, right? You can message them in Slack. There's maybe like a Zoom call in a room full of a bunch of other people. We're not like that. We're on campus multiple days a week, multiple hours a day. Yeah, like we're usually there for at least 2 or 3 hours a day. We're accessible to you guys. We host events every Tuesday night, roundtables where we do some trainings and stuff like that. We do that at like 7 p.m. on Tuesdays, Eastern, 7 p.m. Eastern. We have lots of stuff going on over there all the time. So that campus is really kind of made things easier for a lot of people because you can co-work, you can body double.
Body doubling has really saved a lot of us. There's not a lot of days that go by where somebody doesn't hop on the Slack and say, hey, I'm going to be on campus if anybody wants to come co-work.
Yeah.
You know?
We created a focus space recently. So if you don't want to talk or have your camera on or be interrupted or have background noise or mics on, but you just need to exist in another place, you can do that. We've had some students tell us that even when there's nobody else on campus, going to campus tricks their brain into I'm going into the office, and they're able to sit down and focus. So that's been a really cool tool that we have. And then obviously you've got me and Melanie, and Victoria's about to start getting a little bit more active. I'm working with her on her frameworks and her courses and stuff like that now. She's on vacation for a couple of weeks. So you have me and Melanie right now, and you will have Victoria soon. And then we bring in guest experts like Qasim gave me one of his trainings. It's like $1,000, $2,000 that I was able to include for students. I've got a list of a bunch of other people that are about to give me some courses that we can bake in for you guys. So there's several $100,000 worth of courses that are coming your way very, very, very soon.
I don't think we mentioned with the roundtables that you also have the opportunity to host a roundtable. So if you're working on a new training or a new workshop or something like that, and you want to test it out with non-critical eyeballs that are going to actually help you develop it and make it better, we have students host the roundtable all the time.
Yeah. So really cool. And working with either one of us individually is expensive. So getting access to us on campus is huge. Like I can't even put a dollar amount to it. We tried when we were building these things to put dollar amounts on some of these. It's really kind of harsh because it's getting you where you want to go faster, easier, greater chance of success, all that kind of stuff. And it's only $4.97 a month. So it's like with the softwares and the co-working space and the templates and all the stuff that you get with me and Melanie to guide and coach you, it's a no-brainer, right? Like, what is it? Alex Hormozy calls it. It's like an offer so like amazing that there's no reason why somebody should say no. It's just like simple.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's all the stuff. We take applications all month long for the academy, but we review them at the first of the month. So the 1st through the 7th, which is coming up, is when we start reviewing all the applications. Everybody who showed up to today's training goes to the top of the stack. So we're going to review your applications first for those few seats that are coming in, right? We're only going to let 20 people in each month. So we'll go through your applications first. We'll ask you any questions, get you all set up. And then we're kicking off in cohorts starting on the 8th. So we're going to make sure that week of the 8th, like the 8th through the 15th or whatever, our goal is to ensure that you get those first 3 pillars done. So you have your leadership positioning nailed. You know exactly who you're selling to. You have your 5 levels of avatar defined, and you know exactly what you're selling them. You've created your productized offer stack. So you have all of that nailed the week of the 8th through the 15th. We're going to be hosting some extra sessions on campus. For the students that are already here, y'all can come to those. So we're going to start doing those every single month because we've still got people that are struggling to get those first 3 done. We're going to be doing those every single month, starting on the week of the 8th through the 15th. I'll have exact dates and times posted soon. Did I miss anything, Melanie?
We are so happy that you guys attended with us today. We are so grateful that you gave us more hours than you probably thought you were going to give us. And we are actually very proud of ourselves for cutting it down in time. Woo! I didn't know we were gonna do it. I didn't know. I'm not gonna lie. You didn't know either. I see your face. So, I see your face. I work with you every day. I know her mannerisms. I log on to campus every day and I go, she better be here because we have shit to talk about. It's our morning chat session. So really, what I would like to impart on you is I know it sounds too good to be true, but that's simply because you've never had a proposition from neurodivergent women entrepreneurs that understand the fucking struggles you deal with, right? Christine and I were working together and she brought up this idea and I said, I wanted to launch an academy last year, but I didn't have everything I needed, i.e. tech abilities, that's her. And it just really formed and evolved into this community that we're so proud of. And that we are doing our very best to describe in full to people. But again, I know it sounds too good to be true, but it really is like the answers to your prayers, all those things you've been hoping for as a lonely entrepreneur with self-doubt and overthinking and a loud inner critic and big goals that you're afraid of and ADHD paralysis that makes you angry at yourself for half the week. I get it. We get it. That's why we developed our entire community and we just would love it if you joined. And even if you don't want to join
stuff with one coach, right? So it's like, if you're looking at other masterminds and stuff that are led by one coach, I've been in lots of those. And there's like, I've launched trainings and stuff in the past and group coachings in the past, and it never hit right without the other pieces, because you have to be able to get your mind in the right place and get past those mindset hurdles. And you have to be able to get your team in order. And the stuff that I teach is like cool on its own, but if you can't get your mind in order, you can't get that team built around you, you can't do it, right? It takes multiple coaches. And then we're bringing in specialists in different niches. Like the one from Costum is just on running Google ads, on running paid ads to get traffic to your stuff. We've got people that are doing some stuff. One of them on that's coming up that I got to schedule a meeting with him and get it done is on hiring your first executive assistant, right? So I'm bringing in experts that have been in my network for years.
I have we have works of people coming in as Instagram experts as well, LinkedIn expert, and it just went away. But we have a lot of trainings on a lot of different things, and you also have us at your disposal. You know, like send a Slack message, get an answer back, because I'm always on my phone. Christina's usually always on her computer. We're looking at tech all the time, and because we want you to be successful.
Sin's going to redo that one on copyright and IP that my recording failed to grab the sounds.
Mercury retrograde.
She is currently recovering from COVID, so that's why she popped in earlier for a second, and then she's like, I gotta go lay back down. So she is battling the Rona at the moment, but when she gets past that, she's going to re-record that one for us.
Are there any questions, or what are your questions?
Challenges, comments, thoughts.
It's a lot of information. Everybody's checked out.
A lot of decisions. I mean, it's, you know, this kind of stuff sets you on where you're going to be in a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. And I mean, I think
honestly,
one of the biggest things we do different too is we're not approaching just the business. We're looking at you can invest personally and you can do other stuff, like hit your goals a lot of ways.
Listening in on this, like the second time I think now, the stuff that I said that I wasn't doing the first time around, I'm doing now, that I'm listening to this the second time around. And then I got so much done, still listening, still chatting in, and I got so much done. It was easy. It was easier.
Yep.
Was this one?
It almost felt like I was on campus.
Yeah, do you like this one better than the last one? Because you came to the first one. You didn't come to the middle one.
No, I came to the very first one, and yes, this is way better.
Love you.
It is a lot. It is a lot. But I'm glad that you guys got the main information, the good stuff, the most important stuff. Because the first one was a little extended.
Yeah. We dialed this one in.
And that one was only what, an hour, I think.
No,
That one
I
was
think
long.
that, well,
That was a long
I
one.
don't remember.
I don't know. I
No,
know.
we
I
did
was
the
like 5
first
days
one
long.
over multiple days. That's what it was. It was
Yeah.
like a couple hours, like 5 days, 3 days.
Yeah,
Something
we
like
did
that.
5 days. Yeah, that was hard.
Yeah,
It's
and we
better in
figured
one
out
day.
doing it in one day is better. Like it's a
Better in
lot,
one
but
day.
it's easier.
It's less transition. Yay! All right, kids. Well, if you got nothing else and you want to go marinate, remember marinate over these next couple days. Ask your questions and get ready for a really fun Q&A on Monday. We're gonna go deep. We're gonna talk about stuff.
Yeah.
My
If
favorite
you've
part.
implemented anything, keep notes on it. If you struggle to implement anything, keep notes on it. I know my stuff's really like I like my stuff and it's cool. But if y'all make some like headway on some of the mindset stuff that Melanie taught you today, if you start recognizing, like one of the things we hear pretty frequently once people encounter this is within the next few days, they start becoming a lot more aware of some of their habits. They start recognizing things that are overstimulating them. They start recognizing their energy levels a little bit better. And that's one of the biggest transformations that happens in just a couple of days. Their self-care will get a little bit better. They're not beating themselves up as much. So, come back on Monday and kind of talk about some of those things. If something, you hit a barrier that you couldn't get through over the weekend. Or you can private message us on Slack. If you don't want to share, I know some of the stuff Melanie deals with especially is really personal. And if you don't want to share it in front of other people, you can private message us in the Slack thing as well.
All of your secrets are safe with me. I consider every conversation I have with all of our students to be like under an NDA because you have to have
Almost
somebody in your
everybody
life.
cries.
Everybody cries. No, every single person will cry. And usually it's with
I do.
Christina and myself at the same time. But it's a breakthrough
I only
moment
had
that
a
has to
couple
happen.
people cry with me. Most
Oh,
of them
everybody
cry
cries
you.
with me.
I cried with you too many times. I didn't like it. I liked the result. I did not like the crying.
Listen,
The result
I'll
was
take
like-
it. I will take it.
All
All right, my beautiful angels. If that's that, then we will let you go. And we'll see you all back here, same time that we started today on Monday.
Yeah, and I will post the recording in the thingy-ma-thing whenever Zoom gets done. This is a really long thing, so Zoom's going to be sitting here chugging along for a hot minute, and then I'll have to upload it after that. But I will post it. I'll replace this Zoom button with a recording button, so it will happen some point today, later today, early tomorrow.
All right, kids, we love you equally and for different reasons. See you on Monday. Talk to you later this weekend.